Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 851. Chapter 851, 851. Chapter 851, Corpse Explosion shows its power, La Domain. The massive roots buried underground were intertwined, covering the entire forest. Lin. These roots all originated from the mother tree in the deepest part of the forest. The countless giant trees in the forest were actually just some branches of the mother tree. Lin Moyo personally joined the battle, and the corpse explosion displayed astonishing destructive power. Wherever he went, giant trees fell in large numbers. Each time a spell was cast, thousands of giant trees were blown up. The 1,000-meter-tall mother trees in the deepest part were agitated, regenerating frantically, with the wood elemental laws extremely dense. The regeneration speed was fast, but it couldn't keep up with Lin Moya's bombardment. The power of the corpse explosion was too great, and the giant trees of the same level couldn't withstand it, being instantly killed. Lin Moyo had long anticipated this outcome. Using corpse explosion to kill beings of the same level was always effective. If he had a god-level corpse or remains in his hands now, Lin Moyo was confident he could kill a god of the same level. Lin Moyo moved as if there were no one around, creating a death zone within 10,000 meters around him. The damage he caused alone was more terrifying than the entire undead army. Di Huang was once shocked by Lin Moya's strength, but now he could accept it calmly. Once accepted, everything seemed normal. Lin Moya seemed destined to be this powerful, as if it was only natural. But the amazement was still unavoidable. Di Huang even had the idea of recording everything Lin Moya did and writing a book to tell the world, so that hundreds of years later, people would know that such a genius once appeared among the human race. With less than half-step supergod strength, he easily slaughtered supergods. This could also inspire others. Lin Moya didn't know Di Huang had such complex thoughts. He was just doing his own thing. The mother trees in the depths were completely agitated, and countless branches whipped like whips. Before the whips could reach Lin Moya, they were already blown to pieces. The ground cracked, and more roots moved, attacking from all directions. Useless. Lin Moya instantly locked onto these roots, then cast a spell, causing them to explode. Lin Moya moved as if there were no one around, leading the undead army straight to the mother trees. Boom. Fusion spell, time curse. Red light descended, and the mother trees trembled violently under the curse attack. They couldn't speak, remaining silent, but countless fallen leaves and broken branches represented their current state. The soul attack made them very uncomfortable, and the soul curse further deepened the damage they would suffer. After the curse, 10 strong explosions followed one after another, causing the forest to shake violently. Dozens of mother trees collapsed, their trunks over 50 meters in diameter and over 1,000 meters tall, falling like the sky was collapsing. The undead army intercepted the falling mother trees halfway, dismembering them in mid-air. The exploded mother trees seemed to lose their toughness, easily dismembered by the undead army, blowing up their own bodies. Interesting. Lin Moya found it very amusing. The source of his corpse explosion was the giant trees derived from these mother trees. Although these giant trees belonged to the mother trees and had no independent souls, they were completely controlled by the mother trees. Interestingly, they had independent life. This mode was somewhat similar to the Zerg but not entirely the same. Whether they had souls or not was not important. What mattered was that they had real vitality. They could be considered a special life form and could indeed be killed. Thus, they could be used for corpse explosion. Another violent explosion occurred, killing dozens of mother trees this time. Lin Moya used the mother trees killed earlier as explosion materials, and the mother trees of the same level couldn't withstand even one hit. Then, one explosion followed another, each time causing large numbers of mother trees to fall. There were 1,000 mother trees in total, occupying a large area. Although there were many, they couldn't last long under Lin Moya's continuous bombardment. These mother trees realized the danger, and the ground shook, cracking open. The roots that had been entrenched underground for years intertwined at this moment. The power of the mother trees also converged at this moment. The wood elemental laws erupted, causing the entire forest to rumble. Lin Moya suddenly felt danger, a warning rising in his heart. The Bagua compass in Di Huang's hand began to shake violently again. Retreat. Lin Moya reacted quickly, grabbing Di Huang and retreating swiftly. At the moment he retreated, a green light shot out from the mother trees. All the mother trees were enveloped in the green light, and in Lin Moya's vision, a green tree much taller than the mother trees appeared. The green tree's branches and leaves covered the sky, almost enveloping half of the forest. Lin Moya immediately saw that this green tree was not a physical entity but a law body formed by wood elemental laws. The law aura on the green tree was extremely dense. Lin Moya's sense of danger reached its peak, telling him that this green tree was extremely dangerous. Di Huang was full of amazement. This is a law domain. Law domain? Lin Moya suddenly understood. He had heard Antares mention the law domain. When one masters a certain law to the extreme and integrates it with one's will, it forms a law domain. In this domain, the power of the law is magnified several times. It can be said to be the strongest manifestation of power within the supergod level. In Lin Moya's eyes, the threat of the law domain was even greater than the sole manifestation of the bloodthirsty bees. At this moment, the green tree's law exploded, instantly expanding to cover the entire forest, enveloping Lin Moya and Di Huang. The branches formed by the law fell like rain, flying towards the undead army. For a moment, it rained laws in the forest. The undead army was hit by the law rain, and green light flashed on their bodies, causing branches to grow. Skeletons growing branches was a very strange sight. The branches quickly surrounded the skeletons, drawing their life force as they grew. But unfortunately, skeletons are undead creatures with very peculiar life force that cannot be drawn. The green tree also realized this and trembled again. The branches on the skeletons turned into vines, wrapping around the skeletons and then tightening. The sound of explosions echoed. The skeletons exploded one after another, their bones scattering everywhere. The power of the branches exceeded Lin Moya's expectations. He didn't expect them to surpass the skeleton's endurance limit, bypassing their talents and killing them directly. Being able to kill the skeletons instantly indicated that the branch's attack power was at least super god level 9, possibly even true god level. If he were entangled and couldn't escape, he probably wouldn't last long either. His talent was strong, but it still had limits. The law rain became denser, and the skeletons in front of Lin Moya were continuously killed. The skeletons reassembled and revived after being blown apart, coming back to protect Lin Moya. Lin Moya locked onto the green tree but found he couldn't. The green tree was not a life form, it was a law-formed phantom. He immediately switched targets, locking onto the mother trees. Lin Moya found that his soul lock was ineffective. The law domain protected the mother trees, preventing Lin Moya from locking onto them. The law domain was very mysterious, and Lin Moya encountered it for the first time, unable to think of a good way to deal with it. Lin Moya sent a large number of undead troops to charge, trying to attack the green tree. The green tree swayed in the wind, raising a green storm. All the undead troops were blown back by the storm, which carried immense power, making it hard to resist. The law rain fell, and the undead troops at the front grew green branches and were then shredded. Lin Moya grabbed Di Huang, and with a powerful flap of the wings of the undead, the two disappeared without a trace. Chapter 852. Chapter 852, 852. Chapter 852, The Domain of the Dragon Pearl, Deadly Attack. Lin Moya and the undead army disappeared, and the green tree suddenly lost its target. It kept shaking, making rustling sounds. After a while, the green tree also exploded, and the law domain disappeared. Then the ground shook, countless roots broke through the soil, and saplings grew on them, quickly rising and growing. Wood elements rolled in from all directions, and within just a few minutes, the forest was full of trees again. These trees grew taller and taller, covering the forest. Monsters appeared on the trees. There were spiders, venomous snakes, and frogs. The newly born monsters lay dormant, hidden in the darkness, without any movement. The forest remained eerily silent. In a few days, the forest would fully recover. What Lin Moya had done before was in vain. The previous slaughter had no effect. Lin Moya flew thousands of kilometers away with Di Huang before stopping. Di Huang experienced such speed for the first time, faster than a teleportation array. After Lin Moya stopped, it took Di Huang a while to recover. He looked at the Bagua compass, which had stopped spinning, indicating no danger here. He finally breathed a long sigh of relief. In the law domain just now, the Bagua compass had spun so fast it almost smoked, and it kept shaking. He almost thought he would die there. Lin Moya's expression was serious, seemingly deep in thought. When he was silent, a faint pressure emanated from him, even making Di Huang, who had been in a high position for years, feel uneasy. He showed no signs of frustration after the failure. Instead, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Challenges made things interesting. Now he wasn't even a half-step supergod. When he reached half-step supergod or even supergod level, sweeping through that forest would be no problem. Di Huang asked softly, "What do we do now?" Lin Moya had already made up his mind, temporarily not returning to the forest. Before figuring out how to deal with the law domain, there's no way to retrieve the dragon pearl. Senior, please calculate the whereabouts of the other dragon pearl. Let's go take a look. Di Huang quickly agreed, taking out the Bagua compass to start calculating. The compass quickly gave a result, pointing in a general direction. Just like before, Di Huang led the way, and Lin Moya cleared the path. The absence of the bloodthirsty bees had no impact. The undead army cleared the way just as well. Lin Moya summoned 10,000 skeleton generals, each with supergod level combat power. Such a team was enough to roam the deep space. With Di Huang constantly calculating, changing direction dozens of times, they finally found the exact location of the dragon pearl. Lin Moya compared it with the map in his mind and found that the last dragon pearl was in the center of the deep space. Either at the edge or in the center, it was really a coincidence. The more coincidental it was, the more Lin Moya felt something was off. A day later, they were less than 100 kilometers from the last dragon pearl. Here, Lin Moya stopped. At this point, the dragon pearl in his hand also emitted a response, confirming that the last dragon pearl was indeed ahead. But at the same time, Lin Moya felt a sense of danger. There were no monsters or living creatures here, not even the weakest ones. This place was lifeless, eerily quiet. The Bagua compass in Di Huang's hand started spinning again, very fast, and shaking. This place was very dangerous, even deadly. Lin Moya's sense of crisis grew stronger, feeling that this place was even more dangerous than the previous forest. Senior, you should leave first. After much thought, Lin Moya decided to let Di Huang leave first. He feared that if there was any danger, he might not be able to take care of Di Huang. Di Huang also knew that with his strength, he would only be a burden here. When he retreated 100 kilometers, the Bagua compass suddenly stopped spinning. But as soon as he stepped into the 100-kilometer range, the compass would spin non-stop. Di Huang tried several times, and it was always the same. A step forward or backward made the difference between danger and safety. He reported this to Lin Moya, who became even more cautious. As he approached the location of the Dragon Pearl, his unease grew stronger. When he was 50 kilometers from the Dragon Pearl, his unease reached its peak. Lin Moya stopped again, sending a skeleton general ahead. He connected his vision to the skeleton general. The path ahead seemed clear, with no living creatures. After advancing 20 kilometers, a light appeared in the skeleton general's vision. Lin Moya saw the Dragon Pearl, shining in midair. Then, a massive force carrying mysterious laws spread out from the Dragon Pearl, causing ripples in the space and creating countless cracks, tearing the space apart. The skeleton general shattered, revived, and shattered again. Lin Moya couldn't dodge in time. The force had already passed through his body. The undead army collapsed, and then collapsed several more times. Purple light flashed on Lin Moya's body, activating his full rebirth talent. The wings of the undead vibrated rapidly, and Lin Moya disappeared from the spot. 0.1 seconds later, Lin Moya appeared beside Di Huang, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Di Huang was surprised by Lin Moya's sudden appearance and didn't have time to ask why before Lin Moya grabbed him and retreated another kilometer. Lin Moya stared ahead, and Di Huang followed his gaze. Suddenly, numerous cracks appeared in the space ahead, and Di Huang sensed an incredibly terrifying force. He felt that even a slight touch would tear him to pieces. But this seemingly terrifying force suddenly disappeared from where he had stood before. It appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly, very strange and illogical. Di Huang swallowed hard and asked, "What happened?" Lin Moya recalled what had just happened. If he hadn't left quickly, another wave would have finished him. It was an attack from the Dragon Pearl, forming a law domain within 100 kilometers. Approaching within 30 kilometers of the Dragon Pearl triggers its counterattack. The attack power reached true god level, at least true god level 4, with soul tracking. Di Huang didn't quite understand what Lin Moya meant by soul tracking. Lin Moya didn't explain, "We can't retrieve this Dragon Pearl for now. I need to ask Antares. Senior, what are your plans?" Di Huang said, "I also plan to return. I've gained a lot of insights recently, and I might have a chance to break through to the super god level." Di Huang had indeed gained a lot, experiencing life and death several times, leading to some enlightenment, especially following Lin Moya, which greatly broadened his horizons. This time, he planned to go back and meditate in seclusion, hoping to break through to the super god level. "Then I congratulate you in advance, Senior." Lin Moya sincerely congratulated Di Huang. Di Huang smiled, "I used to have too many distractions. Now, with you in the human race, I can rest assured and go into seclusion." Lin Moya shook his head, "I will soon leave this world. If you don't leave, you will still need to be the stabilizing force of this world." Di Huang didn't understand what Lin Moya meant by stabilizing force, but it didn't matter. He heard sincerity in Lin Moya's tone, and that was enough. Lin Moya took out the Dragon Pearl, "Then let me send you back." "All right." Chapter 853. Chapter 853, 853. Chapter 853, Rules of Deep Space, Starry Sky Giant Tree. Lin Moya used the Dragon Pearl and returned to Antares with Di Huang. "Lin." Antares opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Di Huang, and said, "The old guy is still alive." This was a rhetorical question, and there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Di Huang was not at all displeased. "Thanks to your grace, I am still alive." Facing Antares, Di Huang was extremely respectful. He had no choice. He was not Lin Moya and did not dare to speak casually with Antares. Antares said casually, "Looking at you, it seems you have gained a lot this time and have hope of breaking through to the super god level. Work hard when you go back." With that, Antares lightly waved his hand, and Di Huang was immediately sent back to the human world. Lin Moya took out the Dragon Pearl. "I have obtained 2 Dragon Pearls, and I also know the locations of the other 2. Antares opened his mouth and sucked in the 3 Dragon Pearls, swallowing them into his belly. He then asked, "Encountered trouble?" Lin Moya was not surprised that Antares could guess. If he hadn't encountered trouble, he would have brought the Dragon Pearls back. How could he know the locations but return empty-handed? Lin Moya nodded and recounted what he had encountered. The 2 Dragon Pearls in his hand were obtained easily, with almost no resistance. The Blood Race and the Swamp Lizard were nothing, and the Bloodthirsty Bees were just a minor nuisance. But the law domain that appeared in the forest at the end gave Lin Moya a headache. The soul couldn't be locked, and the corpse explosion lost its effect. The undead army was also blocked by the laws and couldn't exert its power. If Di Huang hadn't been there at the time, Lin Moya would have tried again to see if he could find another breakthrough. But considering Di Huang's safety, Lin Moya chose to retreat first. As for the last Dragon Pearl that formed its own domain, Lin Moya was really at a loss. After listening, Antares did not immediately respond to Lin Moya but fell into deep thought. Then, Lin Moya felt an invisible force rise from Antares and then disappear, seemingly entering some unknown void. The thick fog surrounding Antares also began to churn violently. After a while, Antares slowly spoke, "Trouble." The word trouble made Lin Moya's heart skip a beat. Even Antares said it was trouble, so it must really be troublesome. "Tell me about it." Lin Moya sat down to listen to Antares explain the trouble. Antares said in a deep voice, the dragon pearl that formed its own domain is relatively easy to deal with. As long as you take my dragon pearl and get close to it, not too close, within 10 kilometers, you can retrieve it. The dragon pearls would sense each other. If the dragon pearl was uncontrolled, it would sense the same kind within 10 kilometers. As long as Lin Moyo got within 10 kilometers, he wouldn't be attacked. According to Antares, someone must have tried to violently extract the energy from the dragon pearl. As a result, the dragon pearl's self-defense was triggered, forming this law domain. Antares' power was so strong that even without his control, the dragon pearl could still exert power beyond the 5th level of a true god. The creatures in the deep space couldn't withstand the dragon pearl's attack. That area had become a life-forbidden zone. For Lin Moyu, it wasn't that troublesome. Antares' voice grew lower. The other dragon pearl is the real trouble. That dragon pearl was obtained by the starry sky giant tree. They are trying to take the dragon pearl out of the deep space. If they succeed, it will be difficult to retrieve it. Lin Moyo could hear the urgency and helplessness in Antares' tone. Lin Moyo asked, can't you take action? With Antares' ability, if he took action, those mother trees would be nothing. Even the law domain would collapse instantly. Antares shook his head, if I take action, it will come at a great cost. Lin Moyo frowned, is the cost greater than losing the dragon pearl? The dragon pearl was very important to Antares. What kind of cost would make Antares choose to lose the dragon pearl rather than take action? Antares lowered his head, if I lose the dragon pearl, I can still cultivate it back, but it will be very troublesome. But if I take action, it will break the rules. He didn't continue, but Lin Moya somewhat understood. Breaking the rules, what rules, and who set the rules? This involved the secret of why Antares had been trapped here for countless years. Lin Moya didn't delve into this issue, the secret was beyond his reach. Lin Moya thought for a moment, what is the starry sky giant tree? Antares said in a low voice, the starry sky giant tree is a plant-type creature living in the great world. Very strong. Very strong. Stronger than you. Almost the same. Lin Moya found it strange. If he had encountered the starry sky giant tree, it wasn't that strong. If it were as strong as Antares, how could he have returned? He would have been killed instantly. Antares explained, what you encountered was not the main body of the starry sky giant tree, just a trivial branch. Lin Moya was shocked, you mean I encountered just a branch of the starry sky giant tree? Antares denied Lin Moya's words, it might not even be considered a branch, just a small twig after many splits. Lin Moya was shocked and instinctively asked, how big is the starry sky giant tree? How big? It depends on its realm and strength. If it's a true god-level starry sky giant tree, it should be over 10,000 kilometers. If it's a god-king level, multiply that by 10. Lin Moya was astonished it was that big. What he encountered was indeed nothing. Antares saw Lin Moya's shocked expression, are you surprised? No need to be. In the great world, there are many creatures larger than it. Strength cannot be judged by size alone. The starry sky giant tree naturally possesses two laws, the wood element law and the space law. Using space, it broke through the space barrier, allowing its branches to penetrate. But due to the rules of the deep space, its branches can only exert supergod level power, and the law domain is its power limit. While penetrating, it used its space law to obtain my dragon pearl and is trying to take it out. It seems it is close to succeeding. Antares explained the situation like telling a story. Lin Moyo asked, is there no way to deal with it? Antares said, of course there is. You need to master a domain and use a domain to counter a domain. This was indeed a solution, but the problem was that Lin Moyo hadn't mastered a domain. Is there no other way? Antares thought for a moment, if you reach the true god level, you can use stronger laws to crush its law domain. You are a native creature of this world and can exert true god level power in the deep space without any restrictions. This was as good as saying nothing. Lin Moyo couldn't help but say, don't joke around. Can't you suggest a more realistic solution? Chapter 854. Chapter 854, 854. Chapter 854, truly an excellent test subject. Antares chuckled, but to Lin Moyo, it seemed like a bitter laugh. Lin, his most important dragon pearl was about to be taken, yet he could still laugh. Antares said, there is a way, but it's too dangerous. Breaking through the law domain is not that easy. Lin Moyo coldly replied, cut the crap and just tell me. Antares shook his head, forget it, it's just a dragon pearl. I can cultivate another one in a few thousand years. Lin Moyo rolled his eyes, are you immortal? Even though Antares was at a very high level, he hadn't reached immortality. Even for the dragon race, its lifespan was limited. A few thousand years is not a few hundred years. Losing a few thousand years would have a significant impact on the future. Antares spoke lightly, but Lin Moyo heard the helplessness in his tone. He understood that Antares didn't want him to take the risk. But some risks are worth taking. Just say it, don't waste time. If you consider me a friend, then tell me. Lin Moyo urged, feeling annoyed by Antares' hesitation. Under Lin Moyo's repeated urging, Antares finally spoke. You have curse spells that can harm the soul and disrupt time. Although the starry sky giant tree has penetrated deep space, it has only sent a very weak part of its soul. This part of the soul does not exceed the 9th level of a supergod. As long as it hasn't reached the true god level, it will be affected by your curse. You need to use your curse skill to disrupt its time rhythm and harm its soul the moment it unfolds its law domain. This might break the domain law. Even if you break the domain law, the time you get will be very short, maybe only a few seconds. You need to clear all the mother trees within those few seconds. Once the starry sky giant tree is on guard, it will be difficult for your curse to disrupt its domain law again. If you fail, you might get trapped in the law domain, and escaping will be very difficult. Antares finally revealed the method. After hearing it, Lin Moya couldn't help but say, "Is it that simple?" Antares replied, "Simple my ass, you only have a moment's chance. Do you think it's like interrupting a monster's skill?" Lin Moya sneered, "What's the difference? Stop talking nonsense and send me over. I'll bring back the dragon pearl for you." Antares said, "What's the rush? It will take at least a few more years for them to get the dragon pearl out. You can wait until you are stronger, maybe even reach the super god level. Time waits for no one. The sooner we solve this, the sooner I can go back and sleep." Lin Moya didn't think so. If the dragon pearl was taken out earlier, there would be no place to regret it. It's better to take it back now. Even if his strength increased, the difficulty wouldn't decrease much. Antares didn't send Lin Moya over immediately, still hesitating. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? You might die." Lin Moya looked impatient. "Stop being so wishy-washy, like a weak dragon. Brat, if you want to die, go ahead." Antares roared and sent Lin Moya into deep space with a breath. In deep space, a spacetime passage suddenly appeared, and Lin Moya, covered in dragon breath, rushed out with sparks and lightning. Returning to deep space, Lin Moya didn't move. He let the dragon breath burn on his body, his eyes filled with memories. He remembered Antares once said that if he was in danger in deep space and got trapped, Antares would rescue him. At that time, Antares also said that if it took action in deep space, it would come at a cost. But back then, Lin Moya didn't know the cost would be so great. Even greater than losing a dragon pearl. Breaking the rules. What rules exactly? Antares wouldn't say, keeping it a secret. Obviously, the one who set the rules was very powerful, at least more powerful than Antares. What level was that person? Above the God King? An invincible being? Lin Moya couldn't guess. But no matter what, Antares was willing to break the rules and pay a huge price to save him. So, for Antares, taking a risk and fighting for his life was no big deal. He repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Lin Moya didn't have many friends, and Antares was the most important one, a life and death friend. The dragon pearl must be retrieved. Once Lin Moya made up his mind, he had to do it. But he wouldn't do it recklessly, he needed to make some preparations. In Lin Moya's mind, he already had a rough map of deep space. He knew where the super god level monsters were and where the stronger monsters were. Lin Moya led the undead army straight to the nearest place, where there was a 5th level super god monster. Although dealing with a 5th level super god monster was troublesome, it wasn't too difficult. After a battle, the monster was surrounded and killed by the undead army. A monster is just a monster, with some intelligence but not much. If it were a super god level expert from another race, it wouldn't be so easy to kill. The smell of blood spread again, and the undead army disemboweled the monster, releasing all its blood. They spread the blood over an area of 1,000 miles. The smell of blood would attract not only bloodthirsty bees but also many other monsters. Soon, a large number of monsters in deep space were attracted. Then, the roar echoed through deep space. This time, Lin Moya didn't hold back and blew up all the approaching monsters. With the first 5th level super god monster as a sample, even 6th level super god monsters couldn't resist. After killing a large number of monsters, Lin Moya spread the blood even further. He spread the blood all the way, attracting more monsters. Even the bloodthirsty bees were attracted in swarms. This time, Lin Moya used the bloodthirsty bees as test subjects. When the bloodthirsty bees were severely injured, they would fuse their souls, manifesting their souls and unleashing attacks close to the true god level. The speed of the bloodthirsty bees' soul fusion was very fast, almost instantaneous. Lin Moya used them for experiments, disrupting the fusion with a time curse at the moment of soul fusion. He had done similar things many times before. When he was weaker, he often used soul flames to interrupt boss skills. Now, he did it with ease. He successfully interrupted the bloodthirsty bee's soul fusion on the first try. After succeeding, Lin Moya didn't continue attacking but waited for the bloodthirsty bees to attempt a second soul fusion. His guess was correct, the bloodthirsty bees were stunned and started soul fusion again after a dozen seconds. Lin Moya kept his soul power focused on every move of the bloodthirsty bees. At the moment they started soul fusion, the curse arrived as expected. The soul fusion was interrupted again, and the bloodthirsty bees were completely confused. Although the bloodthirsty bees were strong, their intelligence was not high. Their actions were almost entirely driven by instinct. So they started a third soul fusion. Lin Moya carefully observed and interrupted again. This time, his timing was even better than the previous times. In Lin Moya's eyes, the bloodthirsty bee's soul fusion and the starry sky giant tree's law domain had similarities. Facing the starry sky giant tree's law domain, he only had one chance. So he used the bloodthirsty bees for practice. The bloodthirsty bees, in their confused state, repeatedly attempted soul fusion, only to be interrupted by Lin Moya each time. Lin Moya's timing became more precise with each attempt. He could even judge by the slight fluctuations of the laws. His sensitivity also improved unconsciously through repeated experiments. After dozens of experiments, Lin Moya finally let the bloodthirsty bees go. Truly an excellent test subject. Chapter 855. Chapter 855, 855. Chapter 855, I'm back again, interrupting the law domain. A branch of the starry sky giant tree penetrated the space barrier and entered the deep space. Lin. The branch proliferated, growing into a massive forest over 500 kilometers deep in the deep space. Parts of the branch grew into 1,000-meter tall mother trees. Then the mother trees grew roots and stems, proliferating more giant trees. At the same time, a large number of monsters appeared, like bacteria on the starry sky giant tree. When Antares described the starry sky giant tree, Lin Moya was also somewhat shocked. He didn't expect such creatures to exist in the great world. A single starry sky giant tree could be compared to an entire race. In fact, in the great world, the starry sky giant tree had destroyed entire races multiple times. The starry sky giant tree was an absolutely powerful and terrifying existence. Fortunately, their numbers were not many, otherwise, they would be a nightmare for most races. Lin Moya once again arrived in front of the forest, this time fully prepared. Behind him, the undead army was ready to go. After a few days, the forest seemed to have fully recovered. However, Lin Moya felt that the forest had not completely recovered. Compared to last time, it was still lacking. Obviously, the last battle had caused significant damage to the forest. It also made Lin Moya realize that the so-called starry sky giant tree was not as formidable as imagined. It was just a small branch, a tiny fragment of a soul, not invincible. At least before it unfolded its law domain, it was not his match. Lin Moya's will vibrated with the wings of the undead. The undead army, filled with a murderous aura, charged into the forest. The forest immediately erupted, with countless monsters rushing out, and branches turning into weapons to fight the undead army. Similar scenes had played out last time. The previously intact forest couldn't withstand the undead army's attack, and now it was even less likely to do so. The skeletal dragons spewed large amounts of dragon breath, burning the forest. The skeletal mages continuously detonated the undead laws, bombarding their targets. The newly born giant trees on the periphery had weak vitality and were much weaker in combat than before. Lin Moya led the undead army, killing their way in at an astonishing speed. The mother trees revived again, the ground cracked, and countless roots emerged to attack the undead army. The mother tree's attack power was very strong, enough to harm the undead army. But at this moment, Lin Moya left the battlefield. The wings of the undead vibrated violently, and Lin Moya instantly crossed the battlefield, charging into the mother tree's domain. The mother trees immediately launched a fierce attack on Lin Moya, with countless branches whipping like knives and whips. Large shadows appeared in the sky, and skeletal dragons descended to block the attacks for Lin Moya. At the same time, numerous monster corpses fell from the sky, raining down in the area where the mother trees were located. The skeletal dragons had flown above the mother trees early on, waiting for Lin Moya to take action. These monster corpses were all super god level 3 or higher, killed by Lin Moya in the past few days. As the corpses fell, Lin Moya locked onto a large number of mother trees. Planetary level spell, Corpse Explosion. With the sound of explosions, the mother trees were instantly severely damaged, falling in large numbers. Lin Moya moved quickly, continuously using Corpse Explosion to kill a large number of mother trees. The ground rumbled and cracked, and the mother trees' roots intertwined madly, gathering their energy. Lin Moya's body also began to glow. Planetary level spell, Strong Soldier. All attributes were raised to the extreme, causing an additional 500% damage. While casting Strong Soldier, Lin Moya's left hand seemed to hold a ball of light, shining brightly. At the moment the mother trees completed their energy gathering, the power of the laws began to erupt. At this moment, Lin Moya crushed the ball of light in his left hand. At the center of the law convergence, a red light appeared. Lin Moya had been watching with his soul all along, and with the experience gained from the bloodthirsty bees, he accurately found the center of the law energy convergence. The curse had been prepared long ago, waiting for the right moment. At the critical moment, at the instant of law convergence, he used the curse. The curse's range was very small, only affecting the center of the law convergence. At that center, there was a fragment of the starry sky giant tree's soul, which it used to unfold the law domain. It could only unfold the wood element law domain. The soul fragment was not strong enough to use the space law to form a domain. The soul fragment was harmed by the curse, screaming continuously. Its will was disrupted, and its time suddenly accelerated many times over. Its time and the external time became disordered. The converging power also became disordered. The just formed law domain shattered. The soul fragment screamed, transmitting waves of killing intent. Lin Moya sneered he came this time to kill it. If killing intent could scare him, he wouldn't have come. The collapse of the law domain gave Lin Moya a few seconds. For Lin Moya, a few seconds was not short. He could do a lot. A large number of monster corpses were detonated, and the 1,000-meter-tall mother trees fell one after another. The killed mother trees became the fuse for Lin Moya's explosions, becoming his most powerful weapon. In 5 seconds, half of the 1,000 mother trees were killed. Lin Moya sensed the laws converging again. The roots underground intertwined more tightly than before, and this time the law domain was converging from a depth of 100 meters underground. Moved underground. Lin Moya smiled slightly. The mother tree's roots were extremely developed, having penetrated the ground for countless meters over the years. This situation was within Lin Moya's expectations. From the beginning, his soul power had penetrated the ground, not missing a single detail. As long as he locked onto it with his soul, it couldn't escape, whether in the sky or underground. At the moment the laws converged, about to form a law domain, Lin Moya struck again, using the time curse. Soul damage, time flow change, the just formed law domain shattered instantly. Lin Moya sneered, filled with killing intent. This time, he wouldn't give the mother trees another chance. Corpse explosion blasted through, and the mother trees couldn't resist, falling one after another. In 4 seconds, all 1,000 mother trees were killed. As the mother trees were killed, all the trees in the forest exploded into fragments. The once lush forest turned into a barren land, with nothing left. Lin Moya did not let his guard down. He hadn't gained any experience, indicating that the fragment of the starry sky giant tree's soul was still alive, and he hadn't succeeded yet. Scanning with his soul, he found that a large number of roots still existed 100 meters underground. Before Lin Moyo could take action, the ground suddenly exploded. Countless dirt flew into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Numerous undead troops were blown away, flying backward uncontrollably. Finally came out. Lin Moyo saw an enormous branch, feeling its immense vitality. This branch was buried over 100 meters underground, 50 meters thick, and its length was immeasurable. Recalling Antares' words, this enormous branch was just one of the starry sky giant tree's many small branches. Moreover, it was an insignificant, most terminal branch. You deserve to die. A wave of malice was transmitted, and Lin Moyo felt the space around him change. He seemed to have entered the great world, standing before the true starry sky giant tree. The starry sky giant tree's branches and leaves spread across the starry sky, blocking the starlight. Even a single leaf could be as large as a star. The entire starry sky giant tree was even larger than the sun. The starry sky giant tree looked down at him, its killing intent shaking the starry sky, terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 856. Chapter 856, 856. Chapter 856, when you reach the great world, I will definitely kill you. You deserve to die. Another wave of killing intent swept over Lin. The soul world roared, and the 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a roar. Lin Moyo shuddered violently, waking up abruptly. He had just fallen into an illusion. Even a mere fragment of the starry sky giant tree's soul could create an illusion. Its soul power was unimaginably strong. However, with the protection of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, such an illusion could only affect him for a moment. Lin Moyo's consciousness returned to reality, and his thoughts trembled. Fusion spell, Death Dragon Knight. Fusion spell, Skeleton General. The undead army fused, transforming into 360,000 skeleton generals and 50,000 Death Dragon Knights. In the next second, the 400,000-strong undead army, all at super god level, charged straight down, attacking the branches of the starry sky giant tree with the fiercest assault. The branches whipped, shaking the undead army and cracking the ground, striking towards Lin Moyo. Finally, he saw the full appearance of the branch. It was a massive branch with a diameter of over 50 meters and a length exceeding 10,000 meters. It was covered with forks, looking like the branches of a willow tree. The wood elemental laws roared on the branch, but they did not form a law domain. The previous 2 interruptions and the destruction of the mother trees had dealt it a significant blow. It was now difficult to form a law domain. After all, it was just a fragment of a soul, with many limitations. It came here, proliferated mother trees, and through the mother trees, proliferated a large forest. These forests then rooted in the ground, absorbing the power from the earth. The deep space was rich in elements, which allowed this fragment of a soul to have the ability to form a law domain. As long as the law domain was formed, it would be almost invincible in the deep space. But now, with the forest destroyed and continuous curse attacks, the soul fragment was injured and could no longer form a law domain. Without the law domain, its strongest attack was only at super god level 9, which Lin Moyo was not afraid of. The massive branch whipped at Lin Moyo like a whip, but Lin Moyo was unharmed, not even moving a step. The undead army swarmed over again, firmly grasping the branch and fixing themselves on it. Axes, swords, dragon breath, and spells. They attacked desperately. The bark was very tough, and it took hundreds of attacks from the undead army to break it. Fragments flew, dancing in the air like smoke. But these were just surface wounds, not causing real damage. The branch shook wildly, but this time the undead army was prepared and could not be easily shaken off. Lin Moyo pointed his finger again, time curse. Red light descended, and the soul fragment screamed, suffering damage again. The damage was not fatal, but it was excruciating. The soul fragment's scream turned into a soul sound, like a sharp arrow piercing into Lin Moyo's soul world. The soul world trembled, but the glazed barrier outside blocked the arrow. The soul fragment roared madly, continuously attacking Lin Moyo, but it could do nothing to Lin Moyo's soul world. A massive gray-white gas flew out, landing on the branch. In an instant, the branch began to rot. The intense aura of death quickly spread, surrounding the entire branch in no time. Lin Moyo wielded the undead law, fully expressing the aspect of death. All vitality was erased at this moment, leaving only death where the law passed. The bark of the branch began to rot, becoming extremely fragile under the undead army's attacks. Then the wood of the branch also began to rot, with vitality disappearing, leaving only death. What kind of law is this? Lin Moyo heard the soul sound, filled with fear. He didn't know if the voice came from the soul fragment or the main body of the starry sky giant tree. But Lin Moyo knew that everything happening here had definitely been transmitted back to the starry sky giant tree. The main body of the starry sky giant tree must already know and must hate him. According to the rules of the great world, it had most likely marked him. This was the second time using the undead law. The first time, the undead law had disintegrated the soul manifestation of the bloodthirsty bees. The second time, the undead law easily broke the defense of the starry sky giant tree's branch. Without the protection of the bark, the undead army could attack directly. The undead law did not stop there, continuing to cause massive damage, even corroding the wood of the branch. Lin Moyo could hear the soul fragment screaming, but it was already too late. Finally, under continuous attacks, the branch completely collapsed. The soul fragment let out its final scream, dying within the undead law. Killed the soul fragment of the starry sky giant tree, level +1. As the soul fragment of the starry sky giant tree died, Lin Moyo's body glowed with the light of leveling up. Seeing the notification, Lin Moyo was stunned. What did it mean by level +1? He had never seen this before. In the past few days, he had killed hundreds of super god level monsters and tens of thousands of bloodthirsty bees, which only raised him from level 96 to level 97. After level 96, the experience required to level up was astonishingly high. He didn't expect that just killing a soul fragment of the starry sky giant tree would directly raise his level by 1. He went straight from level 97 to level 98. Not only that, but his soul level also increased, breaking through to level 98. Lin Moya felt that he had already touched the bottleneck of the half-step supergod level. As long as he could comprehend a bit more and learn to control the laws, he could break through to the half-step supergod level. At that time, he would be like Jiang Yi, becoming a level 98 half-step supergod. Whether at level 98 or 99, there was a chance to become a half-step supergod. The key was whether one could control the laws. The battle ended, and Lin Moya finally saw the Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl was already attached to the space barrier, with part of it even embedded in the barrier. If he hadn't come, the starry sky giant tree might have successfully obtained Antares' Dragon Pearl after some time. Antares might have lost his Dragon Pearl forever. But now, it was all over. Lin Moya reached out to take the Dragon Pearl. Suddenly, a powerful force flashed on the Dragon Pearl, pushing Lin Moya's hand away. What elemental law? Lin Moya was slightly stunned, knowing it was the work of the starry sky giant tree. His hand emitted the undead law, reaching for the Dragon Pearl again. The Dragon Pearl glowed again, and the wood elemental law clashed with the undead law. Invisible forces spread through the air, and Lin Moya controlled the undead law, pushing the power of death within it, finally overpowering the wood elemental law. It was clear that the starry sky giant tree had lost most of its power while passing through the space barrier and was also suppressed by the deep space. Otherwise, with Lin Moya's limited power, how could he contend with the starry sky giant tree? Finally, Lin Moya grabbed the Dragon Pearl and pulled it from the space barrier. As he took the Dragon Pearl, Lin Moya clearly heard a roar. The roar came from the starry sky giant tree, from an unknown time and space. Its years of effort had been destroyed by Lin Moya in an instant. How could it not be furious? Lin Moya saw a small dent on the space barrier, with a black dot at its center. The black dot seemed to lead to an unknown void. Lin Moya knew that this black dot was the passage created by the starry sky giant tree using its space law. Human scum, I remember your aura. When you come to the great world, I will definitely kill you. A deafening voice suddenly rushed into Lin Moya's soul world. Lin Moya's soul raised its head, seeing a projection of a giant tree outside the glazed barrier. The giant tree was infinitely large and terrifyingly vast. It was outside the soul world, staring at him menacingly. Lin Moya looked at the starry sky giant tree, his expression serious. Starry sky giant tree. Chapter 857. Chapter 857, 857. Chapter 857, leaving another mark, truly a fool. The dent on the space barrier was quickly repaired and disappeared in an instant. Lin Moya knew clearly that it was because the starry sky giant tree had left. It no longer expended its power, as the Dragon Pearl was no longer there, and wasting power was pointless. Years of effort had been destroyed in an instant, and the starry sky giant tree now hated him. The ever-present shadow of the starry sky giant tree outside the glazed barrier in his soul world was proof of this. This was the mark left by the starry sky giant tree. As soon as he reached the great world, it would find him through this mark and kill him. But so what? Lin Moya just wanted to call it a fool. Does it really think Antares is a pushover? It can leave a mark, but can't Antares remove it? This wasn't the first time a powerful being had left a mark on him. He was already used to it. He would just go back and ask Antares to remove it. With the Dragon Pearl in hand, Lin Moya didn't linger and flew towards the location of the last Dragon Pearl. The wings of the undead flapped continuously, and Lin Moya traveled thousands of kilometers in an instant, faster than a teleportation array. In just a few seconds, he had flown over 10,000 kilometers and arrived at the location of the last Dragon Pearl. This was the central area of the deep space, where the elements were extremely dense. The laws were evident, and cultivating here could greatly accelerate the comprehension of laws. There were no overly profound laws, but various elemental laws were complete. It could be imagined that there must have been a large number of monsters here before. But now, there wasn't a single monster, and it was eerily quiet. The last Dragon Pearl had somehow activated its self-defense mechanism. Its attack had reached the 5th level of a true god and could track souls. In the deep space, no one could withstand such an attack. Centered on the Dragon Pearl, the attack's radiation range reached 100 kilometers. This area had become a dead zone. A 5th-level True God's attack, with soul tracking, was something even Lin Moya could only withstand once. If there was a second attack, he might die on the spot. Lin Moya took out the Dragon Pearl given by Antares. The Dragon Pearls would sense each other, and as long as he got within 10 kilometers, it wouldn't attack him. Lin Moya was somewhat confident about this. His soul power flowed gently and then erupted, pouring into the wings of the undead. The wings of the undead flapped violently, and Lin Moya disappeared, leaving behind a space full of cracks. If Antares saw this scene, it would know that the wings of the undead had touched upon a very powerful law, the space law, which was on par with the time law. Lin Moya himself didn't feel it. He was fully controlling the wings of the undead, approaching the Dragon Pearl at the fastest speed. Lin Moya's speed was so fast it was like teleportation, but the Dragon Pearl's reaction was even faster. Just as he advanced to 40 kilometers, the Dragon Pearl suddenly flashed, and a massive force surged out like a wave. Lin Moya didn't dodge or evade, gritting his teeth and accelerating, charging in with all his might. The force passed through Lin Moya's body, causing the undead army in the spell star to collapse instantly, and then collapse 5 more times in succession. Then, purple light flashed on Lin Moya's body, activating his talent. All skills were reset. From this second, his talent would need 55 seconds to activate again. If he suffered the same level of attack within these 55 seconds, he would truly die. The world in Lin Moya's eyes slowed down, and he fixed his gaze on the Dragon Pearl, calculating the distance. His speed was so fast that it would only take 0.01 seconds to cover the distance. But the Dragon Pearl's attack frequency seemed even faster. The first wave of attack had been launched, and the second wave was starting. It began to flash, and once the second wave of attack was launched, even if Lin Moya got within 10 kilometers, it would be useless. The entire process took less than 0.01 seconds, and Lin Moya had only that instant. He could retreat or try again, but Lin Moya knew that if he chose to retreat, he might never have this sharpness again. Between life and death, Lin Moya chose to risk his life. His soul suddenly opened its eyes, and all his soul power surged into the spell star of the wings of the undead. The soul world roared. The spell star of the wings of the undead shone with unprecedented brilliance. A trace of a peculiar law began to emerge at this moment. Then Lin Moya disappeared, not because of speed but because he truly teleported. He instantly jumped tens of kilometers, appearing beside the Dragon Pearl, and grabbed it. His left hand held the Dragon Pearl given by Antares, and his right hand held the last Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Pearl that had been flashing suddenly became quiet, no longer aggressive. Lin Moya let out a long sigh of relief, sweat unconsciously dripping from his forehead. He had been genuinely nervous, just a little bit more, and he would have died. It was the first time he felt his life was on the line. If he had been 0.01 seconds slower, he might have really died. What he thought was a simple task turned out to be more difficult than dealing with the fragment of the starry sky giant tree. That was really thrilling. Lin Moya thought about the few seconds just now, feeling a thrill he had never experienced before. Even someone as calm as him had broken out in a sweat. His soul power was completely exhausted, his body extremely weak, and a sense of emptiness filled him. When his soul power recovered a bit, Lin Moya activated Antares' Dragon Pearl. Antares was not asleep, and its dragon eyes were filled with worry. Dealing with the starry sky giant tree, even just a fragment, was very dangerous. I wonder if that brat managed to handle it. With that brat's ability, even if he can't win, he shouldn't be in trouble. It's been several days, there should be some result by now. That brat never fights without confidence. If he takes action, he must be sure of victory. Antares muttered to itself, suddenly narrowing its eyes and looking ahead. With a twist of space, Lin Moya appeared in front of Antares. At this moment, Lin Moya didn't look well, his expression wary. Fortunately, the divine power of level 98 brought nearly 100 times the recovery rate of an ordinary person, and his soul was recovering at 100 times the speed of a same-level professional. In general battles, unless it's a soul battle, soul power wouldn't be exhausted. Soul power is the foundation of everything, and exhausting it is not good, it could harm the soul's foundation. Of course, Lin Moya didn't need to worry about this. At worst, he could die a few times and let his talent repair his soul. Antares grumbled, "Brat, what are you up to?" "Of course, I'm up to something," Lin Moya chuckled and took out the Dragon Pearl. Antares' eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. "You got them all." Lin Moya said irritably, "Are you blind? Can't you see for yourself?" Antares didn't mind Lin Moya's words, opening its mouth and sucking in all 3 Dragon Pearls. Then, it raised its head and let out a thunderous dragon roar. Chapter 858. Chapter 858, 858. Chapter 858, How much hatred, how much resentment. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. The entire ancient battlefield was shaking. Lin Moya saw the surrounding space collapsing, revealing the dark, endless void. In the void, energy turbulence was shooting out, breaking through the spatial constraints and entering the ancient battlefield. Each energy turbulence carried terrifying power, rampaging through, scaring all the monsters in the ancient battlefield into fleeing in panic. A terrifying aura rose from Antares, and the intense pressure spread out, making Lin Moya unable to move. Only at this moment did Lin Moya truly glimpse the tip of the iceberg of Antares' power. Just the aura alone made Lin Moya unable to resist. If the pressure increased a bit more, it could crush him to death. Lin Moya had no doubt that Antares could crush all true god-level beings with just its pressure. Antares' voice was filled with excitement and joy, and Lin Moya did not stop it, letting it roar to its heart's content. If it wanted to vent, it should vent properly. For a moment, countless monsters in the ancient battlefield died or were injured. Fortunately, all the humans had gone to the Abyss world to fight, and only some monsters were left in the ancient battlefield. A few minutes later, Antares finally calmed down. The space began to repair itself, forming barriers to block the energy turbulence and protect the weak creatures within the space. Antares laughed happily, "Sorry, I got too excited just now and couldn't help but roar." Understandable, if it were me, I might be even more excited. Lin Moya could somewhat understand the feeling of recovering something precious that was lost. The aura on Antares continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. It had long surpassed the limits of what the ancient battlefield could bear, even exceeding the limits of this world. However, Antares now had control, so it did not cause too much impact. Lin Moya asked, "What does the Dragon Pearl mean to your dragon race?" Antares chuckled, "That's a secret of our dragon race. Do you really want to know?" Lin Moya looked indifferent. "Say it if you want, don't if you don't." Antares shook its head. All right, I'll tell you. The Dragon Pearl has a significant role in our dragon race. One of its functions is to contain our dragon race's spells. Contain spells? Aren't spells formed by spell stars or spell planets? Lin Moya found it strange. Antares had mentioned before that the spells of strong beings in the great world were formed by spell planets and spell stars. What did it have to do with the dragon pearl? Antares explained, our dragon race has a secret technique that can integrate spells into the dragon pearl. This can enhance the power of the spells. This involves the second function of the dragon pearl. It also represents the strength of our dragon race. Simply put, the more dragon pearls, the stronger the dragon. After Antares' explanation, Lin Moyo understood. In addition to the common strength classification of true gods, god kings, and god emperors, the dragon race had a unique strength classification system. That was the dragon pearl. At the same level, the more dragon pearls a dragon had, the stronger it was and the higher its status. At the same number of dragon pearls and the same level, the more spells integrated into the dragon pearls, the stronger the dragon. Once spells were integrated into the dragon pearls, the power of the spells could be greatly increased. However, it also depended on the level of the spells themselves. The same dragon pearl, the same spell, integrating a planetary level spell and a stellar level spell, the power would be vastly different. The most perfect method was to integrate a stellar level spell into each dragon pearl. Of course, that was just a dream, impossible to achieve. This was a unique method of the dragon race, and outsiders could not learn it. This was also one of the reasons why the dragon race was powerful. Few races could match the dragon race at the same level. In addition, the dragon pearl had another function, which was inheritance. The dragon pearl carried the inheritance of the dragon race ancestors, which had extraordinary significance for the descendants of the dragon race. Lin Moyo asked, how many dragon pearls can a dragon have at most? Antares shook its head, I don't know. It is said that the dragon ancestor once had 36 dragon pearls, but that is just a legend. Normally, elemental dragons do not have dragon pearls. Only when they cultivate to the true god level and start transforming into holy dragons can they refine their first dragon pearl. When they refine the 9th dragon pearl, they can advance to become a divine dragon, like me now. Lin Moyo calculated that Antares had 16 dragon pearls, making it one of the top powerful beings in the dragon race, probably second only to the dragon god. Moreover, the dragon god had given 2 of its dragon pearls to Antares. It was unknown how Antares had digested them and what benefits it had gained. This was Antares' secret, and Lin Moyo did not pry. Lin Moyo pointed to his head, the starry sky giant tree seems to have left a mark on me. Help me clear it. All right. In the soul world, Antares' soul power flowed in, transforming into a smaller version of Antares. When it saw the shadow of the starry sky giant tree outside the soul world, it let out a strange cry, you really pissed it off. Lin Moyo asked in confusion, is there a problem? Antares said, the marks we usually talk about are just leaving a trace of aura, which can be roughly located. But this guy left a soul mark on you. It can accurately locate you through the soul mark. Moreover, the starry sky giant tree naturally understands some space laws and can even teleport directly to you. However, planting a soul mark comes at a cost. It will permanently lose a part of its soul, which is difficult to recover. This is different from splitting the soul. Planting a soul mark will take it at least 10,000 years to recover to its peak state. Moreover, the soul mark has a dual nature. If you are strong enough, you can also locate it through the soul mark. In other words, it has exposed itself to you. According to Antares, planting a soul mark was not something that could be done casually. The cost was too high. Without deep hatred, it was impossible to plant a soul mark on someone. Moreover, it was a double-edged sword. If unlucky, it could be counter-killed. Lin Moyo was speechless. Did it hate him that much? Was it just because he took the dragon pearl that was about to be in its grasp? Or was it because his soul curse caused it too much pain? Antares' expression was serious. Tell me how you dealt with it. Lin Moyo recounted the process and his method. Antares suddenly understood. No wonder it went to such lengths to plant a soul mark on you. It must have sensed the time law in your spell. It is said that the starry sky giant tree has a terrifying ability to seize others' laws. Our dragon race has records that the starry sky giant tree did not understand space laws many years ago. They only had wood elemental laws. At that time, the starry sky giant tree was strong but not as strong as it is now. Later, the starry sky giant tree devoured a strong being who had comprehended space laws. Then the starry sky giant tree gained space laws. I suspect it wants to seize your time law. Looking at the soul mark of the starry sky giant tree, Lin Moyo suddenly felt a chill. It actually wanted to seize his time law. Chapter 859. Chapter 859, 859. Chapter 859, like throwing a meat bun to a dog, it never comes back. Lin Moyo did not doubt Antares' words. Lin. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the starry sky giant tree would plant a soul mark on him. After all, this would cause self-damage and take at least 10,000 years to recover. No normal person would do such a thing. Lin Moyo asked, is there a way to remove the soul mark? Antares did not answer immediately but went outside the soul world, approaching the soul mark of the starry sky giant tree. Antares seemed to be sensing something, and Lin Moyo saw it close its eyes. After a moment, Antares spoke, come and take a look. Lin Moyo also flew over to observe the soul mark up close. The soul mark was a miniature version of the starry sky giant tree, emitting the unique aura of the starry sky giant tree. Lin Moyo looked closely and found that the roots of the starry sky giant tree were connected to his soul world. Antares said, the reason the soul mark is difficult to remove is that it is tightly connected to your soul world. If I forcibly remove the soul mark, it might damage your soul world. Of course, you have a talent that can regenerate your soul, but I am not sure if the soul world can regenerate. Moreover, the soul mark carries your aura, and your talent might regenerate the soul mark as well. Lin Moya thought for a moment. Let's try. Are you sure? If the soul world cannot recover, it will have a significant impact on you. Lin Moya said, I will eventually go to the great world. I can't have a knife hanging over my head. I don't want to enter the great world and have the starry sky giant tree appear in front of me and swallow me. If he had to wait until he grew strong enough to counterkill the starry sky giant tree, Lin Moya didn't know how many years that would take. The only option now was to try. Lin Moya had confidence in his talent. If his soul could fully recover, the soul world should not be a problem. As for the soul mark of the starry sky giant tree, it was ultimately a foreign object. After getting a definite answer, Antares said, then let's try. I will use less force. Lin Moya nodded, go ahead. A powerful aura erupted from Antares. A pair of giant dragon eyes appeared in the soul world. Lin Moya recognized that these were not the dragon eyes of wisdom. The dragon eyes of wisdom contained the light of wisdom, seemingly able to see through everything. But these dragon eyes contained death, possessing the power to destroy everything. Dragon Clan's secret technique, Eyes of Destruction. Antares explained, don't worry, I will be very careful. The Eyes of Destruction blinked gently at the soul mark of the starry sky giant tree, and two beams of light shot out, hitting the soul mark. Boom! A violent sound shook the soul world. The soul mark of the starry sky giant tree was severely attacked, becoming dim and flickering. A crack appeared on the glazed surface connected to the starry sky giant tree. The originally intact soul world now had a hole. Lin Moya couldn't help but groan, gritting his teeth in pain. Fortunately, he had experienced his talent before and had been burned by the fire of talent, giving him an extraordinary tolerance for pain. If it were someone else, their soul might have collapsed on the spot, dying instantly. Antares looked at Lin Moya with concern, how are you? Lin Moya gritted his teeth, I'm fine, keep going. The soul mark was still there, and Antares needed to continue. The Eyes of Destruction shot out two more beams of light, hitting the soul mark. The soul mark became even more illusory, and the soul world shook violently again, with the crack widening. Lin Moya let out another cry of pain. The originally intact soul world was now unstable. As the soul world was damaged, Lin Moya's soul body was also hurt. Lin Moya could feel his soul being severely injured. Keep going. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go all the way. Lin Moya's determination shocked Antares. When Lin Moya got ruthless, even Antares felt a bit scared. The Eyes of Destruction attacked again, bombarding the soul mark. This soul mark from the starry sky giant tree was very strong. It was tightly integrated with the soul world, inseparable. Destroying it would inevitably damage the soul world. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Under Lin Moya's repeated urging, Antares attacked again and again. Finally, the soul mark was completely destroyed. Lin Moya's soul world was also left in tatters. The originally intact glazed shield now looked like a leaky lantern, on the verge of collapse. Next was to activate Lin Moya's talent to repair the soul. Antares was very familiar with this process. Using the power of a 5th-level supergod, combined with soul tracking, with just one strike, Lin Moya's talent was activated. The talent tree in the soul world bloomed with brilliant light. Purple light illuminated all directions, and the soul world quickly regenerated in the purple light, with Lin Moya's soul fully recovering. It really works. Lin Moya hadn't even had time to be happy when he found that the soul mark had also regenerated. His excitement quickly turned to disappointment. Lin Moya felt a mix of emotions. His talent was too strong, almost to a perverse degree. But being too strong also had its drawbacks. Now even the soul mark could regenerate. This is troublesome. Lin Moya muttered. Now, in the small world, he was protected by the laws of the great world and the space barrier, so the starry sky giant tree couldn't come in. But as soon as he entered the great world, the starry sky giant tree would definitely come for him immediately. If it really wanted to seize his time law, it wouldn't let him go. The allure of the time law was self-evident. But he couldn't just hide in the small world forever. That would limit him to the supergod level. Lin Moya couldn't accept that. Antares suddenly said, something seems off. Lin Moya asked curiously, what's off? The soul mark seems weaker, but it's more tightly connected to your soul world. Lin Moya also sensed the soul mark and found it indeed weaker, by about 10%. As the soul mark weakened, it became more tightly connected to his soul world. Antares continued, no, your soul world seems a bit stronger. Lin Moya also noticed that his soul world had indeed become stronger. Connecting the two, Lin Moya realized something. Antares exclaimed, I understand, I finally understand. Your talent absorbed the power of the foreign soul while repairing your soul, integrating it into your soul world. Lin Moya's guess was almost the same as Antares' conclusion. So, if I die a few more times and activate my talent a few more times, I can completely absorb the power of the soul mark, and then the soul mark will disintegrate. Antares laughed. Not only will the soul mark disintegrate, but your soul will also advance further, bringing you closer to a 4th grade soul. The starry sky giant tree would never expect that it would lose both the wife and the army. Like throwing a meat bun to a dog, it never comes back. Lin Moya said irritably, can you stop using metaphors and get to work? Antares laughed, sharpening its claws, ready to do what it loved most. Brat, prepare to die. With an exaggerated roar, the Eyes of Destruction reappeared, starting a wild bombardment on Lin Moya's soul world. Chapter 860. Chapter 860, 860. Chapter 860, The Great World Rune Doesn't Want to Kill Me. Shu Linmuya found that his tolerance for pain was rapidly increasing. From initially being unable to bear the soul-wrenching pain, he gradually got used to it, and eventually even found it somewhat exhilarating. His soul world was repeatedly shattered and then restored under the purple glow of his talent. The soul world was visibly becoming more solid, while the soul mark of the starry sky giant tree was weakening at the same rate. In a distant corner of the great world, the starry sky giant tree was bewildered. It had paid a huge price to plant a soul mark on Linmuyu, but the mark had just disappeared. When it vanished, the starry sky giant tree was furious, thrashing its massive branches in the starry sky, breaking space and destroying several stars. But in an instant, the soul mark reappeared. This left the starry sky giant tree puzzled. The mark kept disappearing and reappearing, and with each cycle, the connection between the tree and the mark grew weaker until it was completely lost. This time, the soul mark was truly gone and did not return. The starry sky giant tree, in its confusion and anger, raged once more. Not only had its previous efforts been in vain, but it also failed to obtain the dragon pearl, and now even the soul mark was gone. In the vast great world, where could it find Linmuyu? Damn it, human boy, I remember your scent, you can't escape. I will kill you and devour your laws. The starry sky giant tree roared, its terrifying branches thrashing in the starry sky, causing nearby stars to shatter into dust. Finally absorbing all the soul marks, Linmuyu let out a long sigh of relief. The knife at his neck was removed. He had once again deeply experienced the dangers of the great world. The soul world, having absorbed the soul mark of the starry sky giant tree, became more solid. Originally, the soul world had a glass-like shield on the outside, a sign of a third-grade soul. Correspondingly, the third-grade soul was covered in a layer of golden light, looking like a golden body. After absorbing the power of the soul mark, the previously slightly murky glass gradually became transparent, turning into crystal. The golden light on the soul itself began to show a white glow. When the soul world became purely transparent, turning from glass to crystal, the soul also transformed from a golden body to white jade. A jade-like soul and a crystal world signify a fourth-grade soul. Linmuyu took a big step towards a fourth-grade soul with this opportunity. And Teres marveled, incredible. Linmuyu knew it was referring to his talent. His talent not only allowed for rebirth but also absorbed and converted the soul power of different species into his own. Such a talent was too defiant. Linmuyu smiled slightly. Come help me look at something. What now? Antares followed Linmuyu to the spell star of the wings of the undead. It looked like an ordinary spell star, neither forming multiple stars nor birthing laws. Antares didn't understand what was to be seen. Linmuyu said, "This is the spell star of the wings of the undead. You know its function well, but it seemed to have changed when I was trying to get the last dragon pearl." As he spoke, Linmuyu began to inject his soul power into the spell star. The star's light became dazzling. Then, with a light shout, Linmuyu injected all his soul power into it. The spell star shone brightly, illuminating the entire soul world. At that moment, its brightness surpassed all other spell stars. A peculiar aura emerged from it. Antares exclaimed, "Space Law." "So this is the Space Law," Linmuyu said softly, withdrawing his soul power. A large amount of soul power was consumed instantly, making Linmuyu feel a bit weak. Previously, to get the last dragon pearl, I fully activated the wings of the undead, which caused a phenomenon similar to teleportation. At the same time, I sensed a trace of law on the spell star, but I wasn't sure what law it was. Linmuyu's knowledge of laws was still insufficient, and he couldn't fully judge new laws. He needed more experience. Antares looked at Linmuyu like a monster. Chaos law, time law, space law, undead law. You're a freak. I think the Great World Rune cursing you is too lenient. The Great World Rune should have killed you, not let you live. Linmuyu chuckled, "Too bad, I'm still alive. Are you disappointed?" Thinking of the Great World Rune, Linmuyu noticed it was full of cracks. He thought to himself, maybe it didn't want to kill me, but it couldn't handle it. Antares snorted, extremely disappointed. Linmuyu knew what it was thinking, just being contrary. "Olden, let me ask you something. Why did I level up directly after killing the starry sky giant tree soul fragment, instead of gaining experience?" Antares wasn't surprised, answering casually, "That's because the level difference between you and it is too great. Although you killed only a soul fragment, it's like a clone, but its main body is too strong. In the world's rules, your action is like a newly transferred rookie killing a level 90 god-level professional. Experience can't be calculated, so you leveled up directly." From its words, Linmuyu caught some unusual information. "You mean the world's rules?" "What rules?" "The rules for your human professionals. You'll understand when you reach the great world." Antares didn't elaborate, and Linmuyu knew there must be a reason. He wasn't in a hurry, everything would be clear in the great world. Antares was heavily restricted in this world. Linmuyu sighed, "Alright, I'll go back now. I've been out for a while." Antares nodded, "I have something to tell you. You'd better find Lillian and put on a show with her." "Ha! Another show? What show?" Linmuyu was puzzled. The humans had already invaded the abyss, and the situation was very favorable. Lillian hadn't acted, so what show was needed? Antares explained, "Have you noticed that the power of faith has weakened?" Linmuyu nodded. He had noticed that the power of faith he received had been weakening over the past 6 months, more than having from its peak, but he never paid much attention to the power of faith, so he didn't care. He didn't understand why Antares suddenly mentioned the power of faith. Antares said, "The power of faith is somewhat useful, otherwise it wouldn't be one of the fundamental forces of your humans." Linmuyu believed Antares. "Alright, I know what to do." "Good, now you can go back and hug your wife." With that, Antares breathed out a large dragon breath, sending Lin Wuya back to the human world. Chapter 861. Chapter 861, 861. Chapter 861, hold tight, don't always think about women. A gentle breeze blew as Lin Wuya just flew out of the sea. The seawater was boiling and burning, and Terry's dragon breath had sent him back to the human world, directly into the sea. The dragon breath was so strong that it ignited the seawater. Lin Wuya helplessly flew into the air, waiting for the dragon breath to extinguish. After Lin Wuya left, and Terry's expression gradually became serious, the mist covering its body completely dissipated. Its body was glowing, enveloped in 9-colored light, shining brightly. Finally, it's all complete. How many years has it been? How many years? My dragon pearls have finally all returned. Antares muttered to itself, its tone slightly excited. Soon, I will be able to return to the peak. By then, all of you will have to wait for me. The debts owed to me, I will collect with interest. Old guy, don't think that giving me 2 dragon pearls will settle this matter. Not enough, far from enough. The light grew more dazzling, and Antares' aura was rapidly rising. With all the dragon pearls returned, Antares' power would return to its peak. Moreover, Antares had 2 dragon pearls given by the dragon god. Once it fully absorbed the power and inheritance within these 2 dragon pearls, it might be able to nurture its own dragon pearls. Antares disdained using others' dragon pearls. Gaining without effort would have many drawbacks. Only the dragon pearls it cultivated itself truly belonged to it. In the dragon race, dragon pearls represented strength, identity, and status. The number of dragon pearls was 9 at the extreme. Every additional 9 pearls would signify a major realm difference, and the identity and status would be vastly different. It is said that the dragon ancestor had 36 dragon pearls, being the head of the dragon race. The current dragon god had 27 dragon pearls, 1 major realm short of the dragon ancestor. Antares had 16 dragon pearls, 1 major realm short of the dragon god, but Antares was still considered an absolute powerhouse in the dragon race, second only to the dragon god. This time, Antares had the hope of cultivating 2 more dragon pearls, bringing the total to 18, reaching the peak of its level. By then, unless the dragon god personally suppressed it, Antares would fear no one else in the dragon race. As for whether the dragon god would suppress it, Antares knew some inside information and was not worried. Low dragon roars sounded one after another as Antares began to recover, climbing towards its former peak. When Lin Wuya returned to the manor, he was slightly surprised. Why is she here? In Lin Wuya's perception, Lillian was sitting in the hall. Shu Han was also in the hall, talking to Lillian. It was clear that Shu Han and Lillian had become somewhat familiar. It seemed Lillian had been here for a few days. Shu Han was drinking tea, and Lillian was drinking her own dragon blood wine. A faint bloody smell filled the air. When Lin Wuya appeared, Lillian sensed it and smiled, finally back. Lin Wuya walked into the hall. Seeing Lin Wuya, Shu Han's eyes showed joy. She got up and came to Lin Wuya's side, naturally holding his hand. You're back. Lin Wuya nodded. I'm back, sorry to make you worry. From Shu Han's eyes, Lin Wuya could see the worry. Shu Han smiled, it's good that you're back. Seeing the two being affectionate, Lillian couldn't help but sneer. Her expression clearly showed some disdain. Lin Wuya knew that for someone with great ambition, such matters of love were obstacles on the path to becoming stronger. Lin Wuya held Shu Han's small hand. You came to see me, is there something you need? Lillian glanced at Shu Han. Is it convenient to talk? Lin Wuya smiled. There's nothing inconvenient, go ahead. Lillian was straightforward. At the current pace, your human race will control the abyss in 1 to 2 years. I've almost completed what I promised you. What about what you promised me? Lin Wuya said, it's almost done. I'm already level 98, not far from becoming a super god. Lillian assessed Lin Wuya, feeling his powerful aura. He was indeed level 98. Once Lin Wuya reached the super god level, becoming the master of the world should not be difficult. By then, her plan would be fully realized. You came just for this? Lin Wuya asked curiously. Lillian rolled her eyes at Lin Wuya. Is that not allowed? My home is about to be torn apart by your human race. I'm here to urge you, is there a problem? So you don't lie in bed all day, delaying my plan. Lillian's words were always strong, but that eye roll was still full of charm. She was too beautiful, unbelievably so. Lin Wuya didn't know how a half-human, half-demon could be so beautiful. Lin Wuya smiled. You came at the right time. I also have something to discuss with you. What is it? Cooperate with me in a play. Another play. Yes, another play. Alright, tell me, how do you want me to cooperate? Lin Wuya explained his plan. Lillian glanced at Lin Wuya. You want to gather the power of faith, right? Lin Wuya was slightly surprised. How did she know? Lillian chuckled. Don't worry about how I know. Alright, I'll cooperate with you in this play. Let's set the time for half a year later. When your human race advances a bit more, and your power of faith weakens a bit more. Then I'll take action and create some trouble for your human race. Lin Wuya nodded. Alright, don't go too far. Lillian laughed. Don't worry, I know my limits. And you, hold tight, don't always think about women. After saying that, Lillian turned and left without looking back, leaving Shu Han blushing. That guy talks nonsense, even as a demon emperor. Lin Wuya smiled. She's just like that. In her mind, living is the most important. Becoming stronger is also for survival. She never values other things. Shu Han pulled Lin Wuya to sit down, pouring him hot tea. She still likes to drink dragon blood. Lin Wuya leisurely drank the tea, acting like a lord. When did she come? Shu Han thought for a moment. 3 days ago. She didn't say anything, just drank dragon blood and did nothing else. Invited her to eat, she didn't come. But I just saw you chatting with her. Shuhan nodded, didn't talk the first day, only 2 sentences the second day. I feel like she has something heavy on her mind. Maybe. Everyone has something on their mind. Lillian has her worries, and so does he. Many things can't be spoken, only borne alone. This trip to the deep space was fruitful. He leveled up twice, with both soul level and grade reaching level 98, finally achieving balance. The soul quality, which had just entered the 3rd grade, was now moving towards the 4th grade. Also, in the state of overdrawing soul power, he unexpectedly triggered the law contained in the Wings of the Undead spell. The space law, along with the time law, is in the first tier of laws. Very strong, extremely strong, but he was still far from comprehending it. Even the most familiar undead law could only be driven, not controlled. The future path is still long. Chapter 862. Chapter 862, 862. Chapter 862, Start Acting, Emperor D's Divine Assistance. After returning, Shu Linmuya spent 2 days with his wives and then resumed his cultivation. Lillian was right, he indeed needed to hurry up. Whether for himself or for Ningyi and others, he couldn't waste time. He was already at level 98 and could drive the laws. Next, to step into the half-step super god, he needed to try to control the laws. Driving the laws and controlling the laws, although both involve the use of laws, are fundamentally different. Driving is just using the laws. The laws do not belong to oneself and do not bear one's mark. You can use them, and others can use them too. Controlling the laws means gathering the laws into the soul and body, making them a permanent part of oneself, and marking them with one's unique imprint. This way, the laws become your private property. Manipulating them becomes more effortless. At the same time, the power of the laws will also increase significantly. It can be said that after becoming a half-step super god, the improvement in strength is the improvement of the soul and the degree of control over the laws. Just controlling 1% of a law can make one a half-step super god. Then continue to comprehend the laws, increasing the control to 2%. Although it only increases by 1%, the power of the laws has already doubled. A 2% control of the laws is also one of the basic conditions for becoming a super god. In the process of controlling the laws, continuously enhance one's attributes. Choose one of the 3 paths and break through one attribute to 10 million. Then, with a 2% control of the laws, one can step into the super god level. This is the process of becoming a super god. It sounds simple, but it is not easy to achieve. Linmuya was now proficient in driving the undead law. With a thought, a mass of grayish-white gas appeared in his hand. This is the undead law. It contains life and death, a complete undead law. At the same time, in the soul world, the small hand of the soul body also held the undead law. Whether using the physical body or the soul to drive the undead law, it only takes a thought. But when Linmuya tried to imprint his soul mark on the undead law, to mark it with his unique label, he couldn't do it. The undead law always remained on the surface. It could be used when needed and dissipated when not needed. It never reached the level of controlling the laws. Linmuya knew this couldn't be rushed, it required time and comprehension. Just like when he comprehended the undead law, perhaps a moment of enlightenment would do it. Now he had all the basics, only lacking the final push. Time passed day by day. The situation in the abyss became increasingly favorable for the human race. The living space of the abyss demons was continuously compressed, and they retreated step by step. The human race, suppressed by the abyss demons for so many years, finally had a chance to shine in this war. One thrilling victory after another was recorded in history. In the face of victory, the human race became confident, strong, and self-assured. From initially worshipping Linmuya to later not completely relying on his power. In less than 2 years, the worship of Linmuya was rapidly declining. A misconception of "I can do it" too emerged. As a result, the power of faith significantly weakened, and this trend continued to grow. One day, the demons began to resist. The demon emperor appeared on the battlefield and severely injured the human race in just a few moves. Then, the demon emperor continued to act, and the demons started to counterattack. The human race began to retreat step by step. This time, the human race was stunned. Before the demon emperor appeared, some even said that the demon emperor was afraid and didn't dare to act. Some even claimed that even if the demon emperor acted, they could still defeat her. Until now, when the demon emperor truly acted, people realized the vast difference in strength. Meng Yanwen, Bai Yaiwan, and Yan Quanqing knew about the cooperation between the demon emperor Lillian and Linmuya, and that Lillian wouldn't act. This was their confidence in exterminating the abyss demons this time. But now, Lillian suddenly acted, leaving the 3 puzzled. Did the demon emperor regret it? It shouldn't be. If she wanted to act, she would have done it long ago, not waited until now. Then why? Why not ask Xiao? After some discussion, Meng Yanwen decided to go back and ask Linmuya if there was any change in his cooperation with the demon emperor. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. The aura shocked Meng Yanwen and the others, but it also felt very familiar. Bai Yaiwan's eyes flashed with brilliance. The old man is back. Didn't Emperor D leave? Why is he back? Who cares, it's good that he's back. With the old man here, we don't need to disturb Xiao. Emperor D, like the demon emperor, was a level 99 half-step super god. The two were evenly matched. With Emperor D here, there was no need to fear the demon emperor. Emperor D returned to the human world and secluded himself for half a year without much breakthrough. Suddenly, he thought of the frontline battlefield and, on a whim, remembered his continuous battles and breakthroughs when he was young. He realized he needed battles to help him break through. So he came to the abyss world, to the front line. Emperor D didn't stay in the army, only using his aura to inform everyone of his arrival. Then he single-handedly charged towards the Demon Emperor. A fierce battle ensued. All professionals could feel the massive energy vibrations in the distance. The distant world seemed like the end of the world. It was an extremely fierce battle, with Emperor D and the Demon Emperor fiercely clashing. The aftermath alone was enough to kill them. Even Meng Anwen and the others couldn't get close. The gap between high-level gods and half-step super gods was vast. The difference between driving and controlling the laws was significant. The news of Emperor D's return spread quickly. Emperor D had guarded the human race for over 100 years and had immense prestige. His appearance greatly boosted the human race's morale. Just when everyone thought Emperor D could hold off the Demon Emperor, the battle that lasted for 2 days ended. Emperor D was defeated, and the Demon Emperor's shadow loomed over the sky, roaring. The terrifying image of the Demon Emperor, transformed by Lillian, attacked the human army. With Emperor D defeated, no one in the human army could resist the Demon Emperor, and they had to retreat again. Since the Demon Emperor acted, the human race had been retreating continuously. The territory they had taken over a year to conquer was lost in less than 2 months. After discussing, Meng Yanwen and the others decided to find Lin Huio. Currently, it seemed that only Lin Huio could deal with the Demon Emperor. Meng Yanwen left the abyss and rushed back to Shijing City as quickly as possible. In the manor, Meng Yanwen met Lin Huio. Lin Huio had been staying in the small garden at the back of the manor, comprehending the laws. After half a year of comprehension, he seemed to have made some progress, but it was always just a bit short. "Teacher, why are you here?" Meng Yanwen's arrival was within Lin Huio's expectations. He knew the Demon Emperor had acted, and the human race's situation was probably not good. Meng Yanwen didn't waste words and explained the recent situation, including the battle between Emperor D and the Demon Emperor, which ended in defeat. Lin Huio was slightly stunned, even Emperor D was defeated. Meng Yanwen nodded. The old man seemed to have made some progress after returning from the deep space, but he still couldn't match the Demon Emperor. Lin Huio was secretly delighted. Emperor D's action was unexpected. Not only did Emperor D act, but he was also defeated. This was a divine assistance to his plan. Lin Huio's expression remained unchanged. "How are the casualties of the army?" Meng Yanwen sighed. "We retreated early and quickly, so the casualties were not severe." "Xiao, has there been any change in your cooperation with the Demon Emperor?" Lin Huio nodded slightly. "Indeed, there has been a slight change." Chapter 863. Chapter 863, 863. Chapter 863, Fake Play Becomes Real, Stepping into Half-Step Super God. Shu Lin Huio did not tell Meng Yanwen the truth this time. The fewer people who know about this play, the better. From Meng Yanwen's words, it was clear that the Demon Emperor had indeed shown restraint. Many were injured, but not many were killed. It affected morale but did not deliver a fatal blow. Lin Huio promised to go to the abyss and fight the Demon Emperor within the next 2 days. After Meng Yanwen left, Ning Yi and the other 3 surrounded him. Ning Yi held Lin Huio's hand. "Is it okay to hide this from Grandpa Meng?" Ning Yi and the other 3 were aware of Lin Huio's play with the Demon Emperor. Mo Yun was also worried. "Isn't this supposed to sharpen the blade? But now the human race's morale is gone, doesn't that make sharpening the blade meaningless?" Lin Huio smiled slightly and took out a large knife. His palm turned into golden iron, and he stroked the blade. The blade immediately emitted a sharp aura, as if it had been sharpened. After sharpening, the blade becomes sharp. "But if I keep sharpening?" Lin Huio sharpened it a few more times, and the blade became sharper and then cracked with a bang. Shu Han smiled. "Husband means that the blade needs to be sharpened, but there must be a limit, otherwise it will break." Lin Huio smiled slightly. "Too much steel is easy to break. I admit, I was too optimistic at first. This war went too smoothly, and initially, it did sharpen the blade, but later it became blindly arrogant. And I also have selfish motives. This time, I plan to be selfish." As his strength increased and he came into contact with a larger world, his vision also broadened. Lin Huio's mindset had subtly changed. Seeing this world as a chessboard, Lin Huio had gradually shifted from being a chess piece to becoming a chess player. He had a greater sense of the big picture and knew better what to do to gain the most benefit. How to keep the human race always at its most vigorous, but not blindly arrogant. Lin Huio thought a lot and knew what to do. Perhaps there would be some casualties in the process, just like sharpening a blade, always scraping off the surface shavings. These minor damages were unavoidable. Ning Yi and the other 3 could understand Lin Huio's words and sympathize with his thoughts. Over the years of marriage, Lin Huio had shared a lot with them, broadening their horizons as well. Seeing a different world naturally changed their thoughts. Moreover, they supported Lin Huio unconditionally. 2 days later, Lin Huio arrived at the abyss. The abyss demons were fighting fiercely with the human army. The Demon Emperor had also taken action, and the human army was retreating step by step, in a very unfavorable situation. The human race's morale was low, and although they resisted with all their might, they were somewhat powerless. Lin Huio's arrival was very high profile, with an undead army of over 1 million charging like a tsunami. Each member of the undead army had the combat power of a half-step super god. The demons fell like wheat, instantly suffering countless casualties. His appearance instantly changed the battlefield situation. All the human warriors exclaimed, "It's General Lin! General Lin is here! General Lin is so powerful, his undead army is much stronger than the demons. Even the Demon King can't stop him, he will be killed in an instant. How ridiculous, I thought we could compare with Lin Huio if we worked together, what a joke. Indeed, it's laughable. Even if we are tied together, we are not as good as General Lin. General Lin is truly the strongest of our human race. With him, why worry about the abyss not being pacified? Lin Weil felt the power of faith becoming strong again. His appearance changed the battlefield situation and shocked everyone. The power of faith not only returned to its previous level but was even stronger than before. Lin Weil's heart moved slightly, and many insights surged into his mind. A wisp of the undead law appeared in the small hand of his soul. This time, the undead law did not dissipate but slowly rotated in the small hand of his soul. The undead law seemed to have become his private property, marked with his own label. This was a sign of controlling the law. Lin Weil's heart beat violently twice, the power of faith. He did not expect that the power of faith would have such an effect. The barrier that had been preventing his breakthrough was pierced with the help of the power of faith. Lin Weil realized that the power of faith was indeed a good thing. Since that was the case, he would play the full set. The more power of faith, the better. The Demon Emperor's shadow appeared in mid-air, and as agreed, the Demon Emperor attacked Lin Weil. The momentum was immense, energy surged, and the laws roared. The terrifying pressure of the Demon Emperor swept out, suppressing all the human professionals, making them shiver. Only Lin Weil was unaffected and fought fiercely with the Demon Emperor. The undead army fought alongside Lin Weil, besieging the Demon Emperor. The battle was real, not fake at all. At this moment, the Demon Emperor did not hold back at all. This was also agreed upon in advance, a fake play becoming real. The aftermath of the battle injured all the human professionals, scaring them into retreating quickly. The undead army also arrived in time to resist the impact for the human army. General Lin is so great, fighting the Demon Emperor and still protecting us. I used to think General Lin was just SOSO, how shameful. Yes, I really want to dig a hole and hide, it's too embarrassing. I've decided, from now on, General Lin is my idol, and my descendants will take General Lin as their role model. Many people swore, worshipping Lin Weil immensely. The power of faith increased again, reaching an unprecedented level. Various insights into the laws came one after another. Finally, a wisp of the undead law entered the small hand of his soul. Lin Weil trembled all over, feeling a fusion with the law, as if part of it had become one with him. As this wisp of the law merged into his soul power increased sharply. Lin Weil's whole body shone brightly, completing the breakthrough in battle, stepping into the half-step supergod realm. After becoming a half-step supergod, Lin Weil's combat power increased sharply. Even with just 1% control of the law, the power was much stronger than before. His combat power increased sharply, and the battle with the Demon Emperor came to an end. In a full-force clash, a big hole was blasted in the sky. Behind the big hole was the dark and deep endless void. Lin Weil returned from the void, looking unscathed. But the Demon Emperor was nowhere to be seen. Everyone who saw this knew that Lin Weil had won, and the Demon Emperor had been driven away. The demons were also completely defeated under the slaughter of the undead army. The human army finally won again after continuous defeats. This victory was brought by Lin Weil, who turned the tide. This battle proved Lin Weil's strength, showing that he was even stronger than Emperor D. Lin Weil once again became a legend of the human race, the strongest existence, invincible. When this news spread back to the human world, more and more people began to worship and admire Lin Weil. The power of faith grew stronger and stronger. Lin Weil had discovered a benefit of the power of faith: it could accelerate his understanding of the laws. Lin Weil did not stay long in the Abyss world. After greeting Meng Yanwen and others, he returned to the human world. Meng Yanwen also understood that the battles in the Abyss world still had to be handled by them. Lin Weil only solved the Demon Emperor for them, and the other demons still had to be dealt with by them. Lin Weil could not protect them forever. Ultimately, they had to rely on themselves. Meng Yanwen looked at the human army with high morale, deep in thought. I think something is not right. Chapter 864. Chapter 864, 864. Chapter 864, I'm about to break through. Meng Yanwen's senses were very sharp. After much contemplation, he left the Abyss world. The Divine Tower of Xinxia intertwined to form a teleportation array, bringing him back to Shijing City. As soon as he arrived at Lin Weil's home, he saw Lin Weil standing in front of the manor. At this moment, Lin Weil had already stepped into the half-step supergod realm. Standing there motionless, he exuded a faint sense of majesty. Teacher. Lin Weil's voice reached Meng Yanwen's ears, making Meng Yanwen feel as if Lin Weil had been waiting for him. The next second, Lin Weil was already in front of him, smiling. Teacher, I know why you came. You know why I came? Meng Yanwen looked at him. His disciple was extremely intelligent. Many times, without needing to speak, Lin Weil could guess his thoughts. Lin Weil nodded. This play can fool others, but it definitely can't fool you. Meng Yanwen snorted lightly, showing a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Why did you hide it from me at the beginning? Lin Weil said, I just wanted to make the play more realistic, so the fewer people who knew, the better. But I would definitely tell you afterward. Meng Yanwen took a deep breath. He understood Lin Weil's character well enough to know that Lin Weil wouldn't do anything harmful to the human race. Since he decided to stage this play, there must be a purpose. Lin Weil invited Meng Yanwen into the manor, respectfully made tea for him, and then slowly said, I did this for 2 reasons. First, to suppress the arrogance. While sharpness should not be lost, it shouldn't be overly arrogant either. Teacher, you must have noticed this. Meng Yanwen nodded. He had indeed noticed. As the war progressed more smoothly, many people began to become arrogant, not taking the Abyss demons seriously at all. In their words, even the ancestors of the human race were considered incompetent. Lin Weil said in a low voice, this kind of atmosphere cannot be allowed to grow, so it needs to be suppressed. That's the first reason. The second is my selfish motive. I need a special power called the power of faith. In fact, I had already obtained the power of faith, but it has been weakening over the past 6 months. This time, while knocking them down a peg, I also sought some benefits for myself. Lillian acted with restraint, so there shouldn't have been any casualties. Lin Weil was right. Lillian acted with restraint. Most of the human race was only injured, not killed. Injuries were not scary even if they lost limbs, they could grow back. Meng Yanwen took a sip of tea. Did you achieve your goal? Lin Weil nodded, yes, and the effect was very good. Teacher, you should be able to see that. After a long time, Meng Yanwen sighed deeply, you. He didn't blame Lin Weil but rather felt a sense of relief, relieved that Lin Weil had truly grown up. Lin Weil also knew that he had jumped out of the chessboard of this world, transforming from a chess piece to a chess player. Lin Weil didn't say anything more. He had said everything that needed to be said. How Meng Yanwen thought was beyond his control. He believed Meng Yanwen would understand. After drinking several cups of tea, each time Lin Weil respectfully refilled his cup, Meng Yanwen slowly stood up. Teacher is going back to the Abyss world. Lin Weil nodded. After this battle, I believe the Abyss world can be pacified. Yes. Meng Yanwen responded and teleported away. After sending Meng Yanwen off, Lin Weil finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Meng Yanwen and the others to have any misunderstandings. Now that everything was out in the open, at least there wouldn't be any grudges. In the following time, Lin Weil no longer concerned himself with the war in the Abyss world. As long as the Demon Emperor didn't act, the overall situation in the Abyss world was already set. The Abyss demons would be scattered and eventually completely eliminated. Although there were some mishaps in the process, the human race's blade had been sharpened. From now on, the human race would have faith in themselves and the motivation to become stronger. At least for the next 100 years, there wouldn't be any major changes. Unknowingly, Lin Weil had already paved the way for the entire human race. Strands of laws swam like small fish in the ocean of his soul. These were the undead laws that Lin Weil controlled, marked with his unique label. Don't underestimate these few strands of laws, their power was several times greater than before. The strength of laws is not determined by quantity but by how much one understands and controls them. Lin Weil currently controlled 1% of the laws, just meeting the standard of a half-step super god. With the successful comprehension of the laws, Lin Weil's soul power also surged, just one step away from level 99. Level 99 is the maximum level for human professionals and the limit of a half-step super god. One could either be stuck at this level for life or take one more step to reach the super god level. However, reaching the super god level in a small world is not easy. Reaching the super god level in a fragment world is even more impossible. Lin Weil's life became very regular, alternating between cultivation and spending time with his 4 beautiful wives. Lin Weil was not in a hurry with his cultivation, adhering to the principle that haste makes waste. Finally, after half a year, Lin Weil's soul level reached level 99. At the moment of the soul's ascension, Lin Weil's level also rose. He smoothly reached level 99. The talent tree continuously fed back soul power. As long as Lin Weil could elevate his soul level, increasing his level and replenishing soul power would be easy. During this half year, his understanding of the undead laws deepened, and the undead laws within his soul body gradually increased, moving towards the 2% threshold. Lin Weil checked his attributes and couldn't help but smile. Name, Lin Weil. Profession, Undead Holy King, Unique. Level, 99. Strength, 3,750,000. Agility, 3,750,000. Spirit, Constitution, 4,836,900. At this moment, his spirit attribute was just one step away from 10 million. Lin Weil did not equip the monarch's scepter. He wanted to break through to the super god level purely with his own attributes. This is the best way to break through. Using formations or equipment to meet attribute requirements would be a lower method. Since he had already chosen the hardest and strongest path, he naturally wanted to use the best method to break through, relying solely on himself, without external aids. Now, his spirit attribute was just a bit short. As he continued to comprehend the laws, his soul would further strengthen, and his spirit power would increase along with his soul. Breaking through to 10 million attributes would be no problem. 3 months later, the Abyss had been pacified by the human race. Like the dragon race, only a few scattered demons remained in the Abyss, unable to cause any major trouble. The human army had already withdrawn, leaving only a few small units in the Abyss. The Abyss world, which had opposed the human race for thousands of years, finally came to an end. In the Abyss world, the eternal Abyss fire had become very weak. The Demon Emperor in the core area had disappeared without a trace, along with the Demon Emperor. The death of the demons caused great damage to the Abyss world. This fragment world became weak. 3 months later, Lin Weil stood before Antares. I'm about to break through. Chapter 865. Chapter 865, 865. Chapter 865, Breakthrough to Super God, Master of the World. Antares seemed to be dozing off. Hearing Lin Weil's voice, he reluctantly woke up. Lin Weil's eyes narrowed into a slit. Then just break through, no need to report to me. Lin Weil asked, is there anything I need to be careful about? Antares casually replied, it's just breaking through to the super god level, what's there to be careful about? Are you sure? Lin Weil was a bit skeptical. A glint of cunning flashed in Antares' eyes, making Lin Weil realize that things were not that simple. However, Antares still said, absolutely sure. It's just breaking through to the super god level, no big deal. Lin Weil snorted, I'll give you one more chance, think carefully before answering. You're so noisy, ever since I met you, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Antares shook his head and shouted loudly, when you break through to the super god level, you will enter the core of the world and see the world's origin. If you use your soul to subdue the world's origin, you can become the master of the world. The whole process is no different from when you subdued the ancient tower. Such a trivial matter, you've been to the world's core before, what's there to ask? The basic trust between a man and a dragon, you have greatly disappointed this dragon. Antares rambled on, and Lin Muya snorted, too lazy to pay attention to him. Such an important matter, yet he didn't tell him. Can this guy be trusted? Lin Muya realized that Antares had been corrupted by him. I'll come to you after I break through, I hope I can succeed. Antares snorted, with the quality of your soul, what difficulty can there be? It's a sure thing. In the human world, Lin Muya chose an uninhabited island, surrounded by hundreds of miles of ocean. He didn't know how much commotion breaking through to the super god level would cause. After all, the human race hadn't produced a super god in over 1,000 years. Lin Muya stood alone on the island, making final preparations. Strands of laws wandered in his soul, and Lin Muya felt that he was getting closer and closer to controlling 2% of the laws. His mental attribute had already exceeded 10 million points, meeting the basic requirement to become a super god. Now, he just needed the laws. Unconsciously, Lin Muya recalled all the events he had experienced since his career change. Scenes flashed before his eyes like a movie replay. The reason the human race hadn't produced a super god in so many years was mainly due to the ancient war. The war almost exhausted the world's power, and the worlds will fell into a deep sleep. Without the support of the world's power, it was very difficult for the human race to break through to the super god level. Half-step super god was the limit. In addition, the Abyss world and the Dragon world, these two parasites, continuously extracted the world's power. Until now, the entire world had not fully recovered. Last time, Lin Muya sent a portion of the refined world's power into the world's origin, which allowed this world to recover somewhat. Hopefully, after devouring 2 fragment worlds, the world can return to normal. Lin Muya's body began to glow, becoming increasingly brilliant. The undead law radiated from his soul, like a thin mist, enveloping Lin Muya. Lin Muya felt as if he heard a cracking sound, like thunder in his ears, something seemed to break. The undead law he originally controlled suddenly increased significantly, from 1% to 2%. It seemed like a small increase, but it actually doubled. Each additional percent of control over the laws brought earth-shaking changes. As the laws broke through the bottleneck, his soul began to grow rapidly again. His soul level also leaped from level 99 to a new realm, the realm of the super god. As his soul level increased, his soul power also began to grow rapidly. The talent tree poured out all the accumulated power. Soul power and soul level, like good friends, one in front, one behind, chasing each other. Lin Muya felt as if he had entered a new world, his entire body's power was skyrocketing, and all attributes were increasing crazily. The difference between the super god level and the half-step super god level was enormous. Even if 10 half-step super gods besieged an ordinary super god, they would still lose. Unless, like the Undead Legion, they combined the power of thousands of half-step super gods to kill one. Lin Muya instinctively checked his attributes. He found that all his attributes had disappeared. He remembered what Antares had said, that attributes were no longer important after reaching the super god level. What mattered was the understanding of the laws and the level and quality of the soul. The stronger the laws, the stronger the power. The stronger the soul, the stronger the power. There was no primary or secondary between the two. A true powerhouse could advance both the soul and the laws simultaneously. Lin Muya knew he was at a disadvantage in this regard because of the existence of the Great World Rune. His laws couldn't integrate into his spells. Even if the spells carried their own laws, they were still not as good as those he comprehended himself. Fortunately, his spells were all star-level spells, strong enough and numerous. Plus, his talent was extremely strong, enough to compete with the powerhouses of the Great World. Lin Muya felt the continuously increasing power, slightly excited. A will descended between heaven and earth, and Lin Muya felt it was the world's will. The world's will came with goodwill, as if congratulating Lin Muya on breaking through to the super god level. Then Lin Muya's consciousness entered a magical space, the core of the world, where the world's origin was stored. Last time he came, Lin Muya left a trace of his aura here, expressing his goodwill. Until now, that trace of aura still existed. At that time, his strength was not enough to gain the recognition of the world's origin, but today was different. Today, he had already become a super god and had enough qualifications. Soul power, like a stream, gently wrapped around the world's origin. Then he imprinted his soul aura on it. The world's origin surprisingly did not resist, allowing Lin Muya to do as he pleased. The process was completely different from when he subdued the ancient tower. Lin Muya felt the weakness of the world's will, and also a bit of grievance. The ancient war severely injured the world's will, causing it to fall into a deep sleep, and the world's power was almost exhausted, never fully recovering. Until Lin Muya obtained the cores of other worlds and extracted the world's power for it, it began to recover slowly. Lin Muya expressed his goodwill and received its recognition. Don't worry, I will help you recover. I won't let anyone bully you again. I am a part of this world, I was born here, grew up here, I am a descendant of this world. We are one, bullying you is bullying me. Lin Muya continuously expressed his goodwill. He knew the world's will could understand his meaning. The whole process was extremely smooth. The world's will did not resist at all, until Lin Muya completed the imprint on the world's origin. At the moment the imprint was completed, Lin Muya felt he had control over the entire world. Everything in this small world could be manipulated by him. If he wanted a mountain to appear somewhere, a mountain would appear. If he wanted an ocean to appear somewhere, it would become an ocean world. If Lin Weil wanted to know what was happening in a corner of the world, he could see it directly. Everything happening in the world could not escape his perception. This feeling was extremely wonderful, and Lin Weil was somewhat addicted. Is this the feeling of being the master of the world? After becoming the master of the world, he felt the weakness of the world's will again, and the deficit of the world's power. Lin Weil smiled. Let's get you something good to eat first. Chapter 866. Chapter 866, 866. Chapter 866, Remaking the World. The thoughts conveyed by Lin Weil made the world's will feel happy. The world's will, like a child, also gave feedback with a joyful intention. For the world's will, the most wonderful thing is to devour other worlds. The Abyss world and the Dragon Race world, these two fragment worlds, have been continuously absorbing the power of this world since the descending day. The world's power that had barely recovered was largely absorbed by them. In the instinct of the world's will, it was full of hatred towards these two parasite-like worlds. Hatred is hatred, but the world's will only has instincts and no real thoughts. Without anyone controlling it, it would not take the initiative to act against the two parasites. Now it's different. Now that Lin Weil has gained the recognition of the world's origin, he has become the master of the world. It can be said that his will is the will of the world, and his thoughts can become the actions of this world. The world's power surged forth, rushing towards the two fragment worlds. Fragment worlds have incomplete rules and need to rely on a complete world to survive. Compared to a complete small world, fragment worlds are pitifully weak. Moreover, the living beings in the two fragment worlds have basically been killed. Without living beings, the fragment worlds became even weaker. Lin Weil manipulated the world's power and easily devoured them. In the human world, on the elemental battlefield, and on the ancient battlefield, countless people saw terrifying dark clouds churning in the sky. Carrying wind, rain, and thunder, they spread like a blanket. The entire world darkened, with sunlight blocked, as if night had fallen. The dark clouds swept across the entire world. The weak only felt that it was about to rain, which was very normal for the weather to change. However, the powerful ones had a different view. Antares opened his eyes. I told you, the brat would definitely succeed. There's no difficulty at all. In a corner of the world, Lillian looked up at the rolling dark clouds and could sense the terrifying power contained within. It was the power of the world, vast, profound, and yet with an extremely strong inclusiveness. He succeeded, Lillian said softly. In her palm, a palace was slowly rotating. Green flames burned outside the palace, and roars could faintly be heard. This palace was the disappeared Demon Emperor's palace. Lillian had left, taking the Demon Emperor's palace with her. Meng Anwen and the others also sensed an unusual aura. These dark clouds are extremely unusual. I hope nothing else happens. No matter what, it's better to be prepared. A group of god-level experts all became cautious. Too many things had happened in the world in recent years, and they really needed to be careful. The gate of the Divine Creation Academy's underground palace opened, and Emperor D walked out. His aura had subtly changed, becoming slightly stronger than before. His perception was different from Meng Anwen and the others, and he could sense the immense power within the dark clouds. He vaguely felt that something was about to happen, but he couldn't confirm what it was. However, thinking of Lin Weil, he felt that as long as Lin Weil was in this world, there wouldn't be any problems. The dark cloud spread from above the world, quickly enveloping the two fragment worlds and beginning to devour them. Lin Weil saw the world's origin shining brightly, devouring the two worlds, causing the world's origin to become stronger. Lin Weil saw that beneath the Abyss world, there were many arrays hidden. These arrays were connected to each other, almost covering half of the Abyss world. With his understanding of arrays, if these arrays were activated together, they could completely destroy the Abyss world. Detonating a fragment world would release enough power to kill beings at the level of a 4th or 5th grade super god. Lin Weil realized that this was Lillian's final move, to detonate the entire fragment world. What a crazy woman, Lin Weil couldn't help but sigh. Lillian was indeed the most ruthless woman he had ever met. For her own survival, she would do anything. As the worlds were devoured, a large number of true spirit imprints flew over. A true spirit imprint is the mark left in the world's origin when a living being is born in this world. As long as it is a living being of this world, its true spirit imprint will be in the world's origin. A large number of true spirit imprints from the fragment world surged over and merged with the true spirit imprints of this world. Among them, Lin Weil found the true spirit imprints of Ningyi and the other 4. These 4 imprints were then taken out of the world's origin by him. Lin Weil also found Lillian's true spirit imprint and took it away. As long as the true spirit imprint is taken out, one can truly leave this world. Lin Weil did not take away his own true spirit imprint because he is the master of the world, the owner of this world. It is impossible for him to leave. After devouring the 2 fragment worlds, the world's power began to become abundant. In Lin Weil's vision, the 2 fragment worlds had disappeared, and everything inside them had merged into his world. His world had also become much larger because of this. The human race that was still in the Abyss world and the Dragon Race world was all sent back to the Dragon Race world. The remaining dragons and demons, under Lin Weil's will, instantly died without exception. From then on, the mixed-blood dragons and abyss demons that had invaded this world were completely wiped out. The elemental battlefield no longer needs to exist. With Lin Weil's will, the elemental battlefield underwent a great change. The 9 Shangxia Empire fortresses inside were instantly moved back to the human world. The human professionals who were still adventuring in the elemental battlefield were also sent back to the human world. The sudden change of heaven and earth caused them to stare at each other in disbelief. They had no idea what had happened. Even the soldiers in the fortresses were thrown into chaos. Such an event had never occurred before. Meng Anwen and the others also received the information. The 9 fortresses simultaneously left the elemental battlefield and returned to the human world. Such a mighty force was needed that even a super god level being couldn't achieve it, according to their understanding. Everyone became more tense, feeling that this world was about to undergo a great change. After moving the human race and the fortresses away, Lin Huia could start reorganizing the elemental battlefield without any worries. The elemental battlefield did not truly disappear but became a vast secret realm. Within this secret realm, there were many instances, many monsters. From the lowest level 30 to the highest level 80, corresponding training grounds could be found inside. Lin Huia set up an entrance to enter this secret realm. Then Lin Huia saw some hidden spaces that were independent spaces attached to the world. These independent spaces were not even fragment worlds but only possessed some special powers. For example, the bloody land where Yin Guangxing had lived for many years, as well as the corpse realm and some other places. Most of the independent spaces had no value to speak of, but for the few that were somewhat useful, Lin Huia set up entrances so they could be used for training. However, for the corpse realm, he had other ideas. Finally, only the ancient battlefield and the desolate land remained. The ancient battlefield was very special. Although it was also attached to the main world, it had its own independent system. It was a complete system, more complete than a fragment world. It did not rely on the main world but could exist independently. Even as the master of the world, Lin Huia could not fully see through the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield not only had a large number of super god level monsters but also beings like Antares. After much thought, Lin Huia did not act on the ancient battlefield. He only set up some passages to make it more convenient for people to enter the upper and lower layers of the ancient battlefield. Here, too, became a secret realm for training. Finally, there was the desolate land. Lin Huia did not know what the desolate land was before, but after becoming the master of the world, he could finally see the true appearance of the desolate land. It turned out to be an extremely vast continent. Chapter 867. Chapter 867, 867. Chapter 867, 10 days later, I'll wait for you at the exit. In the vision of the world's master, outside the world, a vast continent floated in the void. Lin Huia saw that the continent was very close to the world but did not make contact. It just floated there, isolated. Lin Huia knew that during the ancient war, the initial wild beasts and insect race suddenly appeared. They entered the deep space through this continent. Later, the connection between the continent and the deep space was severed. Since then, it became extremely difficult for the wild beasts in the desolate land to enter the deep space again. Lin Huia saw that many wild beasts still lived in the desolate land, and there were several wild beast kings. These wild beasts could only be killed using laws. Ordinary attacks were useless against them. You shouldn't exist, Lin Huia said softly. The world's power surged again, heading towards the desolate land. In the human world, lightning flashed and thunder roared, splitting the sky. The world's power, carrying Lin Huia's undead law, expressed his angry will, mastering the laws, embedding his own mark in them, and integrating his will. With Lin Huia's anger, the killing intent in the undead law grew stronger. The world's power quickly surrounded the desolate land, and it started to rain. Each drop of rain was composed of the undead law, carrying a strong aura of death. The wild beasts died one after another in the rain of laws. Even the wild beast kings only lasted a few seconds longer. In the blink of an eye, all the wild beasts in the desolate land were wiped out. Their bodies rotted and merged into the earth. Then the laws transformed, and the death aura of the undead law turned into vitality. The entire desolate land's vitality was activated, and the previously rotting wild beasts provided nutrients for the earth. In an instant, the desolate land was transformed into a land full of life. The world's power rolled and moved, swallowing it and replenishing itself. The desolate land was also swallowed, becoming part of the world. The world expanded again, becoming stronger. The world's origin shone brightly, and the world's power was much stronger than before. Although it had not yet returned to its peak, it was much better than before. The stronger the world's power, the stronger this world would be, and the higher the possibility of birthing geniuses. Lin Huia believed that in the coming years, as the world's power further recovered, more and more geniuses would be born. Becoming a super god would no longer be a dream. Even people like Meng Anwen would benefit. Originally, with Meng Anwen's talent, half-step super god was already the limit. Now, there was hope for breaking through to become a super god. All changes would happen subtly and silently. After finishing all this, Lin Huia clapped his hands and let out a long breath. Finally done. In just over a day, he had made drastic changes to his world. He believed that it wouldn't be long before people noticed the changes. The world's size had at least doubled, with more resources and more instances, capable of nurturing more strong individuals. His consciousness withdrew, returning to reality. The power had stopped growing. Having stepped into the super god level, Lin Huia felt as if he had endless power. His combat power had greatly increased. Checking his soul world, his soul had improved in quality, level, and power. The quality had reached the peak of a third-grade soul. The previously glass-like shell had become more transparent, more like crystal. More jade-colored light appeared on his soul, mixed with golden light. The soul level of a first-stage super god, the soul power of a first-stage super god, was far stronger than before. While pleased, Lin Huia also felt strange. His talent tree and spell stars seemed unaffected. They hadn't changed much from when he was at level 99. This shouldn't be. It's strange. Lin Huia was puzzled. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a stream of light approaching him at an astonishing speed. Lillian, still wearing a light yellow long dress, with her stunning beauty, appeared before him. "Give it to me." Lillian extended her white hand, asking Linmuyo for something. A faint light appeared on Linmuyo's finger, and a mark flew from his fingertip into Lillian's palm. Lillian took back her true spirit mark and relaxed. Her plan had succeeded, and her last concern was gone. An unusual aura rose from Lillian, and her power began to climb. Lillian, already at the peak of half-step super god, was just a step away from becoming a super god. Restricted by the fragment world, she had been unable to break through. Fortunately, her half-demon bloodline gave her a long lifespan, allowing her to live through the millennia. Now, with the abyss world devoured and her true spirit returned, all her concerns disappeared, and she naturally broke through to the super god level. Lillian asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Linmuyo calculated, "In 10 days. Lillian nodded, "I'll wait for you at the exit then." "Okay." Besides retrieving Lillian's true spirit mark, taking her with him was also part of their cooperation. Lillian had fulfilled her part of the promise, and Linmuyo would naturally keep his word and complete the next part. Moreover, since he was leaving, he couldn't leave her in this world. With Lillian's strength and character, if she harbored thoughts of revenge, it would be troublesome. And since Lillian had once done good deeds for the human race, Linmuyo couldn't kill her. Linmuyo returned to the manor, where Ningyi and the others were already waiting. Linmuyo had never hidden anything from them and had clearly explained what he was going to do. They knew that the previous changes in the world were caused by Linmuyo. Seeing Linmuyo, the four asked in unison, "Did you succeed, husband?" Linmuyo nodded, "It's done." He then handed each of them their true spirit marks. The true spirit marks were just faint lights that naturally merged into their bodies. The four felt a lightness in their bodies, as if something had happened, but also as if nothing had happened. The return of the true spirit marks had no immediate effect on them. At most, it meant that their whereabouts couldn't be tracked through this world. However, in the future, when they needed to break through to true gods, it would have a significant impact. According to Antares, anyone who achieved true god status would inevitably retrieve their true spirit mark. Linmuyo was just doing it for them in advance. "I plan to leave in 10 days. In these few days, spend time with your families. Perhaps, in the future." Linmuyo didn't finish, but they all understood. When they entered the coffin of eternal sleep, the next time they woke up, who knew what year it would be? It could be hundreds of years later, or even 1,000 years later. By then, things would have changed, and their families would be long gone. They didn't regret their decision and went home to spend their last moments with their families. The manor became quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. With a thought, Linmuyo also disappeared without a trace. Chapter 868. Chapter 868, 868. Chapter 868, Kill me, kill me, kill me. In the corpse realm, lightning still flashed, and the stench of decay was as strong as ever. As the master of the world, Linmuyo only needed a thought to reach any corner of the world. The corpse realm was just an independent space attached to the world, not even considered a fragment world. Looking at the valley not far ahead, memories flashed through his mind. It was here that he first encountered a life and death crisis. It was also the first time he witnessed the faith of the human race. The strong will of the human race's warriors, even after death, had not been eroded by time. The warriors of the human race used their will to protect him. From that moment on, Linmuyo made a decision, not only to protect the human race but also to make the human race stronger. He did it. Now, he had come to the corpse realm to complete another task. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. In the pitch-black valley, surrounded by several high mountains, many powerful beings had turned into corpses. As Linmuyo walked into the valley, powerful beings in the mountains began to revive, exuding a terrifying aura. One by one, black shadows rushed towards Linmuyo, the stench of decay assaulting his nostrils. These once formidable beings were now pitifully weak in Linmuyo's eyes. With a slight movement of his will, a white light appeared on the black shadows, immobilizing them. Stellar-level spell, Bone Prison. He didn't use spell linkage, just the bone prison alone to trap them. With Linmuyo's current strength, these beings, not even at the god level, could be trapped for a very long time. As long as Linmuyo didn't release them, they would never escape. More black shadows rushed over, stronger than before. The whole process was exactly the same as when Linmuyo last came here. No matter how many came, they would be trapped in place, unable to move. Until no more black shadows came, the four surrounding mountains no longer had any corpses. Linmuyo could sense the breath of life from these corpses. It was the breath of life from their souls. Their bodies were dead, but their souls were not completely dead. With a light touch of his finger, strands of the undead law flew out, landing on the non-human corpses. The corpses quickly began to decay. This time, they had no chance of revival, truly dead. Perhaps true death was a relief for them. Next were the human warriors. Among them was a god-level warrior and several below god level. The undead law flew out again, this time showing its life-giving side. A trace of vitality in their souls was activated by the law, showing vigorous life under its nourishment. The souls were reborn, and the last bit of vitality became the source of life. Through the law, Linmuyo felt that their souls were entangled by some law. It was this law that kept their souls from dying, trapping them here forever, while their bodies decayed, making life worse than death. That forbidden technique from back then was very evil, making it impossible for them to die peacefully. The undead law was strong, not only triggering powerful vitality but also dispelling the law that trapped their souls. The powerful vitality spread from the soul to the body. The souls began to recover from remnants, gradually becoming stronger. The bodies also began to recover, the decayed skin falling off, new flesh growing. The breath of life became stronger and stronger, everything developing positively. Lin Muya suddenly stopped. He found that the newly reborn bodies were showing signs of decay again. It wasn't because of the forbidden technique, but because of time. He realized he had overlooked something, time. These people were from hundreds of years ago with their level of strength, it was impossible for them to live until now. Because of the forbidden technique, they existed in a special way, but they should have died long ago. If left undisturbed, they could continue to exist for a long time. The remnants of their souls would remain trapped until they completely disintegrated. But now, Lin Muyo had dispelled the forbidden technique, allowing their souls and bodies to recover. Similarly, time also played its role. The time that had passed now had to be repaid. Lin Muya sighed softly. If he could control the time law and reverse time, he might be able to save them. But now, he was powerless. Thinking too well. Life is full of helplessness, and Lin Muya was not omnipotent. In this situation, he was willing but unable. Suddenly, their souls trembled, sending a thought. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. The thought was very clear and intense. They were asking him to kill them. Lin Muya fully understood their meaning and sighed deeply. I understand. They wanted to be freed, not wanting to live like this any longer, not even for a second. Lin Muya couldn't save them now, the only thing he could do was to free them. The undead law instantly transformed from life to death. Their bodies completely decayed, only their souls remained. Reaching out, he summoned their souls. Is there anything else you want to say? Thank you. The soul sent a thought, expressing gratitude to Lin Muyo. Death was not painful for them but a relief. The soul dissipated in Lin Muyo's hand, completely dead. Next, Lin Muyo received the same answer from others. No one wanted to live in this way, they all wanted to die to be freed. It started to rain in the corpse realm. It had always been raining in the corpse realm, but this time it was different. This time, the rain was filled with the breath of death. Countless corpses collapsed and died in the rain. The undead law cleansed the corpse realm, removing the filth and the effects of the forbidden technique. Lin Muya was very helpless, he couldn't save the people inside, only free them. Time is merciless without achieving immortality. Everyone has a day to die. Even if one could live for 10,000 years, that day would still come. Countless strong beings in the great world strive for the illusory immortality. The undead law completely cleansed the entire corpse realm, then transformed into vitality, beginning to nurture new life. The sky, gloomy for hundreds of years, brightened again. The valley was no longer dark, light shone in from outside, even bringing some warmth. Lin Muya watched as a small grass broke through the soil, beginning its weak and short life. Arriving at the center of the valley, there was a teleportation array that could lead to the underground palace of the royal palace. The Dongfang family had guarded the corpse realm for many years, never leaving. Lin Muya did not activate the teleportation array but directly appeared in the royal palace, in front of Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yi was busy with official duties and didn't notice Lin Muya's arrival. Lord Dongfang. Lin Muya called softly, startling Dongfang Yi, almost making him drop his pen. Seeing it was Lin Muya, he regained his composure and laughed dryly. General Lin, why are you here? Lin Muya found it amusing that Dongfang Yi, as a dignified ruler, was so timid. Moreover, Lin Muya's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing what was going on. So it's Princess. The person in front of him was not Dongfang Yi but Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao wore a special mask that made her look like Dongfang Yi. Wearing Dongfang Yi's clothes, it was impossible for ordinary people to tell the difference, but it was far from enough to fool Lin Muya. Chapter 869. Chapter 869, 869. Chapter 869, Unmatched Troublemaking Skills. Princess Dongfang Yao was recognized and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly changed her clothes and returned to her original appearance before coming back to Lin Muya's side. Lin Muya smiled slightly. The ruler of the Dongfang kingdom has chosen you as his successor, right? Dongfang Yao nodded. My father asked me to start getting involved in state affairs, but to avoid gossip, I disguised myself as him. Understandable, Lin Muya nodded. Standing in front of Lin Muya, Dongfang Yao felt inexplicably nervous. Given Lin Muya's status, Dongfang Yao, as a princess, was insignificant. Not to mention her, even Dongfang Yi was not significant enough. Lin Muya was now the uncrowned king of the human world, holding the highest position. Even the lofty Emperor Di was not as esteemed as Lin Muya. Dongfang Yao didn't dare to blame Lin Muya for his sudden arrival. Instead, she accompanied him with a smile and cautiously asked, General Lin, would you like to sit here for a while? I'll go get my father. Lin Muya shook his head. I'm here to see you. Come with me to the apothecary god's hall. Dongfang Yao was initially stunned, realizing that Lin Muya had come specifically for her. Dongfang Yao's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth to stifle a gasp, her beautiful face turning red. General Lin, do you mean you have a way to save my mother? Lin Muya nodded. I should be able to. Thank you, General Lin. Dongfang Yao trembled with excitement, her voice shaking. Saving her mother had always been her greatest wish, and now it seemed that wish could finally come true. Dongfang Yao excitedly said, I'll go tell my father the good news. Tell him later. Lin Muya waved his hand, and he and Dongfang Yao disappeared without a trace. In this world, Lin Muya had supreme authority. He took Dongfang Yao and instantly teleported to the apothecary god's hall. The hall was filled with the fragrance of herbs, invigorating anyone who smelled it. There were no guards in the hall, and no one in the human race dared to trouble the apothecary god. The two walked straight into the inner hall of the apothecary god's hall. There, they saw some apprentices. Seeing Lin Muya and Dongfang Yao, the apprentices put down their tasks, showing excitement. Lin Muya was now an idol for the entire human race, and almost everyone recognized him. General Lin. Heavens, General Lin is actually here. Why would General Lin come here, and with Princess Yao? Could it be? Ignoring the murmurs around them, Dongfang Yao led Lin Muya to where her mother was sealed. Lin Muya checked briefly and saw that Dongfang Yao's mother was in a stable condition. Although the apothecary god couldn't neutralize the corpse poison, he had slowed its spread significantly. Even after more than 10 years, the poison was still in the body and hadn't invaded the soul. Even if it had invaded the soul, Lin Muya could still save her. As long as it hadn't been hundreds or thousands of years. He released a wisp of the undead law, which carried vibrant life force and quickly dispelled the corpse poison's law. The wounds caused by the corpse poison healed at a visible speed. Dongfang Yao was once again shocked. Could it be this simple? But the wounds had disappeared, leaving her no choice but to believe it. Lin Muya said softly, "You can handle the rest yourselves. I'm leaving." By the time Dongfang Yao heard Lin Muya's words, he had already disappeared. Dongfang Yao didn't even have time to thank him. Lin Muya had no interest in watching their mother-daughter reunion. He entered the ancient battlefield, where he couldn't teleport at will. The ancient battlefield was independent of the world and had its own rules. Even as the world's master, Lin Muya had to follow the rules. Fortunately, with the dragon scale given by Antares, traveling was still convenient. "Olden, I'm planning to resurrect some gods," Lin Muya said to Antares. Antares squinted. "Do you know what will happen when the gods are resurrected?" Lin Muya had considered this. The resurrection of the gods would inevitably impact this world. Originally, the human race was the only power in the world. Now, there would be an additional power belonging to the gods. If the two powers clashed, it could plunge the world into chaos again. Lin Muya had a plan. "I'll find a place for the gods to live, separate from the human race, and impose some restrictions. It shouldn't be a big problem." Antares nodded. "Let me tell you something." "I'm all ears." Lin Muya smiled and listened attentively. Antares organized his thoughts. Most of the gods fell back then. Only a few survived by entering a deep sleep. The gods were naturally born from the world. To recover, they need to consume a lot of the world's power. But at that time, the world's power was already depleted. If they returned to the main world to sleep, they might absorb all the remaining power. So, most of the gods chose the ancient battlefield as their place of sleep. Although the ancient battlefield also contains the world's power, it is not easily absorbed by them. Recovering would be very difficult, and they might never have the chance to recover. Lin Muya asked, "Did they know this?" Of course they did. Antares' words deeply moved Lin Muya. Knowing that recovery was difficult and even facing possible death, the gods still chose not to harm their world. The gods were the children born from the world, and their love for the world was no less than that of the human race. Lin Muya understood why Antares was telling him this. Antares was worried that if a conflict arose between the gods and the human race in the future, Lin Muya would be torn about which side to support. Antares knew Lin Muya was sentimental. Lin Muya smiled, "Thank you. Trust me, I can handle it." Antares knew Lin Muya had made up his mind. "When do you plan to leave?" "In 9 days, Lin Muya replied. He had spent 1 day in the corpse realm, leaving 9 days until his appointment with the demon emperor. Antares said, "Before you leave, remember to take the god-slaying fortress. Even if you don't use it for fighting, it can serve as a means of transportation." With Lin Muya's current strength, he could already drive the god-slaying fortress. Even if he couldn't fully utilize its power, it would be easy to deal with some super god-level beings. As for using it as transportation, Lin Muya was puzzled. "Why would I need transportation?" Antares chuckled, "You'll understand when you get out. Just take it, I won't trick you. And be careful when you go out. You've already provoked the starry sky giant tree, the insect race, the wild beast race, the shadow race, oh, and the stone branch of the elemental dragons. You've managed to cause so much trouble without even leaving the small world. Your troublemaking skills are unmatched. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Anyway, keep a low profile when you get out. Stay with the human race for a while, understand? The great world is not like the small world, it's much more dangerous. One careless move, and you could lose your life." Lin Muya understood this. "Don't worry, I'll be very low-key." Antares rolled his eyes, finding it hard to believe Lin Muya's promise to keep a low profile. Chapter 870. Chapter 870, 870. Chapter 870, Reviving the Gods, Repaying Kindness. Lin Muya once doubted that the lower space of the ancient battlefield was the burial ground of the gods. Now it seems that was indeed the case. The surviving gods did not return to the main world after the Great War, but chose to remain in the lower space. This was their own choice, a choice made to protect the main world. It can be considered as sacrifice. But even for gods, the desire to survive is instinctual. They chose to sleep, waiting for a glimmer of hope. Perhaps that hope was faint, and even after thousands of years when they all died in their slumber, that hope might not be realized. Among the many gods, the Kunlun Great God was an exception. The Kunlun Great God couple returned to the human world to sleep. Although they absorbed the world's power, they gave back more. The Kunlun Great God provided a large number of weapons and equipment to the human race, making an immense contribution. Spreading the wings of the undead, Lin Muya plunged into the Dragon Sea, quickly finding the Water God's Palace. The Water God's Palace remained unchanged, with water elements continuously flowing from the Azure Dragon Sea into the Water God's Palace. The water elements were mixed with some power of laws, but not concentrated. The water elements could only sustain the palace but could not help the Water God recover. For the gods to recover, the best nourishment is the world's power. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be the world's power. The water god was self-frozen in a huge ice block, graceful, elegant and beautiful. The water god emanated a sacred aura, making one unable to have any defiling thoughts. Lin Huiya sent out a strand of the undead law into the ice block, and along with the undead law, a stream of the world's power also went out. Now that the world's power was recovering, using a little would not affect the world. The undead law carried strong vitality, with an effect similar to the life law, quickly igniting the water god's vitality. Combined with the world's power, the water god began to revive. The ice block melted, and the water god slowly landed on the ground, accompanied by a faint moan. The water god awakened once again. "We meet again, you." The water god's gaze suddenly changed, blooming into a dazzling smile. "Congratulations, you've actually become the master of the world." The tone of surprise was mixed with no envy. The water god's nature was as gentle as her divine role, as soft as water. Lin Huiya said, "How do you feel now?" The water god sensed her own condition. "Very good, your law is amazing, it has repaired my divine soul. Plus the stream of the world's power has activated my divine role. I think I no longer need to continue sleeping." With her divine soul repaired and divine role activated, the water god's injuries had basically healed, so naturally there was no need to continue sleeping. Lin Huiya's idea was correct, and his method was effective. The undead law possessed two sides, and the side representing life was no less powerful than the life law. Lin Huiya smiled. "That's good, I plan to revive the other gods too, what do you think?" The water god showed a gentle smile. "Since you are now the master of the world, shouldn't you be the one to decide such matters?" Suddenly her eyes shifted, showing a slightly mischievous smile. "Could it be that you still don't understand the significance of being the world's master?" Lin Huiya was slightly stunned. Did being the world's master have some special significance? The water god giggled. "It seems you really don't know. Let me think about whether I should tell you or not." Lin Huiya knew the water god was joking with him. "You might as well tell me." The water god laughed and said, Okay. Actually, for us gods, the world's master has another meaning, our master." With the water god's explanation, Lin Huiya understood. The gods were born from the world, and since he had become the world's master, he had also become the master of the gods. However, from the water god's manner, she did not seem angry at being subordinate to a human. Not only was the water god not upset, she even narrowed her eyes. Who would have thought that our master would be a human, and such a young human at that? Lin Huiya smiled. "So does this mean I can command you all now?" The water god batted her beautiful big eyes. "Of course, you are our master after all." From her appearance, she seemed to be serious. If so, then the matter became easier to handle. Lin Huiya briefly explained his thoughts to the water god. The water god pondered. "There's no major problem, we gods can get along harmoniously with your human race. Moreover, our needs are not exactly the same, so there won't be much conflict of interest." Lin Huiya said, "Okay, then I'll revive the other gods." He had already decided where to arrange for the gods to live. After devouring the beast wilderness, the world had expanded greatly, gaining an additional large continent. This continent was not small, with a diameter of over 20,000 kilometers. Lin Huiya planned to have the gods live on this continent. There were not many gods, so this area would be enough for them to live. He would set up some restrictions, isolating this continent from the human world, so there wouldn't be any major issues. With the plan in mind, Lin Huiya began reviving the other gods. The water god became his guide, knowing the locations where the other gods slept. With the water god leading the way, it saved Lin Huiya a lot of time. In the sky above the meteor continent, there was a palace like a star. The star god was sleeping within. The star god was severely injured in the Great War and would have fallen into eternal slumber in a few hundred years. Fortunately, Lin Huiya arrived in time, using the undead law and the world's power to pull him back from the brink of death. Next, on the wind and thunder continent, he found the sleeping place of the wind god. Lin Huiya had previously obtained the key to the wind god's palace, easily opening it. In fact, with his current strength, the god's palaces could not stop him at all. While healing the wind god, Lin Huiya thought of the thunder god. Unfortunately, the thunder god was too unyielding and chose to self-destruct after losing hope. If he could have held on until now, he might have been saved. After the thunder god's self-destruction, he left behind a divine crystal of laws, as well as his divine role and position. Lin Huiya planned to try using these three things to revive the thunder god. The hope was not great, but it was not impossible either, so he could give it a try. Besides the thunder god, there was also the venom god. The venom god's corpse was still in his possession, and he also had the divine role and position, so perhaps he could also attempt a revival. According to the water god, the venom god was not friendly towards the human race and had many conflicts. But when dealing with the invading beast and insect races, the venom god never retreated and killed countless insects with its venom. One by one, the gods were revived, and Lin Huiya led them around. As the water god said, since he had become the world's master, he had also become the master of the gods. These revived gods seemed very obedient. Their memories were basically still at the point when they fought side by side with the human race, and they were extremely friendly towards the human race. Finally, they came to the top of the great vortex in the lower space. The water god said, "This is where the soul god slept." Back then, it was at the supreme god level like me, and was one of the gods most likely to become the world's master, but unfortunately failed in the end. However, it was very powerful. Like us, after falling from its realm, it cultivated its way back up. In the end, although it didn't return to its peak, it became a great god again and killed many beasts. The soul god specialized in soul attacks. Soul attacks were powerful existences in battles at any level. It had no palace and didn't need one. Anyone who dared approach its sleeping place would be subjected to soul attacks. Chapter 871. Chapter 871, 871. Chapter 871, the aftermath will be smoothed over by time. Lin Weio had once come here and retreated in the face of difficulties. This time, he had no such concerns. Lin Weio entered the Great Vortex, and soul attacks surged from all directions. The powerful soul attacks were all blocked by his soul world, causing no harm. Lin Weio smoothly entered the Great Vortex and saw the sleeping soul god within. The soul god had fallen from the super god level during the Great War but had returned to the god level during the battle. This god, who specialized in soul attacks, indeed had extraordinary abilities. Lin Weio used his usual method to revive him. The entire process went smoothly without any trouble. Upon awakening, the soul god looked at Lin Weio with some confusion. Then, in a hoarse voice, he asked, "Master of the world." Lin Weio nodded. "Let's go, your companions are waiting for you outside." The soul god's gaze penetrated the vortex, seeing the dozen or so gods outside. These were once his comrades in arms, his brothers and sisters. The soul god gave Lin Weio a deep look. "You are quite impressive." The soul god, with his pride, did not show excessive humility. In fact, Lin Weio did not need his humility. "Thank you for the compliment." Returning outside, Lin Weio looked at the gods. "Let's go home. Let's go home." These words made the gods somewhat emotional. The main world was their home. Leaving home was like being a wandering child with no place to belong. Lin Weio took out the dragon scale. "Antares, I need your help." This was not the human world, and Lin Weio did not yet have the ability to send so many gods back directly. Antares' voice came from the dragon scale. "No problem." Hearing Antares' voice, the gods became excited again, all calling him Lord. None of them called Antares by his name, they all uniformly addressed him as Lord. The dragon scale shone brightly, opening a spacetime tunnel to the human world. The aura of the human world continuously flowed through the spacetime tunnel. The gods, in their excitement, entered the spacetime tunnel. Returning to the long-lost main world, returning home, the gods shed tears one by one. Lin Weio did not stay, returning to his world where everything was easier to handle. With a wave of his hand, he brought the gods to the divine palace at the top of Kunlun Mountain. This was the sleeping place of the Kunlun Great God and the God of Holy Sound. The Kunlun Great God sensed Lin Weio's presence immediately and appeared. When he saw the many gods, he was stunned. The gods, with joyful smiles, looked at the dazed Kunlun Great God. They seemed to be the same as before. The Kunlun Great God finally reacted, understanding what had happened. Lin Weio had healed the gods, so he and his wife also had hope of resurrection. The once barren land had now become a lush land after merging with the main world and being transformed by Lin Weio. There were forests, lakes, mountains, and streams. There were areas rich in fire elements and vast grasslands with strong wind elements. This would be the continent where the gods would live in the future, named the Continent of the Gods by Lin Weio. Rise. With Lin Weio's will, a high mountain rose from the ground. Thunder. On the high mountain, thunder appeared out of nowhere. Bolts of lightning continuously struck the mountain, making the area rich in electric elements. Lin Weio took out the thunder god's divine core, divine position, and the remaining law crystal, placing them together. Then he injected several streams of the world's power and wrapped them with the undead law, sending them into the mountain. The divine core might contain some of the thunder god's will. Perhaps in the future, with the help of his own laws and the world's power, the thunder god might have a chance to revive. To increase the thunder god's chances, Lin Weio created an environment full of electric elements for him. It seemed a bit far-fetched, but at this point, it was worth a try. Life and death, even as the master of the world, he couldn't fully control. Otherwise, there would be no need for Ningyi and the others to enter the coffin of eternal sleep for the future. Finally, he set restrictions to protect the area, preventing other gods or creatures from entering. Then, following the same method, Lin Weio created environments for the Venom God and the Life God. The Life God did not have a divine core, so he used the creation scepter he had. According to the Life God, as long as the Life Core remained, she had a chance to revive. The Life Core had been repaired, but whether it would work as she said needed time to verify. After doing all this, Lin Weio completely isolated the continent of the gods from the human world, ensuring no conflicts would arise. The Great War seemed to have truly ended here. The aftermath would gradually be smoothed over by time. At the Divine Creation Academy, a super god's aura broke through the cave. Emperor D had finally succeeded in breaking through, becoming the second super god of the human race after Lin Weio. His breakthrough was good news for Lin Weio. Emperor D had no intention of leaving the world. With him guarding it, there would be no major troubles. Emperor D's breakthrough immediately attracted the attention of the strong ones in the Divine Creation Academy. The news quickly spread, and soon a large number of human strong ones gathered in front of Emperor D's cave. Meng Yanwen and others were present. Emperor D, dressed in simple clothes, walked out of the cave, greeted by the loud congratulations of the crowd. "Congratulations, Emperor D, on becoming a super god. Congratulations, Emperor D, on becoming a super god. Congratulations, Emperor D, on becoming a super god." Emperor D smiled, very happy. Breaking through to the super god level made him look decades younger. A half-step super god could normally live over 200 years, but no more than 300 years. A super god's lifespan starts at 500 years. Emperor D was already over 150 years old, not young for a half-step super god, but in his prime for a super god. Amid the congratulations, Emperor D was very happy. "No need to be so polite, I was just lucky. Senior, you are too modest." A clear voice rang out. Lin Weio appeared in the crowd, also congratulating Emperor D. "Congratulations, Senior, on breaking through to the super god level." Emperor D immediately returned the salute. "I owe my breakthrough to you, young friend." Lin Muya smiled. "It was your hard work, not much to do with me." Emperor D was even more polite. "I speak the truth, and the capable are teachers. You achieved the super god level before me, so I should call you senior." The crowd was in an uproar, realizing that Lin Muya had already broken through to the super god level before Emperor D. Meng Yanwen and the others were surprised. They knew Lin Muya could break through to the super god level but didn't expect it to be so soon. Others were too shocked to speak. To reach the super god level before 30 was an extraordinary feat. Lin Muya's talent was beyond ordinary people's reach. When one can't catch up, jealousy fades, leaving only admiration. After the congratulations, Lin Muya gathered Emperor D, Meng Yanwen, Bai Yaiwan, and Yan Quansheng together. "Senior Emperor D, teacher, I am leaving." Chapter 872. Chapter 872, 872. Chapter 872, Sleep well, wait for your husband to wake you up. Some things cannot be told to others. Lin Muya. But some things must be told to others. Lin Muya's imminent departure was temporarily inconvenient to tell the world, but Meng Yanwen and the other three had to know. In Lin Muya's heart, they were his family. Moreover, Lin Muya had mentioned the coffin of eternal sleep to Meng Yanwen and the other three, and they had no intention of leaving. For this, Lin Muya respected their choice and, when he became the master of the world, bestowed a portion of the world's power upon them. In this way, they might have a chance to break through to the super god level. If things go well, they might meet again in the future. As for Emperor D, after Lin Muya leaves, he will become the strongest in the human world. No matter what happens in the future, Emperor D will be a stabilizing force. Meng Yanwen and the other three looked at Lin Muya, speechless for a long time. Lin Muya saw reluctance in their eyes. It was like watching their own child about to embark on a long journey. Even though Bai Yaiwan already had his own children, in his eyes, Lin Muya was also his child. Bai Yaiwan and Yan Quansheng, these two old fellows, had tears in their eyes. Emperor D snorted, "You two are nearly 200 years old combined. Stop being so sentimental. Only by leaving this world can you reach higher places. Do you think I don't want to leave? I just don't have the ability and am afraid of dying. If you have the ability, you should also cultivate to the third stage of the super god level and leave this world." Emperor D lectured them as if they were juniors. 70 or 80 years ago, Emperor D used to lecture them like this. Meng Yanwen looked at Lin Muya and simply said, "Be careful." All the words were contained in these 4 characters. Returning to his manor, Ning Yi and the other 3 had not yet returned, and the manor was empty. The few servants left had also left the manor a few days ago. Lin Muya reminisced alone, recalling all the experiences since his career change, less than 10 years ago. It felt like a bubble, yet incredibly real. Scenes flashed vividly before his eyes. Lin Muya seemed to relive a life that belonged only to him. His aura also changed during the recollection, becoming silent again. In fact, Lin Muya only talked more when facing Antares, Ning Yi, Meng Yanwen, and others. To others, he was true to his name, silent. Until the sound of footsteps woke Lin Muya from his memories. Ning Yi and the other 3 had returned, as if they had agreed to leave and return together. At this time, there were still 5 days before Lin Muya's departure. Lin Muya spent another 5 warm days. Who knows how long it will be before such days come again. 5 days later, the 4 surrounded Lin Muya, their eyes filled with deep reluctance. Ning Yi's tears fell uncontrollably, her delicate nose twitching constantly. The other 3 were almost the same. Over the years, their feelings had grown very deep. Facing the imminent separation, they were all reluctant. Lin Muya wiped away their tears. "No need to cry, just sleep, and when you wake up, we won't have to part." Entering the coffin of eternal sleep, the 4 would fall into the deepest sleep until Lin Muya woke them up again. For Ning Yi and the others, it was as simple as sleeping. Even if it was 1,000 years, it would be just a snap of the fingers, a dream of 1,000 years. "I know, but I can't help but want to cry." Ning Yi's voice choked, her small heart aching. Shu Han whispered in Lin Muya's ear, "The great world is dangerous, husband, be careful." Mo Yun and Qian Mumu hugged Lin Muya from both sides, also reminding him, "Husband, be very careful. Don't worry, just sleep well, and wait for your husband to wake you up." Lin Muya's words were firm, a promise. After a moment of warmth, it was time to part. Lin Muya took out the coffin of eternal sleep. Soul power surged, activating the coffin of eternal sleep. The coffin of eternal sleep contained a world where time and space were completely still. Those who entered would fall into a deep sleep. The 4 did not resist and were directly taken in. Lin Muya could sense that in the coffin of eternal sleep, the 4 had already fallen asleep. He placed the coffin of eternal sleep in his soul world, in front of his soul body. With a sigh, Lin Muya left the manor. A great power descended from the sky, enveloping the manor. The world's power wrapped around the manor, and without Lin Muya's permission, no one could enter. Even a 9th-stage super god couldn't enter. He was the master of the world, and in this world, his word was law. Lin Muya took out the dragon scale and opened the spacetime tunnel. After one last look at the human world, he turned and walked into the spacetime tunnel. Ancient battlefield, lower space. Lin Muya arrived at Shengxia Ancient City. Shengxia Ancient City was actually the God-slaying fortress, a well-known war weapon in the Great World. When fully activated, the God-slaying fortress could kill true god-level powerhouses, with extraordinary power. Having been here for 1,000 years, it was underutilized. In the past, its existence could serve as a base for the human race in the lower space. Now that the dragon race and abyss demons were extinct, the role of Shengxia Ancient City had greatly diminished. When Lin Muya arrived, the ancient thunder tower appeared in his hand. The inner and outer towers connected, and Lin Wuya's power entered the outer tower. Using the outer tower to control the inner tower, Lin Wuya quickly took control of the entire godslaying fortress. Power continued to pour in, causing the godslaying fortress to shake violently. Then, the people in the city suddenly found themselves outside the city. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the godslaying fortress rose from the ground. The ancient thunder tower rose from the fortress, and the godslaying fortress changed shape in the air, quickly shrinking. The entire godslaying fortress finally became a tower no more than 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, identical to the ancient thunder tower. In the next second, a space-time tunnel appeared at the top of the godslaying fortress, and it turned into a stream of light, entering the tunnel and disappearing. Everyone was stunned. The Shangxia ancient city, which had stood for 1,000 years, just flew away. A city turned into a tower and flew away. Who would believe such a story? What happened? How did Shangxia ancient city fly away? It's unbelievable. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are especially many. It's like seeing a ghost. People discussed, but no one could find the correct answer. Lin Wuya stood in the tower, driving the ancient thunder tower through space, heading towards Antares. With Lin Wuya's current strength, he couldn't fully utilize the power of the godslaying fortress, but it was enough for travel. In its tower form, the godslaying fortress had the ability to traverse space, making it very convenient. As the master of the godslaying fortress, Lin Wuya could control it with just a thought. In no time, the godslaying fortress reached the upper space, flying towards Antares at an astonishing speed. The speed is currently faster than my full use of the wings of the undead. It only takes a little power to achieve incredible speed. This is still in the small world. The true speed of the godslaying fortress will be seen in the great world. Lin Wuya compared in his mind. The wings of the undead were fast but consumed soul power. Soul power was not infinite, so it had to be conserved. The godslaying fortress, on the other hand, could draw energy from space. As long as there was no battle, the energy it drew was enough for travel. 10 seconds later, the godslaying fortress arrived at Antares' location. Lin Wuya revealed himself and put away the godslaying fortress. A war weapon of such high level could be stored in the soul world when not in use. Chapter 873. Chapter 873, 873. Chapter 873, giving you one last chance to kill me. I'm leaving, Lin Wuya said, looking at Antares. They stared at each other, both feeling a sense of reluctance. Lin Wuya didn't have many friends, and Antares was one of the most important ones. Antares had even fewer friends, with Lin Wuya being his only one. Although Antares felt reluctant, he didn't show it. Get lost, get lost. Once you're gone, I can finally get some good sleep, he said gruffly. Lin Wuya smiled slightly. How much longer will it take? Antares replied, soon, just another 100 or 200 years. Lin Wuya nodded, come find me then. By that time, you better not be too weak. I have a reputation to uphold. Having a weak friend is embarrassing. Antares grumbled, shaking his head. Lin Wuya gently patted Antares on the head. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Before I leave, I'll give you one last chance to kill me. I'm afraid you won't get another chance in the future. Antares laughed and unleashed a fierce dragon breath on Lin Wuya. A spacetime tunnel opened, and Lin Wuya was engulfed by the dragon breath, sent directly into deep space. Surrounded by the dragon breath, Lin Wuya's innate purple glow had not yet completely faded. This time, Antares used the power of a 6th-stage true god, causing Lin Wuya's undead form to collapse 5 times, thereby activating his innate ability. After Lin Wuya stepped into the super god level, the power of a 5th-stage true god was no longer enough to trigger his innate ability. It required at least a 6th-stage true god. Lin Wuya understood that Antares was reminding him not to be complacent and showing him his limits. A 6th-stage true god could kill him with 2 strikes. If it were a 5th-stage true god, it would take 3 strikes. This strike was Antares' final gift. Lin Wuya spread his undead wings and flew swiftly towards the Starlight Ancient Path. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Starlight Ancient Path. The swamp was still there, but the giant swamp lizard was gone. In deep space, there are rules. Monsters that die will respawn after a certain period, similar to the rules of the human world but independent of each other. The giant swamp lizard would also respawn after some time. From a distance, Lin Wuya saw Lillian standing in front of the Starlight Ancient Path, seemingly confronting the gatekeeper puppet. Lillian did not attack, and the gatekeeper puppet, holding a sword, did not make a move either, just remaining vigilant. Seeing Lin Wuya's presence, Lillian's furrowed brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her cold face. You finally came. Her words sounded like those of a lover who had been waiting for a long time. Coupled with Lillian's beautiful face, it was easy to misunderstand. Lin Wuya showed no expression as he approached Lillian, only responding with a light hum to acknowledge her. At this moment, he felt a bit lonely, having said goodbye to his wives and friends and about to venture into an unfamiliar place. His aura was somewhat low. In contrast, Lillian seemed relaxed, ready to enter the great world where the sky was the limit. Her usually cold and emotionless face now bore a slight smile. As for the gatekeeper puppet, she showed no concern. Lin Wuya cupped his hands towards the puppet. Senior, we wish to enter the Starlight Ancient Path. The puppet replied, you may enter, but she cannot. Lillian stared at the puppet, a cold smile on her face. Do you think you can stop me? The puppet chuckled, you can try. It had guarded the Starlight Ancient Path for countless years. For a small fry like Lillian, who was only at the first stage of the super god level, trying to break through was simply courting death. Looking at Lin Wuya, who was also only at the first stage of the super god level, the puppet said, I told you before, don't go to the Starlight Ancient Path to die unless you reach the 3rd stage of the super god level. Lillian wanted to say something, but Lin Weil glanced at her, signaling her to stay quiet. Lillian returned his gaze, indicating she would give him face this time. Lin Weil said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. We should be fine." The puppet replied, "I'm just giving you a kind reminder, not stopping you. If you insist on going to your death, be my guest." As for her, she is not a native being. According to the rules, she cannot enter unless. Lin Weil asked, "Unless what?" "Unless she can defeat me. Do you see the Starlight Ancient Path behind me? There is no door. No matter what method you use, as long as you can get inside, I won't stop you." The puppet pointed behind him, where indeed a path woven from starlight lay. The entrance was not large, blocked by the puppet. The puppet's job was to guard the entrance. As long as one could get inside, it was no longer his concern. The situation was clear: either defeat the puppet, kill it, or retreat without forcing entry. Lin Weil didn't know the puppet's strength, but if people from the previous era could get through, he believed he could too. His cooperation with Lillian was not yet over, and sending her into the Starlight Ancient Path was part of their agreement. Lin Weil would not go back on his word. "Senior, forgive me." Lin Weil lightly called out, his hands glowing faintly. The undead law emerged, flying towards the puppet. The puppet's body also emitted a law, enveloping it. The puppet's entire body glowed with a bronze light, tinged with dark red. "It's useless. I used the copper iron law. My body is extremely tough, capable of withstanding attacks from a 5th stage super god. You, a mere 1st stage super god." Before he could finish, the puppet let out a strange cry. Lin Weil's undead law had already reached the puppet, causing the bronze light on its body to change rapidly. The originally golden bronze body quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, the bronze surface began to rot, exposing the internal structure. The copper skin and iron bones, combined with the copper iron law, made the puppet's defense indeed strong. Unfortunately, its law met Lin Weil's undead law, which expressed the aspect of death, bringing everything to a standstill. The puppet's copper skin quickly rotted, and the iron bones inside were also affected. The puppet roared, "What kind of law is this? Why is it so powerful? You're not a 1st stage super god. You can't be." The puppet shouted in disbelief. It swung its sword, sending a 100-meter-long sword energy towards Lin Weil. Lin Weil moved swiftly, flapping his undead wings to dodge. Lillian casually stepped to the side, instantly appearing 100 meters away. The puppet still blocked the entrance, not moving aside. "Senior, I'm making my move," Lin Weil said, lightly pointing his finger. "Fusion spell, time curse." The puppet's body trembled slightly but did not scream. It was a puppet, and its soul was crafted through special means, devoid of pain. But Lin Weil wasn't aiming for the puppet's screams. So it's a soul attack. It's useless, useless. The puppet's time law changed, accelerating time many times over. Under the accelerated time, the undead law's power increased, quickly creating large holes in the puppet's body. "Impossible, what's happening? What kind of law is this?" The puppet's voice now carried a hint of fear. Chapter 874. Chapter 874, 874. Chapter 874, Starlight Ancient Path, Invisible Law Influence. Lin Weil knew that the puppet could not recognize the time law. The time law was too advanced, belonging to the top-tier laws, not something common. Antares could recognize it, and the starry sky giant tree could recognize it, but that didn't mean others could. The puppet's strength was only at the super god level, but it was made of special materials, making it very sturdy. Even a 9th-stage super god couldn't harm it. Therefore, it was very proud and feared nothing. But now, the undead law had destroyed its sturdy exterior and shattered its pride. It became panicked and at a loss. Lin Weil did not take further action but said calmly, "Senior, can you step aside now?" Lin Weil could see that the puppet's material was indeed special, seemingly having self-recovery properties. If it didn't get hurt again, it might recover over time. Lin Weil did not push things to the extreme and left a way out. The puppet had wisdom, could think, and had self-awareness. As long as one had self-awareness, they wouldn't want to face death. It's not about fearing death. Given a choice, one would naturally choose to live. The puppet murmured, "I'm just a puppet, just a gatekeeper." Saying this, it unhesitatingly stepped aside, making way for the exit. Lin Weil also withdrew his hand at this moment. Without the corrosion of the undead law, the wounds on the puppet began to gradually heal. The puppet looked at Lin Weil. "You are more formidable than those guys from the previous era." From beginning to end, it hadn't been able to make a move, completely suppressed by Lin Weil, with its sword and blade becoming mere decorations. Compared to the people from the previous era, Lin Weil seemed even more terrifying. Lin Weil smiled slightly. "Thank you for the compliment." More formidable than the professionals of the previous era? Lin Weil knew this was true. He wasn't being arrogant. The people of the previous era hadn't become the masters of the world. Moreover, the previous era had done some bad things, making their era miserable. If he encountered them after going out, he would definitely ask for clarification. The Starlight Ancient Path, as its name suggests, was truly woven from starlight. Countless starlights from the great world shot over, intertwining into a splendid path. In the passage, Lin Weil could feel the mighty power from the great world. It was an indescribable power, grand and majestic. Being in it made one feel insignificant. Behind Lin Muyu, a pair of beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, looking somewhat complicated. Lillian had initially thought Lin Muyu would have a good fight with the gatekeeper puppet. She didn't expect this outcome. Lin Muyu used a method she couldn't understand to deal with the gatekeeper puppet. To be precise, he made the gatekeeper puppet retreat in the face of difficulties and admit defeat. She could see that Lin Muyu actually had the ability to kill the gatekeeper puppet, but he was measured and didn't do so. If he could kill the gatekeeper puppet, killing her shouldn't be difficult either. Lillian could no longer see through Lin Muyu. Lin Muyu sensed Lillian's gaze. Is there a problem? Lillian withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the starlight ancient path. It was filled with various starlights, colorful and very beautiful. She also felt a sense of insignificance. Lillian said softly, "We have already entered the range of the great world. You should feel the aura of the great world and your own insignificance." Lin Muyu snorted softly, indeed feeling this way. The aura of the great world was still very faint, but the sense of insignificance was very strong. This strong feeling made Lin Muyu uncomfortable. Lillian said softly, "No matter who it is, as long as they reach the super god level and step from the small world into the great world, they are very arrogant. So when they step into the great world will give them a blow. Let them know they are small and insignificant, and they must maintain awe towards the great world." Lin Muyu stopped and glanced at Lillian. "How do you know this?" Lillian, like him, had just entered the starlight ancient path and hadn't truly entered the great world. How could she know this? Lillian said solemnly, "I naturally have my ways of knowing. This is not within the scope of our cooperation, so I don't need to tell you." Lin Muyu knew Lillian must have many secrets, but since she didn't say, he couldn't ask. They were just in a simple cooperative relationship, and Lin Muyu didn't even care about Lillian's life or death. He was just finishing what he promised to do. As for what would happen in the future, whether Lillian would be killed as soon as she went out, he didn't care. The two fell silent again. Lin Muyu said nothing and continued forward. The starlight ancient path was very long. Lin Muyu walked for half a day without reaching the end. The puppet had said that the starlight ancient path was not safe, and only those who reached the third stage of the super god level could pass safely. But they had walked for half a day without encountering any danger. Apart from the colorful starlight, there was nothing else in sight. Faintly, a sense of oppression appeared. Once this sense of oppression appeared, it began to grow uncontrollably. The mood started to become irritable. The starlight ancient path was extremely quiet, but the quieter it was, the more irritable one felt. Various bad thoughts surged in Lin Muyu's mind, making him want to vent all his irritability. The next second, Lin Muyu realized something was wrong. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and his soul world roared. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a loud dragon roar, and the irritability disappeared. His thoughts became clear again, and Lin Muyu felt a sense of lingering fear. He had unknowingly fallen into a trap and was influenced. This method was extremely clever. Looking at Lillian, her eyes were flashing red, clearly influenced. She seemed to be suppressing her inner restlessness, her fists clenched tightly, and her body trembling. From her behavior, she could sense something was wrong but couldn't control it. "Don't move." Lin Muyu pointed at Lillian's forehead, and an invisible force invaded her soul world. Lillian felt a sharp pain in her soul, followed by a dragon roar in her soul. Her body trembled violently, and all the irritability disappeared. The red light in her eyes faded, returning to normal. Lillian let out a long breath. "Thank you." Lin Muyu smiled slightly. "I haven't sent you out yet. I'll ensure your safety." Meaning the cooperation wasn't over, and Lin Muyu wouldn't watch her die. Lillian asked, "Is this a method taught by Lord Antares?" Lin Muyu didn't answer. "You have secrets, and so do I." Lin Muyu couldn't tell her about the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. Lillian wisely didn't ask further. This was considered the first hurdle, and they had passed it. Lin Muyu thought carefully about what had happened before. The invisible law could influence the soul and confuse the mind. It was difficult for a first-stage supergod to resist, but a third-stage supergod would fare much better. Although still affected, once aware, they could slowly eliminate the influence. If it weren't for the 9-colored dragon soul crystal, he could have eliminated the influence on his soul, but it would have been more troublesome. Lillian had a harder time. Perhaps she had corresponding methods, but Lin Muyu didn't care to know. After walking for a while, countless light spots suddenly appeared ahead. The light spots filled the entire passage, rapidly enlarging before their eyes. The light spots were like heavy punches, hitting hard. Chapter 875. Chapter 875, 875. Chapter 875, Who Dares to Bully My Human Race Juniors? Starlight transformed into countless fists, densely covering the entire passage, making it unavoidable. Is this the second test of the Starlight Ancient Path? Lin Muyu could feel that the power in the fists was not strong, only at the level of a second-stage supergod. If it were a third-stage supergod, it wouldn't be too difficult to handle. But if it were a first-stage supergod, it would be dangerous. Considering the previous invisible law that affected the mind, if one couldn't recover, they might rush forward and fight these fists for 300 rounds, likely resulting in exhaustion and death. Lin Muyu noticed Lillian's expression and softly said, "Stand behind me." Without any hesitation, Lillian stood behind Lin Muyu. Knowing Lin Muyu, she believed that if he said it, he could do it. Lin Muyu directly faced the fists and continued to move forward. In Lillian's astonished eyes, the fists landed on Lin Muyu's body but had no effect, as if they were absorbed into the sea. Lin Muyu's body emitted a faint white light, an unremarkable white light that blocked all attacks. Lillian's eyes widened. Lin Muyu's magic was strange and incomprehensible to her. But undeniably, all of Lin Muyu's magic was very powerful. In Lillian's shock, Lin Muya continued to move forward without stopping. The starlight changed again, transforming into countless swords and flying towards them. The attack power also became stronger, approaching the level of a third-stage super god. After reaching the super god level, each stage's attack power differs greatly. Even within the same second-stage super god level, there is a significant difference between just reaching the second stage and being at the peak of the second stage. The power gap becomes increasingly large. But no matter how strong the starlight became, to Lin Muya, it was like a tickle. Not to mention the second stage, even the fifth or sixth stage of the super god level wouldn't matter to Lin Muya. Lin Muya's body became a shield, blocking all attacks. At this moment, Lillian's view of Lin Muya seemed to change subtly. His back appeared to be a high wall that could shield from wind and rain. Lillian's gaze towards Lin Muya changed subtly, a change even she didn't notice. Finally, all the attacks disappeared. Lin Muya saw the exit of the Starlight Ancient Path. A magnificent wall of light and shadow stood before them. Once they passed through this wall, they would truly enter the Great World. In the Starlight Ancient Path, although they could feel the power of the Great World, they hadn't truly entered it. Lin Muya stopped at the exit. Once we leave here, our cooperation ends. Hearing this, Lillian felt an inexplicable emptiness and slight disappointment. But she quickly erased the inappropriate emotions and said in her cold voice, "The Great World is dangerous. I hope we meet again." Lin Muya smiled, "I can take your words as a blessing. Think whatever you want. Move aside, let me go out first," Lillian said, frowning at Lin Muya. Lin Muya stepped aside. It didn't matter who went out first. Lillian held a ball of light in her hand, with a miniature palace at its center. The palace was enveloped in green flames. The Demon Emperor's Palace. Lin Muya was surprised. No wonder there were rumors that the Demon Emperor had disappeared along with the Demon Emperor's Palace. He didn't expect the Demon Emperor's Palace could be shrunk and taken away, clearly a high-grade artifact. Lillian held the Demon Emperor's Palace and left the Starlight Ancient Path. Lin Muya followed her out. The scene changed. As soon as they left the passage, they felt several powerful auras. Strong pressure spread wantonly, each aura belonging to a powerful being. Lin Muya's heart tightened. He didn't expect so many powerful beings outside the Starlight Ancient Path. Then he saw with his own eyes. Lillian dove into the Demon Emperor's Palace. The Demon Emperor's Palace flashed like starlight and instantly disappeared without a trace. As expected, Lillian had a plan. It seemed she had prepared for this. Less than half a second after leaving the Starlight Ancient Path, Lillian disappeared without a trace. Lillian's movements were so fast that even the powerful beings outside the Starlight Ancient Path didn't react. As soon as Lillian left, a powerful pressure descended on Lin Muya. Lin Muya felt his whole body sink, and his thoughts slowed for a moment. "I've been tricked," Lin Muya thought. No wonder Lillian wanted to go out first. Despite the pressure on him, Lin Muya didn't care. Although strong, the strongest was only at the first or second stage of the true god level. If he wanted to leave, these guys couldn't stop him. Scanning his surroundings, he finally saw the environment. He was in an endless starry sky, with brilliant starlight shooting from all directions. Behind him was a mist. The Starlight Ancient Path had disappeared, and within the mist was his original world. His world was hidden in the mist, protected by the laws of the Great World, appearing very safe. He saw many powerful beings, from various races, standing in the starry sky, towering and imposing. Lin Muya could tell that most of these powerful beings were true gods, but not very strong, mostly at the first or second stage of the true god level. Behind these true gods stood some super god level beings, clearly they're juniors. They all looked at him with strange eyes, seemingly very interested in him. Being stared at by powerful beings from at least a dozen races made Lin Muya very uncomfortable. At this moment, the brilliant starlight of the Great World shone down, and Lin Muya felt his soul world suddenly tremble. The long-dormant talent tree began to grow. Great World Law Baptism. Antares had once said that entering the Great World from a small world would involve a baptism by the Great World laws. Talents would be enhanced during the baptism. This was an excellent opportunity to greatly enhance one's strength. There was even a chance for the soul to advance from the 3rd grade to the 4th grade. Lin Muya's soul had already touched the boundary between the 3rd and 4th grades, and the possibility of breaking through during the baptism was very high. But the next second, a powerful force descended, blocking the starlight, and all changes stopped abruptly. A powerful being, at least a God King level. Lin Muya was secretly shocked. The laws of the Great World are not easily blocked. To achieve this, one must be at least at the God King level, possibly even a God Emperor. This force enveloped him, and Lin Muya's keen soul told him that the other party had no malice. So Lin Muya did not resist. As this force descended, a clear soul voice rang out, "Who dares to bully my human race juniors?" Lin Muya recognized the voice. It was the woman he had seen at the core of the world. Looking over, it was indeed her. A graceful figure, like a fairy, walked on starlight. In front of her was a majestic being. Lin Muya immediately recognized that this was a God Emperor, as powerful as the Sword Orchid God Emperor. It was this God Emperor who blocked the Great World laws from baptizing him. Since he was here, Lin Muya decided to stay calm and watch. As they arrived in, the woman spoke. All the pressure on him retreated like mice seeing a cat. Lin Muya found it amusing. It turned out that the powerful beings of the Great World also bullied the weak. The rule of the strongest still applied in the Great World. So what if you're from the human race? This is not your territory. A deep soul voice rang out, and terrifying power swept through the starry sky. Chapter 876. Chapter 876, 876. Chapter 876, Internal Unity, External Thunderous Means. Shu Linwei saw a burly figure with bull horns on his head, somewhat resembling a human. Lin didn't know what race this was, but it looked a bit like a half-human, half-bull. With a fierce look in his eyes, Linwei met his gaze, as if seeing a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. This was also a ruthless person who had fought his way out. A human god appeared in front of Linwei, standing between him and the bull-headed god. With a cold and dangerous look, he showed no sign of retreat. You can try. Behind him, the laws surged, transforming into various weapons. It seemed as if he could unleash a shocking strike at any moment. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive in an instant. Retreat quickly. The true gods of various races turned pale and hurriedly retreated. If the god-level beings fought, they would be affected, and their lives would be in danger. The bull-headed god's eyes also flashed with danger, his fists clenched, and the laws on his fists roared continuously. The human woman who had met Linwei once before said softly, "Don't be afraid, master can protect you." Linwei didn't speak, looking as if he was scared. A mere super god, facing a god, it would be strange if he wasn't scared. Linwei's behavior seemed perfectly normal to others. After a standoff of more than 10 seconds, the bull-headed god suddenly released his fists and slowly retreated. He backed down. He was so fierce just now, but now he's giving in. Linwei was slightly surprised. At this moment, he saw the strength of the human race in the Great World. As Antares had said, in the Great World, the human race was also a strong race, not inferior to any other race. Now it seemed to be true. After retreating 100 meters, the bull-headed god transmitted a soul message, "Since it's a human junior, I'll let you take him away." This also gave him a way out. Gods always need to save face, and Linwei could understand. "Let's go!" The human god shouted, waving his hand to take Linwei away quickly. After flying tens of thousands of miles, the human god stopped and threw out a ball of light. The ball of light exploded in the starry sky, transforming into a flying boat about 20 meters long. The three entered the flying boat, which instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The flying boat traveled rapidly through the starry sky, covering thousands of miles in an instant, far faster than the wings of the undead. But even at such speed, looking out from the flying boat, the stars outside still seemed to change slowly. It was as if they hadn't moved much. Linwei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The great world was indeed different from the small world. The grandeur and magnificence of the great world far exceeded his imagination. Linwei looked out at the starry sky through the window of the flying boat. The flying boat was moving away from the small world, and the mist representing the small world had disappeared from sight. Bidding farewell to his homeland, Linwei's eyes showed some reluctance, and his emotions were very complex. A faint tea fragrance wafted into his nose, refreshing his spirit. The human god sat at the tea table, and the woman was making tea beside him. "Young friend, come and have a cup of tea." The god's attitude was very kind, like a benevolent old man, without any airs. He was completely different from the imposing figure he had been just now, as if he were a different person. The contrast was quite stark. Linwei smelled the tea and thought of scenes in the white god's courtyard. He wondered if he would have the chance to reunite with his teacher in the future. The woman saw that Linwei hadn't moved, thinking he was too nervous. "Don't be nervous, master is very easy to talk to." The god also thought Linwei was nervous. "Young friend, you may not be used to the great world yet, but don't worry, you'll get used to it." The woman poured tea, her profile looking very delicate. Linwei could see that she was very focused. It wasn't a casual tea pour, nor was it just out of respect, but she was genuinely focused, as if treating it as a form of cultivation. The woman not only poured tea for the god but also for Linwei. "Come and have some." She thought Linwei hadn't fully adapted yet, so her cold voice softened a bit. "My name is Gu Qingxian, what's yours?" Linwei walked to the tea table and saluted the god in Gu Qingxian. "Junior Linwei greets the god Senior and Senior Gu." In the eyes of the god in Gu Qingxian, Linwei seemed to have finally calmed down. They had seen this situation many times and didn't find it strange. The god smiled. "I am called Yi Feng." Gu Qingxian smiled slightly. "No need to be so formal, but it's normal for you to be like this now. You'll understand later." Linwei had already adapted, but he didn't talk much, so others misunderstood. Yi Feng, the god, said, "Young friend Lin, it's rare to see someone like you come out of a small world and become a super god. You are indeed a rare talent. That day, Qingxian met you in the small world and told me you were a rare talent. She even gave you the guiding jade pendant, so I could sense it and come to guide you." Hearing this, Linwei understood. It turned out that Yi Feng and Gu Qingxian could come out in time because of the guiding jade pendant. Linwei took out the jade pendant, with a picturesque valley on one side and the character Xian on the other. The jade pendant matched Gu Qingxuan's name. Linwei asked, "What would have happened if you hadn't come, senior?" Yi Feng smiled kindly. "Nothing much. You saw it just now, there are strong human beings among those people. In front of everyone, other races wouldn't dare do anything to you, at most give you a scare. If they really did something to you, it would provoke our human race's retaliation, and destroying a few big stars would be normal." Destroying a few big stars. Yi Feng said it lightly, without any killing intent, but Linwei felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the so-called big stars were planets, possibly inhabited by billions of beings. Human retaliation, destroying planets, such retaliation was too ruthless. Gu Qingxian said softly, "The great world is not like the small world. If you are not ruthless to others, they will take advantage, and the damage will be greater. Only by scaring or killing them will we have peace." Linwei agreed with Gu Qingxian. In fact, it was true. To survive in a cruel world, one must be united internally and use thunderous means externally. Lin Weya now knew that if Yi Feng hadn't come, he might have been intimidated but wouldn't have been in mortal danger. But why did Yi Feng come to guide him? Just because he came from a small world? With Yi Feng's status, even if he wanted to guide someone, he didn't need to come personally. Could it be because of Gu Qingxian? Lin Weya couldn't figure it out for a moment. Yi Feng saw Lin Weya's confusion. Young friend, it's rare to see someone like you come out of a small world and become a super god. You are indeed a rare talent. For talents, our human race has always valued them highly. I happen to be free, and this time I also helped Qingxian complete her task, so I came along. From Yi Feng's words, Lin Weya heard the word task. Gu Qingxian had a task, and completing it involved guiding him. It seemed a bit strange. And why did Yi Feng block the Great World Laws from baptizing him? That also puzzled him. Chapter 877. Chapter 877, 877. Chapter 877, Vermilion Bird Star Domain, Star System Number 98. Outside the flying boat, colorful streams of light replaced the original starry sky, which had disappeared. Lin Weya found this scene very similar to the one during teleportation. The flying boat of the Night Wind God had a capability similar to a teleportation array, allowing it to travel rapidly through subspace and reach very distant places in a short time. Upon first entering the Great World, Lin Weya immediately encountered a god-level figure. Moreover, both this god and his disciple expressed strong goodwill towards him. This situation made Lin Weya very puzzled and even wary. However, thinking back, he had met Bai Yaiwan shortly after his career change, which seemed somewhat similar. Gu Qingxian explained to Lin Weya along the way, gradually making him understand. Gu Qingxian indeed had a task to bring a genius from the small world to the great world. The higher the talent of this genius, the greater the benefits she would receive. Perhaps due to fate, Gu Qingxian encountered Lin Weya and chose him. To ensure the task was completed smoothly, Gu Qingxian even invited the Night Wind God to personally escort Lin Weya. As for why the Night Wind God intervened to stop the Great World Laws from baptizing Lin Weya, the reason was simple. Everyone who comes from a small world enjoys a baptism by the Great World Laws. During this baptism, the soul, spells, and talents can all be enhanced. However, those who have just entered the Great World are often in a state of confusion and cannot fully absorb the benefits of the baptism, sometimes wasting part of it. Therefore, the Night Wind God used his divine power to pause Lin Weya's baptism. Once Lin Weya fully adapted to the Great World, the baptism would resume, allowing him to gain greater benefits. Gu Qingxian softly said, "Actually, I have a personal motive. The task I received is a chain task in the Divine City, and your talent is just the first part of it. If you can enter the Divine City in the future and even step onto the human race divine path, I will receive more benefits." She candidly revealed her personal motives, simply stating that the better Lin Weya's future achievements, the greater her rewards. From her words, two key pieces of information emerged: the Divine City and the human race divine path. These places sounded extraordinary. Lin Weya asked, "Can you tell me about the Divine City and the human race divine path?" He knew nothing about the human race in the great world and had mostly listened along the way, speaking very little. Even when he spoke, he was very humble, never acting like a genius. Almost everyone who stands out from a small world is a genius, and many are extremely arrogant. The Night Wind God had seen many such people in his long life. He and Gu Qingxian both liked Lin Weya's humble attitude. Gu Qingxian slowly explained, "The Divine City is the holy land of our human race, and the human race divine path is the holy land within the holy land. Everyone in the human race wants to enter the Divine City and climb the divine path. There's a saying among the human race, those who don't want to enter the Divine City are not good people." This made Lin Weya smile. Not good people? Could they be bad people? The Night Wind God looked at Lin Weya and said word by word, "You have the potential to enter the Divine City." Lin Weya had no reaction, but Gu Qingxian exclaimed, "Master, are you serious?" The Night Wind God looked at Gu Qingxian indulgently. "When have I ever been wrong?" With Lin Xiao's steadiness and the talent to stand out from a small world, entering the Divine City is not difficult. Gu Qingxian naturally believed her master's words and looked at Lin Weya with a different gaze. Perhaps her initial whim would indeed bring her good returns. Moments later, with a slight tremor, the flying boat left subspace. Brilliant starlight shone again. Lin Weya saw a massive star, with several equally large stars orbiting it. Gu Qingxian explained, "This is the Vermilion Bird Star domain of our human race, and what you see is star system number 98 within the Vermilion Bird Star domain. It contains 3 life stars, 6 resource stars, and countless smaller asteroids." Lin Weya was amazed by the grandeur of the star system. In this star system alone, there were 3 life stars, each inhabited by billions of humans. Each life star was far larger than his small world. To support the cultivation of people on the 3 life stars, there were 6 resource stars. The 9 stars orbited the central star, which provided them with light and heat, forming a perfect cycle. Such a scale was just one star system, giving Lin Weya a new understanding of the great world. Along the way, Gu Qingxian briefly explained the structure of the human race's world. The human race was one of the strong races in the great world, possessing vast territories. There were 4 main star domains: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Each star domain contained numerous star systems, all numbered. The 4 star domains collectively guarded the central divine domain. The Divine City and the human race divine path, mentioned by Gu Qingxian, were located in the central divine domain. However, entering the Divine City was not easy and required many assessments. Lin Wuya's small world was located on the edge of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, at the border between human territory and that of other races. Star System number 98 in the Vermilion Bird Star domain was the closest life star system to the small world. According to the rules, Lin Wuya's first stop after leaving the small world was here. Even if the Night Wind God hadn't come to escort him, other human experts would have brought him here. The flying boat entered the star system and flew towards one of the life stars. Gu Qingxian explained, this life star is numbered Vermilion Bird 98-1, and it's where you will register your identity. All human experts coming from small worlds must first register and obtain an identity. Remember, without an identity, you won't be able to move freely among the human race. Lin Wuya nodded lightly, remembering Gu Qingxuan's words. He also thought of the missing Lillian. He wondered where she had gone and if she would face difficulties without a corresponding identity in the human race. The flying boat landed on Vermilion Bird 98-1, and the Night Wind God did not appear. Gu Qingxian led Lin Wuya to register. This was also part of her task, and she would accompany Lin Wuya through all the procedures. Lin Wuya stepped out of the flying boat and saw many humans. They wore various types of clothing, with no uniform standard. Although they were all human, each came from different worlds with different customs. These differences were evident in every aspect. Gu Qingxian said, don't find it strange. Our human race has the strongest inclusiveness among all races, in every aspect. Lin Wuya thought for a moment and asked softly, are there many people like me? Gu Qingxian shook her head, not too many, but not too few either. After all, there are countless small worlds, and there will always be someone who stands out. Under Gu Qingxuan's guidance, they arrived at the registration office. The registration office was quite large, built from green stone, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. There was a long queue of hundreds of people, each wearing different clothes, clearly from different small worlds. Lin Wuya was a bit surprised. Wasn't it said that there weren't many? This was just one star system, and there were thousands of such star systems in the Vermilion Bird Star domain. With 4 such star domains, the numbers must be staggering. Gu Qingxian glanced at the registration office, then closed her eyes for a few seconds, seemingly sensing something. She then opened her eyes and said, we arrived just in time. The registration will open in 2 days. No rush, we'll wait a bit. Chapter 878. Chapter 878, 878. Chapter 878, Registering Identity, Human Emperor Network. The registration office is not open all the time, only opening once every 100 days. The people at the very front of the line had already been waiting for over 100 days. Lin Wuya was relatively lucky, only needing to wait 2 days. Lin Wuya realized he had underestimated the situation. It's not that there are always this many people, but rather every 100 days, this many people accumulate. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't that bad. There are indeed many small worlds, but it's not like people are leaving small worlds to enter the great world all the time. Leaving a small world is not that easy. After listening to Gu Qingxuan's explanation, Lin Wuya learned some other things. In the human race's world, there are roughly 2 origins. One is being born in the great world, where one has an identity from birth. The other is like him, coming from a small world, with the first stop after entering the great world being to register for an identity. The powerful experts of the human race have made arrangements outside of each small world. As long as someone comes out, there will be someone to receive and guide them. Doing this guidance task also comes with rewards and benefits. So many people vie to do this task. As for himself, since the Night Wind God Lord took action, no one dared to object. This time, the reward naturally belongs solely to Gu Qingxian. Lin Wuya also saw that beside each person in line, there was someone accompanying them. Those accompanying them were the ones doing the guidance task. The human race has a very mature system within, taking everything into consideration and being very complete. Thinking about it this way, meeting Gu Qingxian in the small world was a kind of fate. The queue was very quiet, with no one speaking. Many people had curious gazes, looking around. Some people were even sitting in meditation, seemingly cultivating. Anyone who could come out from a small world was a talent without exception. They were all unwilling to waste time. Lin Wuya used to be the same, not wasting a single moment and seizing every opportunity to improve himself. It was only in recent years that Lin Wuya slowed down, allowing his state of mind to become more calm and steady. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the doors of the registration office slowly opened. All those who had been waiting for many days perked up. 100 days was not actually that long for a super god. A single session of comprehending laws could take much longer than that. The queue inched forward, but the registration speed was not very fast. Nearly an entire day passed before it was Lin Wuya's turn. Gu Qingxian accompanied Lin Wuya into the registration office. The facilities inside were surprisingly simple. Apart from a large table, there was only a complex and massive formation array, with nothing else. Behind the table, a person was half lying there, exuding a lazy aura. He seemed rather casual and indifferent, his tone of voice also weak and lacking force. But no one in the hall dared to look down on him, as this lazy person exuded a powerful aura. He had already surpassed the true god level. This was a god king, an existence far more powerful than a true god. Gu Qingxian brought Lin Wuya before the table. Lin Wuya, from small world number 3344 in the Vermilion Bird domain. Each small world also has a set of numbers, with Vermilion Bird 3344 being the number of Lin Wuya's small world. For ease of management, apart from a few important star systems, most star systems and major stars are represented by numbers. Vermilion Bird represents the Vermilion Bird domain, 98 represents the 98th star system in the Vermilion Bird domain, and the following numbers represent the small world. Lin Wei's small world was small world 3344 in the 98th life star system of the Vermilion Bird domain. From the number, it was clear that Gu Qingxian was right, there were indeed countless small worlds like this. The staff member glanced at Lin Weiyu and pointed to the formation array beside him. Go in. Lin Weiyu walked to the center of the formation array, which flashed and began to operate. Rays of light shone on Lin Weiyu, making his entire body glow brightly, turning him into a spotlight. Gu Qingxian had already explained the purpose of the formation array to Lin Weiyu, so he remained calm and motionless within it. The formation array would detect his identity and whether he truly had human race bloodline. In the distant past, there had been incidents of other races infiltrating by impersonating humans from small worlds and even entering the divine city of the human race. That foreign race member then caused destruction within the divine city before being discovered and killed. After that, all those coming from small worlds had to go through this formation array for identity verification. In addition to verifying Lin Wei's identity, the formation array would also record Lin Wei's information in various aspects. Over 10 minutes later, the light from the formation array gradually dimmed. Lin Weiyu walked out of the formation array and returned to the table. At this point, that person took out a crystal the size of a fingernail and pointed at it. The crystal instantly turned into a ray of law that flew into Lin Wei's brow and disappeared. Lin Weiyu only felt a slight sting in his brow, and then the feeling was gone. It seemed this ray of law had no malicious intent, as it did not trigger the defenses of his bone armor. That person said, "Alright, your identity registration is complete. You can enter the Human Emperor Network in 30 minutes. Then he looked at Gu Qingxian. You'll need to explain the Human Emperor Network to him. Gu Qingxian respectfully saluted him. Your junior disciple understands. Although Gu Qingxuan's master is a god lord, she still showed due respect to this god king. Lin Weiyu also saluted him. Thank you, senior. He casually waved his hand. You can go now. Next person can come in. After leaving the registration office, Gu Qingxian said, "Alright, you can now move freely in the human world. Now let me explain the Human Emperor Network to you. The Human Emperor Network, also called the Human Emperor Network world, is a semi-virtual, semi-real world unique to our human race. As long as you are in the human world, you can connect to the Human Emperor Network at any time, but entering the Human Emperor Network will continuously consume soul power. However, the consumption is not much. Super gods can already sustain this consumption for a long time." Through Gu Qingxuan's explanation, Lin Weiyu gradually came to understand the purpose of the Human Emperor Network. The human race in the Great World is completely different from the human race in the small worlds. Apart from strength and knowledge, the Human Emperor Network is also extremely important. The Human Emperor Network covers the entire human world. As long as one consumes some soul power, one can enter it. Within the Human Emperor Network, one can comprehend laws, cultivate, accept missions, view all kinds of information and materials. In addition, the Human Emperor Network has many more functions that cannot be fully explained in just a few words. Lin Weiyu would have to explore it himself. Just from Gu Qingxuan's description, Lin Weiyu realized that this intangible Human Emperor Network tightly binds the entire human race together. Events happening in the Vermilion Bird domain can be known by people in other domains within seconds. If someone encounters danger, they can call for help in the Human Emperor Network. As long as they report their coordinates, someone will rush over. The Human Emperor Network even has positioning capabilities. Even if one cannot determine their coordinates, they can still be roughly located. Gu Qingxian said, "The most important function of the Human Emperor Network is the Human Emperor Points. Human Emperor Points are money. No matter if it's in the Human Emperor Network world or the real world, everything requires spending Human Emperor Points. As for how to earn Human Emperor Points, you'll naturally know once you enter the Human Emperor Network. I won't waste words explaining it." After Gu Qingxian finished explaining the general functions of the Human Emperor Network, half an hour had already passed. Lin Weiyu felt his consciousness suddenly connect to a mysterious world, with a vast expanse of emptiness appearing before his eyes. The scene quickly solidified, transforming from illusory to real in the blink of an eye. Chapter 879. Chapter 879, 879. Chapter 879, People Come and Go. Lin Weiyu found himself in a plaza. This plaza, whether in terms of architecture or scale, was identical to the one he was familiar with in the real world. A gentle breeze brushed his face, feeling just like the real world. Stretching out his hand, lifting his foot, running, jumping, flying all felt exactly like the real world. Lin Weiyu could even sense his own laws, his own power, and his own spells. The Human Emperor Network was truly magical. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and Gu Qingxian appeared. She had also entered the Human Emperor Network. Gu Qingxian wore a mask, hiding her appearance. However, her hairstyle and clothes had not changed, so Lin Weiyu recognized her at a glance. Gu Qingxian removed her mask. In the Human Emperor Network, everyone's appearance is exactly the same as in reality. However, you can choose not to allow others to view your information. By changing your clothes and wearing a mask, you can hide your identity. Gu Qingxian diligently introduced the Human Emperor Network to Lin Weiyu, and he quickly became familiar with it. In the Human Emperor Network, there were places for cultivation, law comprehension, a mission center, a trading center, and more. It had all kinds of functions. It seemed that whatever you could think of, it could do. You could teleport anywhere with just a thought, making it very convenient. You could instantly travel from the Vermilion Bird star domain to other star domains. The only issue was that everything required human emperor points. In the real world, without identity information, one could hardly move. Similarly, in the human emperor network, without points, one would be equally immobile. Currently, Lin Weya was still in the novice period. Every newcomer received an initial 100 points. 100 points were not much, but enough for Lin Weya to get familiar with the human emperor network. Gu Qingxian took Lin Weya to the cultivation hall, the mission center, the trading center, and even the arena. After touring around, Gu Qingxian said, "Alright, let's leave the network for now. I'll take you somewhere." Lin Weya felt a stir in his heart and exited the network. The human emperor network was truly magical and could accomplish most things. However, it couldn't completely replace reality. Some things could only be done in the real world. Gu Qingxian took Lin Weya to a teleportation array. After paying some points, they activated the teleportation. The teleportation arrays in the Great World were much stronger than those in the small world. They instantly crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, taking Lin Weya directly off the large star and into the starry sky. If they had used a small world teleportation array, it would have taken much longer to cover such a distance. In the starry sky, near a star, floated a massive palace. This palace was the most magnificent Lin Weya had ever seen. The palace was over 10,000 meters high and at least 100,000 meters wide, like a fortress in the starry sky. Its grandeur was overwhelming, almost suffocating Lin Weya. In front of the palace, 5 giant glowing characters shone brightly in the starry sky. Human Race War God Hall. The 5 characters exuded a majestic aura. Instinctively, Lin Weya looked at them, feeling as if the characters were magnifying before his eyes, transforming into a giant palm that struck down. The giant palm turned into a soul attack, entering his soul world and striking heavily. His soul world roared, but his third-grade peak soul world shone brightly and remained unmoved. The half-glass, half-crystal shell blocked the palm's strike. Lin Weya sensed that the soul palm had no malice. If he couldn't withstand it, it wouldn't harm his soul, at most causing a slight soul shock. The result would be a brief dizziness, with no major impact. However, the soul palm had no effect on him. After the ineffective attack, the soul palm turned into countless runes, appearing outside his soul world. Lin Weya could sense that these runes contained some kind of law, and he immediately began to comprehend them. He didn't notice Gu Qingxian beside him, watching with a smile, as if enjoying a show. She knew what would happen next. Everyone who came to the Human Race War God Hall for the first time would be given a show of strength by these 5 characters. The soul attack contained in the 5 characters required at least a second-grade peak soul realm to withstand. Generally, those who had just left a small world mostly had only first or second stage super god strength, at most not exceeding the 4th stage. Their soul quality was usually at the first grade peak level, and they would definitely be affected. A little embarrassment was inevitable, but it was no big deal. It would make them more humble, grinding down the arrogance brought from the small world. However, what happened next stunned her. Lin Weya stood there as if nothing had happened, looking at the 5 characters with great interest. He didn't even blink, instead watching intently. Gu Qingxian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that his soul quality is very high? Impossible, it would need at least a second-grade peak soul to be unaffected. Lin Weya looked like a first-stage super god. In her understanding, how high could his soul quality be? Perhaps Lin Weya's strength was not weak, and his soul level exceeded his stage, but improving soul quality was not that easy. As Gu Qingxian was shocked, more people arrived through the teleportation array, all from the same batch as Lin Weya. They were all newly registered super gods, just like Lin Weya, having just left their small worlds. After registering and familiarizing themselves with the Human Emperor Network, they were brought here by their guides. The Human Race War God Hall was the final step in the guidance task, and everyone had to come here. These people, like Lin Weya, instinctively looked at the 5 characters Human Race War God Hall. In an instant, each person groaned and stepped back. Some even fell to the ground. They all showed astonishment, their faces turning pale, clearly not feeling well. Their guides smiled, having anticipated this scene. Gu Qingxian felt that their reactions were normal. The person she brought, however, seemed abnormal. At this moment, the other guides also noticed Lin Weya, a newcomer staring at the 5 characters with great interest. Impossible, how could this be? Not only did they not believe it, but Gu Qingxian also couldn't believe it. Yet it happened. No one called out to Lin Weya. When someone wanted to ask, their guide stopped them. The Great World had its rules. Interrupting someone's comprehension was a grave offense. Lin Weya was clearly comprehending something and couldn't be disturbed. Gu Qingxian could only wait patiently. After a while, Lin Weya showed no signs of waking up. The other guides took their newcomers into the Human Race War God Hall. Soon, another batch of newcomers arrived, and the scene repeated. Gu Qingxian had shifted from shock to watching the show, now watching others. As more newcomers arrived, the scene kept repeating. People came and went, but Gu Qingxian stayed with Lin Weya, unable to leave. Unless she abandoned her task, she couldn't go anywhere until Lin Weya woke up. Gu Qingxian found it both amusing and frustrating. After 2 whole days, Gu Qingxian began to worry. She didn't know what was happening to Lin Weya or if his state was normal. She could only seek help from the Night Wind God. Chapter 880. Chapter 880, 880. Chapter 880, Human Race War God, Xiao Zhantian. The space twisted, and the Night Wind God appeared beside Gu Qingxian. What's wrong? Gu Qingxian was somewhat amused. He's been watching for 2 days now. Lin. The Night Wind God glanced over and roughly understood the situation. Lin Weya was clearly in a state of comprehension, with faint law energy rolling around him. There were some things Gu Qingxian didn't know, but as a god, he was well aware. It seems Lin Xiao's soul quality is very high, the Night Wind God said. Gu Qingxian had a similar guess. Could it be a second great peak? The Night Wind God smiled slightly but did not answer. This expression conveyed a different meaning to Gu Qingxian. Master, are you saying he might have a third great soul? The Night Wind God shook his head. I didn't say anything, Qingxian. Don't forget our human race's rules. Gu Qingxuan's expression immediately tightened. Qingxian dares not forget. The human race's rule is not to probe into others' levels and realms, especially the quality of their souls. Unless the other party voluntarily tells you, you shouldn't even ask. Spying on others is a major taboo. At best, it invites hatred. At worst, it creates enmity. The Night Wind God looked at Lin Wuyu. I see this child is extraordinary. Qingxian, you can try to befriend him. Gu Qingxian said softly, Master, you often teach me to make more friends, and I've always been diligent in doing so. But making friends also depends on fate and whether we can be sincere with each other. The Night Wind God was pleased. Qingxian is right. Sincerity is the first step. If you can't even do that, you'll only make some fair-weather friends, which are not worth having. I see this child has a steady temperament and is a good seedling. Anyone who can stand out from a small world is generally not bad. Some people in the great world look down on those who come from small worlds, but I don't think that way. Gu Qingxian understood the Night Wind God's meaning. I know what to do. The Night Wind God left, and Gu Qingxian continued to wait. The task that was about to be completed was delayed by another 10 days. 10 days later, Lin Wuyu finally came to his senses. Opening his eyes and seeing Gu Qingxian, Lin Wuyu felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Qingxian shook her head. No need to be so formal. You don't have to call me senior, I'm not that old. Then how should I address you? Lin Wuyu was still not very familiar with the rules of the great world and was afraid of using the wrong title. A slight smile appeared on Gu Qingxuan's beautiful face, like a blooming winter plum, extremely beautiful. We humans are all descendants of the human emperor, of the same lineage. You can call me senior sister. Lin Wuyu was straightforward. Alright, senior sister Gu. Gu Qingxian asked, Junior brother Lin, did you comprehend anything from the 5 characters? Lin Wuyu did not hide anything. These 5 characters contain a law, but it's somewhat scattered. The time was too short, and I didn't gain much. This answer was within Gu Qingxuan's expectations. That's normal. After all, this is just a branch of the human race war god hall. These 5 characters are just a projection of the main hall. If you want to comprehend the complete law in the future, you have to go to the main hall. Where is the main hall? The main hall is naturally in the central divine city. Lin Wuyu nodded. I will go there in the future. Gu Qingxian did not doubt Lin Wuyu's words. Going to the divine city is not easy. The divine city is the dream of all our human race's strong ones. Countless people want to go, but few succeed. Difficulty makes it interesting, Lin Wuyu thought to himself but did not say out loud. Gu Qingxian chuckled. Alright, let's start the first step of our journey to the divine city. With that, the two walked into the war god hall. The war god hall exuded a solemn atmosphere, with a strong sense of pressure everywhere. In the center of the hall stood a massive statue, thousands of meters high. Gu Qingxian said softly, this statue is the human race war god, Xiao Zhantian. He was once an invincible strongman of our human race and created the war god hall. It's said that in the main hall of the divine city, there is his legacy. Lin Wuyu caught the word once. Is war god Xiao no longer around? Gu Qingxian was not sure. He should still be around, but he hasn't appeared for a long time. An invincible strongman at that level wouldn't fall easily. Perhaps he is in seclusion somewhere, pursuing a higher realm. The trivial matters of the human race world are meaningless to such a strongman. They pursue higher realms and greater power. Gu Qingxian led Lin Wuyu to the statue of the war god and respectfully saluted. This is something every human must do. The human race once faced the danger of extinction. It was Xiao Zhantian who, with his invincible posture, saved the human race from disaster. He laid the foundation for the human race's eternal peace. Lin Wuyu, like Gu Qingxian, respectfully saluted Xiao Zhantian. For some reason, he felt as if the statue was watching him while saluting. Lin Wuyu couldn't find the source of this feeling and thought it might be his illusion. After saluting, the two walked towards the depths of the war god hall. Drip, drip. Footsteps echoed in the hall, which was extremely quiet. The closer they got to the depths, the stronger the pressure became. Here, even the wind disappeared. Apart from the sound of footsteps, there was no other sound. Gu Qingxian stopped speaking and used soul communication. In a moment, the war god hall will test you. They will record your bone age, your soul, and rate your cultivation aptitude. Don't worry, the war god hall won't spy on your secrets. Only you will know the results of all the tests. Outsiders can only see your final rating. Lin Wuyu understood Gu Qingxuan's meaning. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Gu Qingxian said, before the test, you will undergo the baptism of the great world laws. Only then can you get the highest rating. The higher the rating, the greater the benefits, and the more opportunities you will have to enter the divine city in the future. There are 4 ratings: extreme, excellent, good, and fair. These represent the 4 levels: supreme, excellent, good, and fair. You should aim for an excellent rating, and if you get an extreme rating, that would be even better. Extreme is the highest rating among the 4 levels. Lin Wuyu nodded. I will do my best. In the depths of the war god hall was a vast plaza. The top of the plaza was open, revealing countless stars shining down. In the center of the plaza, a formation was slowly operating, and Lin Muya felt an immense power from it. In front of this power, he felt like an ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Facing the power level of the great world, he felt incredibly weak. The desire to become stronger grew in his heart. Gu Qingxian explained, this formation is called the Star Formation. It gathers the power of the stars to provide energy for the entire War God Hall. The War God Hall is not just a hall of inheritance, it's also a hall of war. If war breaks out, all War God Halls become the most powerful war machines. Lin Muya nodded. In his perception, the War God Hall was even stronger than his God-slaying fortress. It could probably kill even a God King if activated. Behind the formation was a row of stone houses, varying in size. In front of the stone houses, an old man sat cross-legged. He wore a green robe and looked unremarkable. But when Lin Muya looked at him, he felt as if he were seeing a towering mountain, infinitely high. In the next second, this feeling disappeared, as if it had been an illusion. Chapter 881. Chapter 881, 881. Chapter 881, Baptism of the Great World Laws. Gu Qingxian led Lin Muya around the formation and walked to the old man, respectfully saluting the elder in the green robe. Lin Muya followed suit. Gu Qingxian greets Elder Luo. Elder Luo slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. At that moment, Lin Muya felt as if he was looking at a towering mountain, nearly infinitely high. Elder Luo's voice was old yet calm, like a breeze blowing through the mountains, passing through dense forests, unhurried and steady. Ah, Qingxian, have you brought a newcomer this time? Gu Qingxian replied softly, yes, this is junior brother Lin, who has just come from a small world. Lin Muya also saluted Elder Luo. Lin Muya greets the senior. Elder Luo nodded slightly, this young man is not simple. Gu Qingxian was slightly taken aback. Elder Luo had just met Lin Muya and had only said a few words. How could he tell that Lin Muya was not simple? Elder Luo continued, to have the Night Wind God personally intervene to block the baptism of the Great World Laws, he must not be simple. It turned out to be so. Gu Qingxian realized she had misunderstood. Gu Qingxian said, Elder Luo, I would like to rent a cultivation room. Elder Luo nodded, there are still 3 cultivation rooms available. You know the rules, go ahead and choose one. Thank you, Elder Luo. Gu Qingxian saluted again. Elder Luo waved his hand, his voice kind, go on, go on. The cultivation rooms were the stone houses behind them. There were a total of 100 stone houses, capable of accommodating 100 people for cultivation simultaneously. Given the population of the human race, even in star system number 98, there were at least tens of billions of humans. 100 cultivation rooms seemed too few. Gu Qingxian explained, our human race has 3 types of cultivation rooms. The first type is the cultivation room in the Human Emperor Network. In the Human Emperor Network, you can comprehend laws and cultivate. The second type is the cultivation room on the Life Star. There, you can cultivate and comprehend laws while also training your soul power. With the help of formations, the cultivation effect is slightly better than in the Human Emperor Network. The third type is the cultivation room in the War God Hall. Due to the presence of the star formation, the cultivation effect in the War God Hall is the best, but the cost is also the highest. The cultivation rooms in the Human Emperor Network have no quantity limit and can be applied for at any time. Every 100 points allow for 100 days of cultivation. The cultivation rooms on the Life Star cost 100 points for 10 days of cultivation. The cultivation rooms in the War God Hall cost 100 points for just 1 day of cultivation. The 3 types of cultivation rooms have different effects and different costs. The same 100 points allow for 1 day of cultivation in the War God Hall, but 100 days in the Human Emperor Network. The most expensive and the cheapest differ by a factor of 100. Lin Muya currently had only 100 points, enough for just 1 day in the War God Hall's cultivation room. Gu Qingxian arrived at the door of a cultivation room but did not enter. Instead, she continued to instruct, this time, renting the cultivation room is mainly for you to undergo the baptism of the Great World Laws. Let me explain the baptism of the Great World Laws to you. Listen carefully. People from small worlds, due to various limitations, mostly have not brought out their talents. After reaching the super god level, the door to the talent world is basically closed. But during the baptism of the Great World Laws, the door to the talent world will reopen. This is an opportunity, the only chance to bring out your talents. After this, the door to the talent world will close permanently. That's why the Night Wind God intervened to block the baptism of the Great World Laws for you, to let you prepare and seize this opportunity to bring out your talents. Gu Qingxian believed that with Lin Muya's soul strength, bringing out his talents should not be a problem. People from small worlds have limited knowledge and mostly have not brought out their talents. The baptism of the Great World Laws is the last chance given by the world's rules to cultivators. After Gu Qingxian finished speaking, she was afraid Lin Muya hadn't understood. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me now. Lin Muya thought for a moment, what if the talents have already been brought out? Gu Qingxian immediately answered, if the talents have already been brought out, the Great World Laws can enhance the talents. This is your disadvantage. You will miss one chance to enhance your talents, but this can be compensated for. The most important thing is to bring out your talents. Lin Muya had no more questions. Gu Qingxian paid the points and opened the door to the cultivation room. Each day costs 100 points. When paying the points, Lin Muya clearly saw the pain in Gu Qingxian's eyes. Obviously, 100 points were not cheap. The door to the cultivation room slowly closed. As it closed, Lin Muya felt as if he were in an endless starry sky, A vast amount of starlight, carrying immense power, and countless laws shot in from all directions, enveloping the entire cultivation room. Although these laws had not yet materialized, they were already very clear. Comprehending laws here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Spending 100 points for one day in the cultivation room was worth it. If one had enough points to continuously cultivate in such an environment, the speed of comprehending laws would be astonishing. For the first time, Lin Wei truly felt the laws of the great world. Compared to the laws in the small world, the laws of the great world were more complex, more numerous, and more powerful. Lin Wei took a deep breath, then calmed his mind and sat cross-legged. With a light touch of his finger, a rune appeared, and with a soft sound, the isolation placed by the Night Wind God on Lin Wei was lifted. The isolation from the great world laws was done by the Night Wind God, and the method to lift it had been given to Lin Wei long ago. He could lift it whenever he needed. With the isolation lifted, Lin Wei was once again exposed to the great world laws. The baptism of the great world laws officially began. Lin Wei felt an unimaginable power enter his soul world, instantly penetrating its defenses and reaching his soul body. The soul world roared, and under the baptism of the great world laws, the soul body felt extremely comfortable. The talent tree reacted intensely, beginning to absorb the power from the great world. It started to grow rapidly, becoming more robust. The larger the talent tree, the stronger the talents it brings, and the faster it can enhance Lin Wei's soul power. Pu Qingxian said that most people from small worlds would miss one chance to enhance their talents compared to those from the great world. Lin Wei knew he was not among them. His 3 talents had long been brought out and merged into one, forming the talent tree. Now, under the baptism of the great world laws, it was growing rapidly. Lin Wei was eager to see how strong his talents would become after the baptism of the great world laws. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst from the depths of his soul world. The golden light appeared abruptly, illuminating the entire soul world. Even the brilliance of the great world laws was overshadowed by it. Divine Cauldron! Lin Wei exclaimed. The Divine Cauldron, which had remained dormant since he obtained it, suddenly activated. The Divine Cauldron flew from the depths of his soul, arriving beside the talent tree, pouring a vast amount of golden light onto it. The golden light, like water, irrigated the talent tree, making it grow even faster. This golden light was the power of divinity, extremely rich and potent. The talent tree emitted joyful sounds, clearly delighted by the divine power from the Divine Cauldron. This was the second time the talent tree had been irrigated, now by both the great world laws and the divine power. Chapter 882. Chapter 882, 882. Chapter 882, Talent Enhancement, Bearing the Law. Each time the talent tree is watered, it signifies a new round of growth. Lin Wei could feel the joy and intimacy coming from the talent tree. It was his talent, and also his child. Countless branches hung down, incredibly lush. The branches wrapped around his soul body, and then flames ignited on the branches. The purple flames burned his soul once again. The soul felt intense pain, but Lin Wei was already used to it. This level of pain was nothing to him. In the midst of the pain, the impurities in his soul were once again refined and removed. The soul became sharper and stronger. At the same time, Lin Wei felt a large amount of divine power being transmitted from the branches into his soul. Crack! A slight cracking sound suddenly echoed in his soul. Lin Wei felt a lightness throughout his body, as if a shackle had broken. He then saw a white spot appear on his soul's chest. The white spot quickly enlarged before his eyes, revealing a complex rune. The rune flickered, continuously releasing the power of a curse. The curse of the Great World Rune. Lin Wei had seen the Great World Rune before, but this was the first time he saw the Great World Rune within his own body. He immediately recognized that his rune was just a derivative of the true Great World Rune. However, its power still came from the Great World Rune, possessing a strength that ordinary people could not resist. The curse of the rune had always affected him, suppressing the power of his spells and the strength of his skeletons, preventing his spells from bearing the law. Now, a crack appeared on the rune. This crack significantly weakened the power of the curse. Lin Wei understood and immediately tried to let his spells bear the law. A skeletal god warrior appeared in front of him, and Lin Wei flicked a trace of the undead law onto the skeleton. In the past, as soon as this trace of the law touched the skeleton, it would instantly collapse. Spells could only use their own laws and could not bear external laws, greatly reducing their power. But this time, the skeleton did not collapse. It absorbed the trace of the undead law, and gray-white gas appeared on its body. The skeleton's aura surged, instantly breaking through its previous limits. On the surface, the skeleton's level was still at the first stage of the super god level. This was because Lin Wei's soul level was at the first stage of the super god level, and the skeleton could not exceed this limit. However, its actual combat power was different. The undead law brought stronger and more lethal attack power to the skeleton, fully unleashing the death aspect of the undead law. Each attack carried a strong aura of death, making the skeletal god warrior like a god of death. The undead law also brought powerful recovery abilities to the skeleton. Even without a Lich General, the skeleton itself would have strong recovery abilities. The death and life aspects of the undead law were perfectly embodied in the skeleton. I live, you die. This was the feeling the skeletal god warrior gave Lin Wei. Lin Wei conducted several more experiments. He now controlled 2% of the undead law, but his spells could only bear half of it, which was 1%. The power of the curse still existed, just weakened. Even so, it was enough to make him happy. The partial dissolution of the curse's power allowed his spells to bear the law, greatly increasing his strength. He believed that one day, the curse's power would be completely lifted. By then, he would be able to fully unleash the power of his spells. Outside the cultivation room, Pu Qingxuan's eyes showed some worry. She was concerned that Lin Muya might not successfully bring out his talent. Without the enhancement of talent, his score in the upcoming assessment would not be high. A low score would prevent him from entering the Divine City, limiting his future development. Although this would not affect her relationship with Lin Muya, and she would still consider him a friend, she would be a bit disappointed. Is Qingxian worried? Elder Luo's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Gu Qingxian saw Elder Luo looking at her with a smile. Her bright eyes turned, and she ran to Elder Luo with a smile. Do you know something? Elder Luo's eyes were kind. Don't worry, his talent has emerged, and it's not weak. Elder Luo, who presided over the War God Hall, could sense everything happening within it. He could tell whether someone had successfully brought out their talent during the baptism of the Great World Laws. Hearing Elder Luo's words, Gu Qingxian finally felt relieved. As long as his talent had emerged, his assessment score wouldn't be too bad. Elder Luo smiled and asked, do you have high hopes for him? Gu Qingxian nodded. The first time I met junior brother Lin was in the small world. He gave me an unusual feeling, so I gave him the guiding jade pendant. Elder Luo understood her meaning. He shouldn't disappoint you. I hope so. Whether I can enter the Divine City depends on him, Gu Qingxian said softly. Lin Muya's performance would affect the rewards she received and her current task. A well-done task would give her a chance to enter the Divine City. The baptism gradually ended, and the Divine Cauldron also stopped watering. The talent tree had grown to 200 meters tall, with purple flames burning at its roots and golden light flowing through its countless branches. The roots of the talent tree extended into an unknown void, continuously absorbing energy and converting it into pure soul power for the soul. Even during cultivation, as long as the soul level increased, the soul power would be replenished in minutes. After the soul was satiated, the excess soul power would spread into the soul world, making it stronger. Lin Muya checked his soul world. Outside the soul world was a solid shell, like armor, protecting the entire world. Most of the shell had become transparent, like crystal, with only a small part still resembling glass. The soul body had mostly turned jade-colored, with only a small part remaining golden. A jade-colored soul and a crystal world. Reaching this stage meant achieving a 4th-grade soul, a 1st-grade super god, a 2nd-grade true god, a 3rd-grade god king. A 4th-grade soul was the foundation for becoming a god emperor and the most challenging step. Countless people were stuck at this step, unable to progress for millions of years. Lin Muya, with just 1st-stage super god strength, had nearly reached the 4th-grade soul level. No one would believe it if he told them. After the baptism ended, Lin Muya checked his talent. Supreme, 2nd-stage spell amplification increased to 200 times. All members of the undead army share damage and life force, reducing damage by 2 times. The undead army and its master will be reborn upon receiving fatal damage, instantly recovering to peak state, with all spells resetting their cooldowns. Rebirth can occur every 50 seconds. His talent had grown to the 2nd stage. Spell amplification had increased from 100 times to 200 times. The damage the undead army had to endure also increased from 1 time to 2 times. This quadrupled the strength of the undead army. Lin Muya's own reduction in elemental and physical law damage jumped from 10,000 times to 40,000 times. With this level of damage reduction, Lin Muya felt that even a 5th-stage true god would find it hard to kill him. The cooldown for the full rebirth talent was reduced by 5 seconds, now at 50 seconds. This was also a significant improvement. His talent was so strong, it was terrifying. Antares had said never to reveal his talent, and indeed, it was wise advice. Chapter 883. Chapter 883, 883. Chapter 883. Many times, actions speak louder than words. Lin Muya collected his thoughts and regained his calm and composed demeanor. Gu Qingxian was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lin Muya come out, she immediately asked, "How was it? Did you manage to bring out your talent?" Although Elder Luo had already given the answer, Gu Qingxian still wanted to hear it directly from Lin Muya. Lin Muya nodded. "I brought it out." Of course he brought out his talent, but it wasn't just now, and it wasn't just one talent either. A smile appeared on Gu Qingxian's beautiful face. "It's good that you brought it out. Now let's go for the final assessment. Remember what I told you, for the final assessment you need to go all out and aim for a high rating. If you want to enter the Divine City in the future, this is very important. The Divine City only accepts talents, and anyone who falls short will not be accepted. Moreover, the better the rating Lin Muya obtains, the better the reward Gu Qingxian, as his guide, will receive." Earlier, Gu Qingxian had invested 100 points to allow Lin Muya to receive the best baptism from the Great World Laws. If Lin Muya's rating is not good, it would be a loss for her. Lin Muya kept Gu Qingxian's words in mind. He definitely intended to go to the Divine City. Along the way, he had heard Gu Qingxian mention the Divine City countless times. It was the most coveted place for all cultivators of the human race. Gu Qingxian also wanted to go to the Divine City, and she was working hard towards that goal. Gu Qingxian led Lin Muya towards the place for the final assessment. Soon, they heard voices coming from a distance. Lin Muya saw a group of people gathered there. After entering the War God Hall, it had been quiet and cold all the way. Only here was it relatively lively. Lin Muya recognized those people as the ones who had been queuing outside the registration office. Among them were newcomers like himself, as well as guides like Gu Qingxian. Lin Muya's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. They had all seen the way Lin Muya had stared at the 5 big characters in front of the War God Hall. Some people's eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. They were all from small worlds, all super gods, all talents from their respective small worlds, and all extremely arrogant. Why could Lin Wuya stare at the 5 characters while they couldn't? Did that mean they were inferior to him? Lin Wuya ignored their gazes and quietly went to the back of the queue. The assessment was conducted in a closed room, and nothing could be seen from the outside. Only after the assessment was completed would a final rating be given. As for the process, it was strictly confidential. It was said that apart from the war god Xiao Zhantian himself, no one could peek into it. This strictly protected the privacy of those being assessed. Gu Qingxian pointed to the side of the assessment room. Look, there's a star crystal over there. After the assessment is completed, the star crystal will light up, indicating the rating obtained. White represents fair, green represents good, red represents excellent, and gold represents extreme. To go to the Divine City, obtaining at least a good rating was the basic requirement. If one wanted to have a better chance, an extreme rating was necessary. Lin Wuya suddenly became curious. Have you been assessed before? Gu Qingxian did not hide it. I have, and my rating was extreme. As the Night Wind God's disciple, Gu Qingxuan's talents were undoubtedly good. Obtaining an extreme rating was normal for her. However, even Gu Qingxian, who had an extreme rating, still hadn't been able to enter the Divine City. This showed how difficult it was to enter the Divine City. At this moment, the star crystal lit up with a faint red glow, indicating an excellent rating, but the red was rather dim. Gu Qingxian explained, even with the same excellent rating, there are differences in strength. The brighter the glow, the higher the rating within the same level. A glow like this is considered a low excellent, the lowest within the excellent level. Before Gu Qingxuan's words had even finished, a cold voice suddenly came from nearby. Even a low excellent is still better than others. I wonder what rating the person you brought will get. Looking over, a man was glaring at Gu Qingxian with ill intent in his eyes. Gu Qingxuan's words had clearly made him feel uncomfortable. The man glared at Gu Qingxian, as if challenging her to compare. Gu Qingxian said indifferently, we'll have to see. The man sneered, I remember you. We took a task from the Divine City together before. So it seems we're still competitors. Gu Qingxian tried to recall but shook her head. I don't remember you. Gu Qingxian was extremely beautiful. No matter where she went, she would attract attention. It was normal for others to remember her. As for the man, although his aura was very strong and not weaker than Gu Qingxuan's, his appearance was too ordinary, like a passerby. The man hesitated slightly, his voice gradually becoming louder. You'll remember me. My name is Xing Jiaoxuan, and my name will resound throughout the Divine City in the future. His words were full of confidence. Lin Wuya nodded inwardly. Although this guy was a bit arrogant, he also had confidence. To become a strong cultivator, confidence is the foundation. Firm belief, unyielding will, and unremitting effort are all indispensable. If one lacks even confidence, how can one become a strong cultivator? Gu Qingxian only smiled faintly and said nothing more. There was no need to argue with others. Sometimes actions speak louder than words. In this regard, she was very similar to Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya and Gu Qingxian exchanged a smile, each understanding what the other was thinking. The door opened, and a person walked out. He seemed a little weak, with the loss still surging violently on his body, not yet settled. Battle is the best way to test one's strength, and this saying applies everywhere. After he came out, another person stood in front of the room and placed his hand on the star crystal. The star crystal lit up slightly, projecting a few numbers, 98. Then the door opened, and he walked in. Gu Qingxian explained, 98 is his age. Age is also part of the assessment. Generally speaking, for those of equal strength, the younger one will receive a higher rating. Lin Wuya could understand. Among super gods of the same level, the younger one usually indicates higher talents and greater potential. Although it's not absolute, it is true in most cases. The lifespan of a super god starts from 500 years. With each higher stage, the lifespan increases by 100 years. At 98 years old, one is considered quite young for a super god. Lin Wuya saw a hint of surprise in the eyes of some people. They were clearly astonished that the other party was so young. Not even 100 years old. Not bad, not bad. His guide was very satisfied. Gu Qingxian also said softly, he is quite young. To reach the super god level before 100 years old is considered average in the Great World. Lin Wuya asked, at what age do people in the Great World generally reach the super god level? Gu Qingxian pondered for a moment. It's hard to say, as there's a big difference. Reaching the super god level before 100 years old is considered good. If one can reach the super god level before 80, that's considered a talent. It's said that in the Divine City, there are some prodigies who can reach the super god level before 50. Lin Wuya thought of his own small world. At the most dangerous time, the revival of the world's power could allow an ordinary person to reach the god level in just a few years. But this method was akin to forcing growth, which would be detrimental in the long run. People in the Great World would certainly not do such a thing, so being able to reach the super god level by 50 was indeed very strong. Gu Qingxian did not ask about Lin Wuya's age. She would find out soon enough, so there was no need to ask. 3 hours later, the star crystal lit up again. A red glow illuminated the surroundings, indicating an excellent rating, but the red glow was brighter than the previous person's. Excellent, upper middle level. His guide couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, his eyes becoming proud. Being able to guide a person with an excellent rating meant he would receive good benefits. Although they all had an excellent rating, there were still differences in strength. In fact, the human race was fully capable of further subdividing the ratings, but they chose not to. Lin Wuya could roughly understand why they didn't subdivide further. This was only a temporary rating, and no one knew what the future held. If they really subdivided, then everyone wouldn't need to compare anymore. It would just depend on whose talents were stronger. Talent is only one aspect. In actual combat, one must also consider battle experience, skill in using techniques, and overall comprehensive strength. Chapter 884. Chapter 884, 884. Chapter 884, a 28-year-old super god. Are you kidding me? One by one, people underwent the assessment, and most results were good. Few managed to achieve an excellent rating, and even those who did were on the lower end of the scale. The red glow on the star crystal was extremely faint. However, anyone who achieved an excellent rating would excite their guide and earn envious glances from others. Even Gu Qingxian sometimes showed a hint of envy. Lin Huiya noticed that most of these people were between 95 and 200 years old, with strengths ranging from the first to the third stage of the super god level. He also observed that even those at the third stage of the super god level did not necessarily receive high ratings. This indicated that the assessment was not solely based on current strength but gave different scores based on various factors. Finally, it was Lin Huiya's turn. Cheng Jiaoxuan teased, "Kid, it's your turn." Half of his comment was directed at Gu Qingxian, who responded with a light hum and said to Lin Huiya, "Don't be nervous. Just follow the instructions inside." Lin Huiya smiled, "Don't worry." He knew that something shocking was about to happen. The first surprise would be his age. Lin Huiya couldn't quite remember if he was 28 or 29 years old this year. Either way, he was under 30. Time had become a bit chaotic while comprehending the laws, and he didn't bother to keep track. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Huiya placed his hand on the star crystal. A set of numbers suddenly appeared, 28. The two digits were strikingly eye-catching. Gu Qingxian couldn't help but gasp, her eyes full of disbelief. Everyone else was also in shock. Impossible, it can't be just 28. How could he be 28? A 28-year-old super god? Unheard of. Even the prodigies in the divine city can't achieve that. The star crystal must be broken. This guy must be at least 128 years old. Yes, that's it. The star crystal must be broken. No one believed Lin Huiya's age. A 28-year-old super god was simply unheard of. Lin Huiya had anticipated their disbelief and ignored their reactions, walking straight into the assessment room. The door closed with a slight rumble. At this moment, the space slightly twisted, and Elder Luo appeared before everyone. Hearing the commotion, he frowned slightly. Silence. Everyone immediately fell silent. Elder Luo guarded the war god hall and possessed unfathomable strength. None of them dared to disobey. Elder Luo glanced at the numbers on the star crystal, who just went in. Gu Qingxian immediately replied, "It was Lin Huiya." Elder Luo nodded, "Not bad, young and promising." Then, Elder Luo's gaze swept over the crowd. "Confidence is good, but ignorance is not. Take some time to read the war god records." After saying this, Elder Luo's figure disappeared. It took a while for everyone to regain their composure. What did Elder Luo mean? The war god records? Isn't that the book that records the life deeds of the war god? Why did he tell us to read that? Gu Qingxian quickly accessed the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network stored all the information of the human race, and the public sections were freely accessible. Gu Qingxian quickly found the war god records and, after a brief look, widened her eyes. The war god also achieved the super god level at 28. Gu Qingxian was full of disbelief. Others also checked the war god records and showed expressions of astonishment. Is Elder Luo suggesting that this kid can be compared to the war god? Don't be ridiculous. He's just a lucky guy from a small world. How could he compare to the war god? The war god is a legendary figure. How could this kid be mentioned in the same breath? Regardless, he did reach the super god level at 28, which shows his potential is indeed remarkable. Everyone debated endlessly. Gu Qingxian was still in shock. She hadn't expected that the person she whimsically decided to guide would have such extraordinary talent. She now had great confidence that Lin Huiya would achieve an excellent rating, and extreme was also possible. Inside the assessment room, Lin Huiya found himself once again in a starry sky, identical to the one in the cultivation room. However, the starry sky in the cultivation room was simulated by formations, while this one was created by the Human Emperor Network. One was real, the other virtual, fundamentally different. In the starry sky, numerous alien races appeared. Among them were insect races, wild beast races, bull-headed races, and many others Lin Huiya had never seen before. Some looked like clumps of weeds swaying in the starry sky, while others were spherical with sharp teeth. Lin Huiya's gaze swept over them, counting exactly 100 aliens, one from each race. The aura emanating from these aliens indicated they were all at the first stage of the super god level, the same as his own level. Although he knew these aliens were virtual creations of the Human Emperor Network, they were so realistic that it was hard to distinguish them from reality. These aliens stood motionless in the starry sky, like targets. Please use your spells to destroy the alien targets. The more you destroy, the higher your score. You have 30 minutes. A mechanical voice instructed Lin Huiya on what to do. Lin Huiya understood that these virtual aliens had the same vitality and defense as their real counterparts, except they wouldn't attack. The score depended on how quickly he could kill them. Since this was in the Human Emperor Network, Lin Huiya could unleash his full power without reservation. Remembering Gu Qingxuan's advice, he decided to go all out to achieve a high score. He was determined to go to the Divine City, driven by his pursuit of power and his desire to protect his small world and his sleeping wife. With a flick of his finger, the undead world descended. Stellar level spell, Death Gaze. The starry sky dimmed, and the brilliant starlight was shrouded in a layer of gray mist. A 10,000-meter death eye opened, staring at its targets. Instantly, some aliens perished. The human emperor network was incredibly advanced, perfectly replicating his spells in this virtual world, with effects almost identical to the real world. Death Gaze could instantly kill beings of the same level unless their soul defenses were exceptionally strong. The first alien fell, and the massacre began. Lin Wei locked onto his targets with his soul and unleashed another spell, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion wreaked havoc, and in the blink of an eye, countless aliens were dead. To Lin Wei, a mere 100 aliens were nothing. He had faced hundreds of thousands, even millions of enemies in his small world without flinching. 100 was not even enough for a warm-up. He didn't need to use other spells or laws. With just 2 spells, in less than 5 seconds, he had killed them all. After 5 seconds, the starry sky was filled with corpses. The smell of blood permeated the starry sky, a scent that came from the soul, instantly enveloping a large area. Even the smell of blood can be simulated. The human emperor network is truly powerful, Lin Wei thought to himself. However, the human emperor network seemed to freeze, remaining silent for a while. After another 5 seconds, it finally responded. Preparing for the second round of testing, please wait. Chapter 885. Chapter 885, 885. Chapter 885, The Significance of the Assessment. 10 minutes later, a large number of aliens appeared again in the starry sky. The number of races remained the same, still 100 different races. The quantity also did not change, still 100. However, the strength of the alien targets had changed, from the first stage of the super god level to the second stage of the super god level. At the super god level, each stage increase represents a tremendous change in strength. The defense power at least doubles or triples. But for Lin Wei, it didn't matter much. In the deep space, he killed 5th stage super god monsters as easily as cutting vegetables. Moreover, now, after the baptism of the great world laws, his talent had greatly enhanced. His spells could now bear the laws, and his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Second stage super gods were nothing in front of him, easily destroyed. Please use your spells to destroy the alien targets. The more you destroy, the higher your score. You have 30 minutes. The same prompt as before sounded. Lin Wei chuckled. I don't need 30 minutes, not even 1 minute. The undead world descended again, but this time, it was very different. Gray-white gas clusters appeared in the undead world, representing the undead law. In the soul world, the spell star of Death Gaze was also wrapped in gray-white gas clusters. Lin Wei used the undead law, integrating 1% of it into the spell star of Death Gaze. With the integration of the undead law, the attack power of Death Gaze instantly increased several times. The soul attack now carried the breath of death. In the attack, the soul would be corroded and quickly decay. Almost instantly, several alien targets were killed. Then came the booming sound that echoed through the starry sky. Corpse Explosion was the most unreasonable of all Lin Wei's spells. Its power was entirely determined by the vitality of the corpse. The stronger the corpse, the greater the power. Lin Wei had thought that if he could get the corpse of an invincible strongman, he could kill another invincible strongman. Now, with the corpse of a second-stage super god, he could kill other second-stage super gods. A few seconds later, the starry sky fell silent again. Preparing for the third test, please wait. Lin Wei heard the prompt and smiled slightly. This time, it should be the third stage of the super god level. After 2 tests, Lin Wei already understood the assessment method. It was to continuously challenge the limits and finally get the corresponding score. Soon, the third test began. Apart from the target's level being raised to the third stage of the super god level, nothing else changed. Third stage super gods could no longer be instantly killed by Death Gaze. Lin Wei added a new spell. Red light filled the air, and the fusion spell, Time Curse. Death Gaze, combined with Time Curse, caused massive damage to the soul. Almost instantly, a third-stage super god target was killed. Once one was killed, the rest were easy to handle. Another round of unreasonable bombardment quickly cleared the field. The time was still the same, just over 10 seconds. The human emperor network's prompt sounded again, preparing for the 4th test. Soon, 4th-stage super god targets appeared. Apart from the target's level being raised to the 4th stage of the super god level, nothing else changed. This time, relying solely on Death Gaze and Time Curse was no longer enough to kill them. Lin Wei had to use other spells. In the soul world, many spell stars were wrapped in gray-white gas clusters. The spells bore the laws, greatly enhancing their power. After the curse of the Great World Rune in his soul weakened, the summoning spells benefited the most. The strength of the skeletons greatly increased. Even without the talent boost, they had the power of the first stage of the super god level, though they were the weakest among the first stage. With the talent boost and the Lich General's enhancement, they could defeat second stage super gods. Now, with the integration of the undead law, the skeletons had the combat power of third stage super gods. With the combat power of third-stage super gods, killing fourth-stage super gods only took a little time. This time, Lin Wei took 1 minute to kill the first alien target. Then came another round of bombardment. Corpse Explosion was just that unreasonable. Unless there were no corpses, Lin Wei could cause massive destruction. I'm approaching my limit. Lin Wei looked at the empty void, waiting for the 5th test to begin. He roughly knew his combat limit was around the 6th stage of the super god level. Beyond that, although the opponent couldn't kill him, he would also find it difficult to kill the opponent. Lin Wei felt a bit helpless about this imbalance between attack and defense. Ultimately, it was because of the curse of the Great World Rune, which greatly suppressed the power of his spells. If the curse could disappear, Lin Weya believed he could be invincible among super gods. Although he could currently dominate among super gods, he couldn't claim invincibility. Unless he could get a corpse of the same level, then he could ignore levels and kill his way through. The 5th test began. Facing 5th stage super god targets, Lin Weya summoned the skeletal god general. After integrating the undead law, the skeletal god general had the attack power of a 4th stage super god. It took a few minutes to grind down a 5th stage super god target, then, corpse explosion, cleared the field. When the 6th test began, facing 6th stage super god targets, Lin Weya truly felt the challenge. Death Knight, skeletal god general, bone spikes, death gaze, time curse. He used all kinds of spells, including integrating 2% of the undead law into the target, using the death aspect of the law to corrode the target. The defense of the 6th stage super god was too strong, and his attacks had little effect. The test time was 30 minutes, and it wasn't until the 28th minute that Lin Weya barely managed to kill one alien target. With a corpse, the rest was easier. Another round of bombardment finally cleared the field before the test time ended. Lin Weya knew he had reached his limit. He couldn't pass the 7th test. However, he also knew his performance was already excellent. Others might struggle to pass the 3rd test, let alone clear it. Challenging 6 stages was extremely difficult, known only to those who experienced it. As he waited, the 7th test began. Facing 7th stage super god targets, Lin Weya truly couldn't handle it. Any spell that hit the target felt like scratching an itch, unable to break through the defense. Lin Weya used the Strong Soldier spell, which increased damage by 500%, but it was still useless. The difference of one stage was like heaven and earth. Lin Weya realized another significance of this assessment. It was to make you understand your limits, to know your own strength. Outside, don't seek death. As long as you live, there is hope. Once you die, everything is over. This method of teaching was very effective for Lin Weya. 30 minutes passed, and all the alien targets disappeared. The void echoed with the prompt. First round of assessment complete. The second round will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. The second round of assessment. The first round tested attack power. The second round should test defense or actual combat. Both are possible. Lin Weya thought of the previous assessors, who all showed signs of battle when they came out. Clearly, there must be battles in the assessment. 10 minutes passed quickly. A huge figure appeared before Lin Weya. It wasn't a target, it was a real alien. Its upper body was human, holding a 5-meter-long spear. Its lower body was like a horse, with 4 hooves burning with fierce flames. Second round, first test, kill the enemy before you. Chapter 886. Chapter 886, 886. Chapter 886, instant kill all the way, no different from targets. The mechanical prompt sounded, devoid of any emotion. Lin Weya suspected it was intentionally made this way, otherwise, even a puppet would have emotions. Second round, first test, kill the enemy in front of you or survive for 30 minutes. Just a simple sentence, with no additional information. As the words fell, the battle immediately began. The half-human, half-horse alien, stepping on flames, charged with a long spear. Its speed was incredibly fast, like a meteor, leaving a long trail in the starry sky. Its aura was not apparent, making it impossible to judge its strength level. But Lin Weya could feel that the opponent had locked onto his soul. The wings of the undead spread, cutting off the soul lock, and Lin Weya instantly distanced himself. At the same time, a detection spell flew out. Using a detection spell before a battle had become Lin Weya's instinct. He didn't know if other small worlds were like this, but at least Lin Weya was used to it. In his small world, there was a saying, when in doubt, use a detection spell. The detection spell quickly returned information. Centaur race. Level, Super God Realm. Characteristics, extremely fast, proficient in manipulating fire element laws, be careful of their hooves. Lin Weya noticed that the detection spell had changed. As he entered the Great World and received the baptism of the Great World laws, the detection spell also underwent some subtle changes. These changes were very ingenious, only the user could feel them. From the outside, the detection spell no longer had a light breeze, as if it directly acted on the target. That feeling was like a soul lock. Lin Weya didn't know if it was the same in reality or just because he was in the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network. The detection spell did not provide the opponent's specific level, only indicating that the opponent was in the Super God Realm. As Lin Weya dodged, the centaur's attack landed where he had been. The starry sky exploded, and a massive law aura erupted. When it attacked, its aura was not apparent, but at the moment of impact, it fully erupted. This made its power greater and more difficult to defend against. Lin Weya became vigilant. This is not a target, nor a monster. Aliens, like us humans, also possess strong combat capabilities. I must not be careless. Lin Weya warned himself not to be careless just because he had defenses that could rival the Super God Realm. From the centaur's attack, it seemed to have the attack power of the first stage of the Super God Realm. But the centaur's speed was very fast, surpassing the first stage of the Super God Realm, likely reaching the second stage. This matched the information returned by the detection spell. After dodging an attack, Lin Weya did not continue to tangle. This was an assessment, and he needed to make the most of his time. With a flick of his finger, the undead world descended upon the starry sky. The eye of the undead opened, staring at the centaur. A massive soul attack suddenly launched, not giving the centaur a chance to launch a second attack, instantly killing it. Lin Weya heard it scream before it died. The Human Emperor Network was too realistic, even the soul's pain could be expressed. Before the centaur died, its ferocious expression was vividly portrayed. Second round, first test passed. The second test will begin in 10 minutes, please prepare. The emotionless mechanical voice sounded again. Lin Weio guessed that the second test would likely involve a second-stage Super God Realm alien. If this continued, he was confident he could pass more than 10 tests. Even a 9th-stage Super God Realm couldn't kill him. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, as long as he could survive for 30 minutes, he would pass. However, Lin Weio was unsure if the Human Emperor Network could fully display his talent for complete soul rebirth. After all, his talent was too abnormal, even capable of soul rebirth, completely restoring a destroyed soul world. In Antares' long life, he had never heard of such a talent. 10 minutes later, the second test began. Second round, second test, kill the enemy in front of you or survive for 30 minutes. A clump of weeds appeared in front of him. The weeds looked no different from other weeds, except they were bigger and thicker. Everything else was the same. Lin Weio could even see the roots, rooted in the void. A detection spell flew out. Star Grass Race. Level, Super God Realm. Characteristics, extremely strong vitality, can hide in the void, difficult to kill. Lin Weio thought of a saying, wildfire cannot destroy it, it grows again with the spring breeze. Plant-based races generally have strong vitality, just like plant-based monsters. But when facing soul-level attacks, before the stargrass could act, the eye of the undead had already stared at it. This time, gray-white gas appeared in the eye of the undead. The undead law was integrated, greatly enhancing the attack power. The stargrass race didn't have time to attack and was instantly killed. The battle ended in less than a second. Even if the stargrass race could hide its seeds in the void, preserving a last bit of life. But once the soul was destroyed, it couldn't survive. The soul is the foundation of everything, the same for any race. Second round, second test passed. The third test will begin in 10 minutes, please prepare. The emotionless prompt sounded again. The next one should be a third-stage Super God Realm. The undead gaze, combined with the time curse, should be able to instantly kill the opponent. Using the skeletal god warriors, enhanced by the law, can also surround and kill. After thinking for a moment, Lin Weio decided to use the simplest method. 1,000 undead soldiers appeared around him, each integrated with the undead law, enhanced by the Lich General, possessing the combat power of the third stage of the Super God Realm. With them, Lin Weio felt he could take a break. 10 minutes later, another alien appeared. It had the combat power of the third stage of the Super God Realm. As soon as the test began, the undead soldiers swarmed. Various attacks, carrying the destructive aura of the undead law, engulfed the alien. Instant kill. Another instant kill. A battle without suspense. Soon, the fourth test began. For this, Lin Weio summoned the Death Knights. As the second-ranked unit in the undead army, 1,000 Death Knights, spewing dragon breath, instantly annihilated the opponent. In the fifth test, Lin Weio used the skeletal god generals. This time, it wasn't an instant kill. 1,000 skeletal god generals surrounded the opponent, bombarding it for over 10 seconds before killing it. The first 5 tests went smoothly. For Lin Weio, it didn't matter if they were targets or not. Either they were instantly killed or surrounded and beaten to death. It wasn't until the 6th test that Lin Weio encountered some trouble. Starry Sky Python. Level, Super God Realm. Characteristics, extremely strong defense against elemental and physical laws. The 6th test's alien was a python over 6,000 meters long. The massive python coiled in the starry sky, exuding a strong sense of oppression, very terrifying. But Lin Weio felt nothing size doesn't determine strength. Everything has two sides. The larger the size, the stronger the attack power, but the larger the target area. With a thought, 10,000 skeletal god generals and 10,000 death knights appeared in the starry sky. They swarmed, surrounding the starry sky python and began the attack. The starry sky python fiercely counterattacked, its massive body wielding terrifying power, constantly sending the skeletal god generals flying, but unable to kill them. Under the siege of the skeletal god generals and death knights, it couldn't reach Lin Weio. Lin Weio continuously unleashed the undead law, which carried a deadly aura, corroding the python's body. Chapter 887. Chapter 887, 887. Chapter 887, the younger you are, the longer the assessment time? Under the relentless siege of the skeletal god generals and death knights, the starry sky python persisted for 25 minutes before finally being killed in frustration. Lin Weio had expected this result. Just like shooting targets, the 6th stage of the super god realm was his attack limit. Beyond that, he couldn't defeat them, though they couldn't kill him either. He knew that from the next test onwards, he would switch roles from how to kill the enemy to how to stay alive and endure for 30 minutes. For Lin Weio, this was very simple, even more relaxing. As the 7th test began, Lin Weio summoned his undead army again. This time there were no skeletal god generals or death knights. A total of 1.49 million undead soldiers filled the starry sky almost entirely. Lin Weio was in the center of the army. To kill Lin Weio, one would have to get through the undead army first. But the undead army was not so easy to get rid of. The alien that appeared was dumbfounded, feeling at a loss on how to start. Through the perspective of the undead, Lin Weio saw this alien. Ox Demon Race. Level, Super God Realm. Characteristics, extremely powerful physical attacks, proficient in physical laws. This virtual alien was very similar to the alien god that confronted the Night Wind Godlord when Lin Weio had just left the small world. Lin Weio now knew that they were called the Ox Demon Race, with bull horns, quite fitting. The Ox Demon Race excelled in using physical laws, and their weapons were also extremely heavy. The virtual ox demon wielded a huge axe, each swing seeming to split the starry sky apart. The enormous force exploded in the starry sky, blasting away hundreds or thousands of skeletons with each strike. But more skeletons would immediately surge forward, trapping it in place, unable to advance. The attacks from the undead fell on it like scratching an itch, causing no damage at all. Whether physical, elemental, or soul attacks, the effect was about the same. Lin Muya tried using Time Curse combined with Undead Gaze. At most, it only caused some effect, making the ox demon feel pain. As a result, it only became more frenzied. Lin Muya gave up attacking and just had the undead army surround it. The ox demon attacked frantically, swinging its axe nonstop, its law aura lingering in the starry sky. No matter how it attacked, it could not break free from the undead army's encirclement. The undead army was simply too numerous, surrounding it in layers upon layers, totaling 1.49 million. After 30 minutes, the test ended. The ox demon turned into a cluster of starlight and disappeared from sight. The usual prompt sounded, and the 8th test would begin in 10 minutes. Lin Muya did not dismiss the undead army, as he would just have to summon them again later. Too much trouble. 10 minutes later, the 8th test began. The undead army surrounded the enemy in the same shameless way, with no artistry at all. This fighting method was almost unscrupulous. I can kill you, but you can't kill me either. The rules simply stated to either kill the enemy or survive for 30 minutes without being killed. Lin Muya was just following the rules. Outside the assessment room, a group of people had grown impatient. For a normal person's assessment, the fast ones took an hour or two, the slow ones 2 or 3 hours. Lin Muya had been in there for half a day already, over 8 hours. They had never seen such a situation before. What's going on? This kid has been in there for so long, why hasn't the assessment ended yet? Could it be that the younger you are, the longer the assessment time? Don't guess blindly, all the assessment rules are the same. That leaves only one possibility: he must have spent a lot of time on each test, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Gu Qingxian listened to the discussions, also feeling uneasy. She didn't know what was happening inside the assessment room that caused such a long delay. Everything happening inside was strictly confidential, no one could know. So no matter how anxious she was, it was useless, she could only wait. Inside the assessment room, an extremely complex formation was operating. Lin Muya stood in the center, eyes closed, his consciousness fully entering the Human Emperor Network. His personal assessment was still ongoing. In the Human Emperor Network, raging flames burned in the starry sky. All the undead were trapped in the sea of fire, the Lich General frantically healing, but the undead army remained unharmed in the flames. Lin Muya saw the enemy for this test, a mass of raging flames. In the center of the flames was a huge rock. All the flames seemed to emanate from this rock. The detection spell still provided corresponding information. Demon Rock Race. Level, True God Realm. Characteristics: the Demon Rock Race is born with the ability to control elements. Upon reaching adulthood, they automatically master the corresponding elemental laws. 10 seconds ago, Lin Muya's new test had officially begun. Second round, 10th test: kill the enemy in front of you, or survive for 30 minutes without being killed. This was already the 10th test of the second round. Lin Muya now faced a first stage True God Realm opponent. The first stage of the True God Realm was far stronger than the 9th stage of the Super God Realm. Crossing that major realm boundary meant an exponential increase in strength. The moment it appeared, the flames of the fire laws enveloped the entire starry sky, almost devouring the entire undead army. The power of the fire laws was immense, but still not enough to kill the undead army. Elemental resistance, fusion 100% passive skill, self and summons are immune to all elemental attacks. Damage from all elemental laws is reduced by half. After being baptized by the Great World Laws, Lin Muya's talent was greatly enhanced. The undead army's elemental law damage reduction reached 200 times. Even with the powerful True God Realm laws, which could inflict heavy damage on the undead army, the Lich General's relentless healing still allowed the undead army to survive. As for Lin Muya himself, he also had the passive damage transfer skill. He could reduce all damage by half. Combined with his talent, it became 200 times reduction. The two skills interacted, resulting in a staggering 40,000 times damage reduction in the end. If 40,000 points of damage fell on Lin Muya, the undead army would only need to bear 1 point of it. This monstrous level of defense was Lin Muya's greatest confidence. It seemed the Demon Rock Race could only attack with elemental laws and had no other means. 30 minutes passed quickly, and Lin Muya endured again. 10 minutes later, a second stage True God Realm opponent appeared. Lin Muya's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, a beast race appeared. The detection spell immediately popped up. Beast race. Level, True God Realm. Characteristics: innately immune to all normal attacks. Laws must be used to kill them. The Beast King before him was over 100 meters long and extremely massive. 19 strands of fur hung down from its head. A Beast Emperor has 9 strands of fur, representing the Super God Realm. With each higher realm, another strand is added. Up to 18 strands for the True God Realm. 19 strands was precisely the second stage of the True God Realm. When the Beast King appeared, it let out a soul-shaking roar. A soul attack thundered forth, but Lin Muya's soul quality had almost reached the 4th grade. His soul strength was on par with a God King. The second stage True God Realm's soul attack was nothing to him. As it roared, the undead army had already surrounded and tightly enclosed it. Chapter 888. Chapter 888, 888. Chapter 888, the limit of the undead army, transforming into a meat shield. The second stage True God level wild beast rampaged within the encirclement of the undead army. Its fur lashed out like a whip, each strike bursting with astonishing power. mysterious laws entwined around it, making its attacks incredibly powerful. Any skeleton struck by the whip would immediately shatter into pieces. However, in the next second, under the effect of the Undying Undead spell, the shattered skeletons quickly reassembled and returned to their original state. The second stage True God level Wild Beast's attack power had already reached the limit that the skeletons could endure. Lin Wuya's heart stirred, and the skeletons retreated, replaced by Death Knights and Skeletal Dragons. In terms of defense, the Death Knights and Skeletal Dragons were much stronger than the skeletons, barely withstanding the Wild Beast's attacks. As long as they weren't killed in one hit, the Lich General could quickly heal them. In this way, no matter how frenzied the Wild Beast's attacks were, it couldn't break free from the encirclement of the undead army, let alone threaten Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya seemed to understand another purpose of this assessment. It seems to be demonstrating the attack methods of various races to me. Although the Human Emperor network also has corresponding information, simulating battles requires a fee. But now, this opportunity is free. Lin Wuya's lips curled up slightly. Such a free opportunity should not be wasted. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The wild beast disappeared, and Lin Wuya began preparing for the next assessment. In the next round, he would face a third-stage True God level enemy. The attack power of a third-stage True God would completely exceed the limit that the undead army could endure. However, after a brief consideration, Lin Wuya still decided to use the encirclement tactic of the undead army. He wanted to see the limit of the undead army. Could a third-stage True God completely break his undead army? Second round, 12th test, kill the enemy in front of you or survive for 30 minutes without being killed. A figure appeared before him, wings spread wide, dimming the starlight and giving Lin Wuya a sense of being overshadowed. Vampire. This person looked exactly like the vampires he had seen before, but taller and with larger wings. As he appeared, the starlight seemed to carry a scent of blood. Vampire. Level, True God Realm. Characteristics, vampires can combine their own blood with the blood of other races to create blood slaves. Be careful not to be bitten by their fangs. The vampire attacked the moment he appeared. He flapped his wings, scattering countless blades formed by laws, each blade extremely powerful. His attack power completely exceeded the limit that the undead army could endure, and it did not trigger the full connection talent, allowing him to directly kill the undead army. Even the skeletal dragons couldn't withstand his attacks. The undead army fell like wheat, but in the next second, they revived completely intact. The Undying Undead spell star shone brightly, continuously operating. Each skeleton had 5 chances to resurrect within 3 minutes. Only on the 6th death would they truly die. Lin Wuya had anticipated this, so he remained calm, just watching quietly. Soon, a batch of the undead army completed their mission, collapsing on the 6th death. A large number of light spots disappeared from the summoning spell star. At least over 100,000 undead truly died. However, only 5 minutes had passed since the test began. At this rate, by the end of the test, at least half of the undead army would be dead. Lin Wuya was testing the limit, not sending them to their deaths. With a thought, he summoned a new skeletal god warrior. The spell linkage mechanism was activated, and 8 spell stars lit up simultaneously. In an instant, skeletal god warriors, death knights, and skeletal dragons continuously appeared at an astonishing speed. The entire process was automatic, without Lin Wuya needing to lift a finger. The first replenishment of the undead army was very effective. Another batch of the undead army was killed, but the newly summoned undead quickly filled the gap. The replenishment speed was so fast that it was only slightly slower than the vampire's killing speed. The vampire killed quickly, but Lin Wuya replenished just as fast. By the end of the 30 minutes, the undead army had hardly decreased. The test was very effective, and Lin Wuya was very satisfied. The undead army could fight while replenishing, with a very high limit. Let's try a 4th stage True God. Lin Wuya thought, preparing to see if he could withstand the power of a 4th stage True God. He had turned this test into his own experimental ground. During the 10-minute wait, the undead army was fully replenished, returning to its full strength of 1.49 million. Soon, a new opponent appeared before him. A 4th stage True God level opponent appeared in the starry sky. This time, it was a demon. Not the kind from the Abyss world, but a true demon. Demon race. Level, True God Realm. Characteristics, possessing demon bloodline, their combat power is top-notch among their peers. The demon's combat power was very strong, almost invincible among its peers. After appearing, it stared at Lin Wuya through the undead army. The demon's gaze was fierce, filled with bloodlust and cruelty. The Human Emperor network was too realistic, almost identical to a real demon. The demon roared angrily, throwing a punch. The starry sky shook violently, and a massive fist appeared, covering the sky. With one punch, nearly half of the undead army was killed. Lin Wuya's heart skipped a beat. The power of this punch was beyond his imagination. The difference between a 4th stage True God and a 3rd stage True God was enormous. Or perhaps it was because the opponent was a demon, making the difference so vast. The dead undead revived in the next second, but the demon's second and third punches followed immediately. The newly revived undead army was killed again. Lin Wuya's expression changed completely. At this rate, the undead army wouldn't last a few minutes. The demon's killing power had completely exceeded the limit that the undead army could endure. The killing speed was too fast for him to replenish. The wings of the undead flapped, and Lin Wuya flew up, transforming into a meat shield to block the demon's attacks for the undead army. The demon's original target was Lin Wuya. Seeing him approach, it launched a fierce attack. The undead army quickly dispersed, and the Lich General rapidly healed them. Lin Weiyu's intervention immediately stabilized the situation. Lin Weiyu's defense was much stronger than the undead army's. After multiple layers of weakening, the demon's attacks could no longer cause the undead army to collapse simultaneously. The Lich General had enough time to heal them. Lin Weiyu cast bone armor on himself. The bone armor activated the spell linkage. In an instant, the demon was surrounded by white light. Bone prison, bone fangs, and bone spears continuously appeared on its body. As long as it attacked Lin Weiyu, the bone spell's counterattacks wouldn't stop. Lin Weiyu was like a porcupine. If you touched him, you would get hurt. Although the bone spells couldn't harm the demon, they could at least cause some disturbance. Besides that, Lin Weiyu used various other spells in turn. However, the difference in levels was too great, more than one major realm and 3 minor realms. Lin Weiyu's attacks had no effect on the demon. Lin Weiyu was also certain that a 4th stage True God's attacks couldn't kill him either. Chapter 889. Chapter 889, 889. Chapter 889, Legendary Rating. Lin Weiyu acted as a solid meat shield. In front of the 4th stage True God level demon, he endured nearly 30 minutes of relentless bombardment. Only when the demon disappeared did Lin Weiyu breathe a sigh of relief. The next round would be against a 5th stage super god, and he wasn't sure if he could withstand it. However, he already had an idea of how to handle it. This was an assessment, and he needed to delay as long as possible. The human emperor network seemed to have simulated an infinite starry sky, and this space was indeed vast. The undead army had completely dispersed, with distances between them exceeding 1,000 meters. Some had become invisible to the naked eye, appearing only as small dots. When the test began, Lin Weiyu saw the alien in front of him. Insect race. Lin Weiyu was startled. This time, it was indeed the insect race. This insect was over 10,000 meters long, with hundreds of giant legs, each over 100 meters long and as sharp as serrated blades. The insect's head had 10 pairs of compound eyes, staring coldly, mercilessly, and bloodthirstily at Lin Weiyu. Various scenarios instantly filled his mind. Lin Weiyu instinctively sensed danger. While using a detection spell, he flapped his undead wings and frantically retreated. A sharp screech sounded behind him. The insect spat out a beam of light, hitting him accurately. His body was instantly struck with immense force, pushing him tens of thousands of meters away. The attack contained both physical and soul damage. His soul world trembled, but fortunately, his soul quality was high and his defense strong, blocking the attack. His body emitted a faint white light, weakening the damage and transferring it to the undead army. The undead army instantly suffered a fatal blow, collapsing and then reviving. Such a strong attack. The attack power of a 5th stage super god had increased several times, enough to completely collapse the undead army. As long as the attacks continued, his talent would be triggered. Lin Weiyu understood this, so he chose to retreat at the start of the battle, delaying as much as possible. At this moment, the detection spell finally returned information. Star-devouring insect race. Level, True God realm. Characteristics, known for their numbers, the elite war insects of the star-devouring insect race also possess astonishing combat power. Never let the insect race surround you, or it will be very dangerous. Lin Weiyu looked at the information, understanding the situation. He had once spied on the structure of the insect race and seen the mother nest. He knew that a single mother nest could command countless insects. Once surrounded, not even bones would remain. The insect race had both ordinary war insects and elite war insects, and the elite war insects were not weak at the same level. Lin Weiyu thought about this while flapping his undead wings, swiftly maneuvering through the starry sky. The giant insect chased him, continuously attacking. The undead wings cut off the soul lock, allowing Lin Weiyu to avoid most attacks. Only occasionally, when he couldn't dodge in time, would he be hit. Time passed second by second, and Lin Weiyu kept delaying. The Undying Undead talent had a cooldown of 3 minutes, allowing for a new round every 3 minutes. The insect race could never catch up to Lin Weiyu and began to grow angry. A terrifying aura rose from its body. Lin Weiyu felt a tightness all over, his hair standing on end, sensing mortal danger. The next second, the starry sky collapsed. The starry sky within 100,000 meters suddenly collapsed, and an invisible force pressed in from all directions, preventing his escape. He saw the insect disintegrating, its body breaking apart inch by inch, each disintegration spreading a massive shockwave. The starry sky within 100,000 meters turned into a black hole, as if everything inside would be blasted into nothingness. Each wave of energy could collapse the undead army once. Lin Weiyu's plan to disperse the undead army was ineffective. After 6 waves, the Undying Undead talent entered cooldown, and the undead army did not revive. Along with Lin Weiyu, he was also killed by the intense shockwaves. Lin Weiyu's consciousness plunged into darkness, as if he had truly died. The next second, Lin Weiyu suddenly regained consciousness. He found himself back in reality. His aura was still surging, and he realized that the tests he had just undergone were not entirely within the human emperor network. He had also used his power in reality without knowing it. The formation beneath his feet had stopped operating, and the light was fading. The assessment was over. Thinking of the last scene, Lin Weiyu murmured to himself, "I didn't expect it to choose mutual destruction. My full rebirth talent didn't activate, so the human emperor network couldn't simulate it. But even if the talent had activated, I would still have died. In the future, I must be cautious when encountering the insect race in the real world." Lin Weiyu didn't move, reflecting on the battle. Summarizing gains and losses and understanding his limitations had great benefits. Mistakes made once should not be repeated. Some mistakes could be fatal. At this moment, the star crystal outside finally lit up. A dazzling golden light shot out from the star crystal, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant gold. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. The golden light represented an extreme rating, but such a bright and intense golden light had never been seen before. Even an upper extreme rating shouldn't be this bright. We've seen extreme ratings before, but what is this? I think the star crystal is broken. Could there be an upper extreme rating? Exactly, it's impossible. Pu Qingxian, amidst her shock, suddenly recalled a legend. When she had just completed her assessment, she received an extreme rating, and it was on the higher end of extreme. The golden light at that time, though not as bright as now, was still dazzling. She had enjoyed the envious gazes of many. Just as she was feeling proud, the Night Wind God Lord had casually remarked, "Extreme is not the highest." But when she asked further, the Night Wind God Lord said no more. What kind of talent did Lin Huiyu possess? Was it really just extreme? Pu Qingxian was full of questions. By the star formation of the War God Hall, Elder Luo opened his eyes and glanced towards the assessment room. The golden light there was so intense that it had spread over. A smile appeared in his aged eyes. Another prodigy has emerged in our human race. As the star crystal shone brightly, Lin Huiyu's consciousness reconnected with the Human Emperor Network. He received his rating. Legendary. Not excellent, not extreme, but legendary. What level was legendary? He wasn't sure, but it seemed higher than extreme. It couldn't be worse than excellent, right? At this moment, a message popped up in the Human Emperor Network. Initial reward, 1000 points. Permission level upgraded to level 2. Then a data panel appeared before Lin Huiyu, displaying some information. Lin Huiyu, age, 28. Level, 1st stage super god. Soul, 3rd grade peak. Potential rating, legendary. Highest permission, level 2. Comprehensive strength, 7th stage super god. Points, 1100. Law mastery, death law. Each data point had an option for Lin Huiyu to choose whether to hide it. If hidden, others couldn't see it. If not hidden, the information would be public. Each piece of information also had a detailed explanation. Chapter 890. Chapter 890, 890. Chapter 890, Ubiquitous Information Blockade. Lin Huiyu carefully reviewed all the information on the panel, including the explanations behind each item. From the levels and soul quality, it was clear that he was indeed only at the 1st stage of the super god level, and his soul had reached the peak of the 3rd grade, just a hair's breadth away from the 4th grade. A 3rd grade soul quality is the foundation for becoming a god king. This was what Antares had told him. However, the explanations on the panel were more detailed. According to the explanations, based on Lin Huiyu's soul quality, it directly informed him that his current limit was the 9th stage of the god king level. This made it more intuitive. As for the potential rating section, it also explained what legendary meant. Normally, ratings are divided into 4 levels: poor, good, excellent, and extreme. Legendary is not within the ordinary grading system. It is defined as surpassing the extreme level. Legendary is not a specific level. It merely indicates that some legendary figures, like the war god Xiao Zhantian, have potential that can be rated as legendary. However, not all who are rated as legendary can become figures like Xiao Zhantian. It is just an evaluation, not a guaranteed fact. After reading this, Lin Huiyu smiled. An evaluation is just an evaluation. How far one can go ultimately depends on one's own efforts and various opportunities along the way. However, those who receive a legendary rating are undoubtedly geniuses. Lin Huiyu chose to hide this information. There was no need for others to see it. Next was his permission level. In both the Human Emperor Network and the real world, every human has corresponding permissions. Everyone can only do things within their permissions. When Lin Huiyu first arrived in the human world, he was at level 1, only allowed to operate within his own star system and not leave it. The same applied in the Human Emperor Network. To leave his star system, he needed to raise his permission level. At level 2, he could leave his star system and operate in nearby star systems, with specific ranges defined by corresponding regulations. As his level increased and he completed various tasks, he would earn points and his permissions would also increase accordingly. Permissions are somewhat tied to points but not entirely. Lin Huiyu received 1000 points as a reward for achieving a legendary rating in the assessment, which also raised his permission level to level 2. Lin Huiyu fully understood this. In the small world, the military merit system was similar. Initially, military merits could be farmed, but once one reached the rank of general, they could no longer be farmed. One had to personally kill strong enemies equivalent to the god level to earn general stars. The highest permissions were only granted to god generals. Points worked similarly. Once they reached a certain level, permissions would no longer increase. One had to contribute to the human race to continue raising permissions. This information could not be hidden. Everyone could see it. The comprehensive strength rating was a combined evaluation given by the Human Emperor Network based on the assessment results. It was not entirely accurate and should only be used as a reference. The importance of points was already very clear. Without points, one could hardly move, whether in the real world or the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network. Finally, there was the law he mastered. Apparently, the Human Emperor Network did not recognize the undying law and mistakenly identified it as the death law. The two are indeed very similar. Lin Huiyu had never shown the life aspect of the undying law. Otherwise, the laws he mastered might have included the life law as well. In the end, Lin Huiyu chose to only display his name, level, and the unavoidable permission level. He hid all other information. To outsiders, Lin Huiyu's information became very concise. Lin Huiyu, level, 1st stage super god. Highest permission, level 2. Lin Muyo did not know that most people did the same. The door of the assessment room opened, and the golden light outside had already disappeared. As soon as Lin Muyo came out, he was met with strange looks from the crowd. You finally came out. Kid, what were you doing in there for so long? Were you sleeping in there? Are you really at the extreme level? A barrage of questions was thrown at him, and Lin Muyo frowned slightly but did not speak. At this moment, Gu Qingxian shouted, "Everyone, be quiet. Have you forgotten the rules of the War God Hall?" Immediately, everyone fell silent. One of the rules of the War God Hall was that no one was allowed to ask the examinee about the assessment. Sheng Jiaxuan casually said, "What's wrong with asking? He can choose not to answer. We didn't force him, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules." Gu Qingxian immediately retorted, "You shouldn't have asked in the first place." Sheng Jiaxuan sneered, "I can ask whatever I want. Since you're a woman, I won't argue with you today." Lin Muyo took a deep look at Sheng Jiaxuan, memorizing his appearance. Sheng Jiaxuan frowned, "Kid, I don't like the way you're looking at me." Lin Muyo calmly said, "I don't like your mouth either. Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. Speak less and do more. Are you lecturing me?" Sheng Jiaxuan clenched his fist, and laws faintly appeared on it. Gu Qingxian sneered, "Do you dare to make a move in the War God Hall?" Sheng Jiaxuan seemed to remember something, and his clenched fist relaxed. He smiled again, "Of course not. I wouldn't dare break the rules of the War God Hall." "Good that you know. Let's go." Gu Qingxian quickly led Lin Muyo away. As they left the War God Hall, they directly activated the teleportation array and returned to life star 98-1. Before leaving the War God Hall, Lin Muyo saw Elder Luo again. They greeted him, and Lin Muyo felt that Elder Luo's gaze was different, as if looking at a promising junior with a hint of affection. On the life star, fighting was also prohibited. If there were grudges to settle, they had to be resolved in the arena of the Human Emperor Network. Fighting in the real world violated the rules of the human race and would result in corresponding punishment. Moreover, the Human Emperor Network connected the real and virtual worlds, and any violations could not escape its surveillance. Gu Qingxian took Lin Muyo into a special room. These rooms were called task rooms. There were many task rooms on the Life Star, specifically prepared for those who wanted to enter the Human Emperor Network. Each activation required 1 point and allowed one to stay inside for 100 days, making it very affordable. Gu Qingxian paid 1 point and entered the task room with Lin Muyo, then they both entered the Human Emperor Network. After entering the Human Emperor Network, Gu Qingxian hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Is your rating really extreme?" She quickly added, "I'm not trying to pry. I'm just asking. You don't have to answer." Lin Muyo smiled and made his potential rating information public. "See for yourself." Gu Qingxian checked Lin Muyo's information and couldn't help but exclaim, "Legendary." Lin Muyo then hid the information again. "Yes, legendary." Gu Qingxian was puzzled. What does legendary mean? I've never heard of it. Lin Muyo realized that the explanations behind each item were also personalized. Only those who reached the corresponding level could see the corresponding explanations. Gu Qingxian's potential had not reached the legendary level, so she didn't know it existed. Lin Muyo immediately understood that this was an information blockade. It was the same in the small world, the same with Antares, and still the same in the great world. You only know what you're supposed to know. If it's not for you to know, then you don't need to know. Lin Muyo explained, legendary is just a rating above extreme. It doesn't have any specific function. Gu Qingxian nodded, "Oh, I see." Then she noticed Lin Muyo's permission level and exclaimed again, "How did your permission level reach level 2? Chapter 891. Chapter 891, 891. Chapter 891, Are there secret realms in the great world? Gu Qingxian's expression was filled with surprise and disbelief. Lin Muyo was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Gu Qingxian said, "Do you know how difficult it is to upgrade permissions? I suffered a lot to upgrade my permissions from level 1 to level 2. Lin Muyo didn't think so. Isn't the initial permission tied to points? As long as you have enough points, the permission will be upgraded." Gu Qingxian rolled her eyes at Lin Muyo. Her usually cold face now had a touch of charm. "It's not as easy as you think. To upgrade permissions with points, you must earn them yourself, and only points earned through tasks are valid. Points traded from others are useless. Your evaluation is also one of your tasks, a newbie task, but you haven't activated the task system yet, so you can't see it." After Gu Qingxian's explanation, Lin Muyo finally understood. After registering, he received the recognition of the human race and gained access to the Human Emperor Network. At the same time, he started his first task as a newbie, the potential evaluation. Based on the evaluation results, different rewards would be given. There are 4 grades: poor, good, excellent, and extreme. Only excellent and extreme can receive rewards. Excellent can get 10 points, and extreme can get 100 points. But neither is enough to upgrade permissions. To upgrade from level 1 to level 2 permissions, 1000 points are needed, and they must be earned from tasks. Points obtained through other means are useless. Lin Muyo received a legendary evaluation and got a reward of 1000 points, so his permissions naturally upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Lin Muyo vaguely felt that the human race's points and permissions system was far more complex than he thought. There was still a lot to understand and explore. Gu Qingxian said softly, "I got an extreme evaluation back then and received 100 points. Then I did many tasks and suffered a lot to upgrade my permissions to level 2. It's not as easy as you, reaching level 2 in one go." Gu Qingxian asked enviously, "Are you really only 28 years old?" Lin Muyo nodded, "Almost, I can't remember clearly." Gu Qingxian looked at Lin Morio. The star crystal won't be wrong. You are definitely 28 years old. I just want to ask, are all the people in your small world as talented as you? Lin Morio shook his head. I'm an exception. Gu Qingxian wisely didn't ask further. If she continued, it might involve some of Lin Morio's secrets. They arrived at the task center, where various tasks could be obtained. After completing them, various rewards could be received. Some rewards are virtual and can be obtained directly through the Human Emperor network. Some rewards are real objects, delivered to you after completing the task. The task center was very lively, crowded with people. The Human Emperor network is a virtual world, and although the data size and scale are comparable to the real world, some things are different. In the task center, the space is exaggeratedly expanded. It can accommodate millions of people without any problem. If an ordinary person walked from one end of the task center to the other, it might take a year or so. Gu Qingxian said, in the Great World, the minimum entry requirement for the task center is level 1 permission, and the minimum requirement for level 1 permission is super god level. So those who can enter the task center are at least super god level. Now you have level 2 permissions, you can operate in the nearby 10 star systems. When you reach level 3 permissions, you can operate in the nearby 100 star regions. Permissions not only define the activity area but also limit the tasks you can accept. You can only accept tasks within your activity area, and the task difficulty must match your permission level. Lin Moria realized that permissions might also represent a person's strength to some extent. The higher the permission, the stronger the person. In the task center, there are many empty task stations. Whether you want to accept or submit a task, you only need to operate at the task station. No manual intervention is needed. The Human Emperor network handles everything. Since entering the Great World in the human territory, Lin Moria felt that the human race was all about cultivation, and more cultivation to become stronger. Only by constantly becoming stronger can the human race survive in this cruel world. The Human Emperor network in various settings in the real world mostly exist to become stronger. Gu Qingxian came to a task station and started operating, explaining to Lin Morio, you can operate here with your mind. Now I have level 3 permissions. When I upgrade to level 4, I can accept and submit tasks anytime, anywhere, without coming to the task center each time. Being able to accept and submit tasks anytime, anywhere is indeed much more convenient. Gu Qingxian submitted her task and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this part of the task is completed. She was doing a chain task, and guiding Lin Morio was just one part of it. There were more tasks to do later. This task was crucial for her permission upgrade and entering the Divine City. Now it's your turn. See if there's a suitable task for you. Gu Qingxian gave up the task station to Lin Morio, signaling him to operate. When Lin Morio's consciousness connected with the task station, a screen appeared in front of him, showing some basic information about him. It was very similar to the panel he saw himself, with little difference. This screen could only be seen by himself, and others couldn't peek. Gu Qingxian explained the task operation process to Lin Morio. It wasn't complicated, and Lin Morio quickly mastered it. Now he had level 2 permissions, with an activity range of 10 nearby life star systems and some non-life star systems. The tasks he could accept were not many and were suitable for his current level. Secret Realm. Lin Morio saw a task named Conquer 97 Meteor Secret Realm. Are there secret realms in the Great World? Can you kill monsters and level up in the Great World? Lin Morio wondered if he misunderstood. What is a secret realm? Gu Qingxian explained, in the Great World, there are many mysterious places. These places are often very dangerous but also contain treasures. After strong people explore these places, the data is recorded in the Human Emperor network, forming corresponding secret realms. Secret realms are virtual. You can experience the same as in the mysterious places. Although you won't get any treasures, there is no danger, and you can get some points as rewards. Most importantly, it helps you familiarize yourself with the dangers in the Great World, so you won't be at a loss when you encounter them in the future. The secret realms in the Human Emperor network are completely different from those in the small world. You can't level up by killing monsters, it's just to increase your knowledge and know how to handle dangers in the future. In the Great World, knowing how to handle various dangers is crucial and often determines life and death. It is indeed a very good training method. Chapter 892. Chapter 892, 892. Chapter 892, The True Meaning of Legendary Level. Gu Qingxian reminded, there aren't many secret realm tasks. If you see one, take it. It's beneficial. Lin Moria nodded. Secret realms not only help him get familiar with the Great World but also pose no danger. Most importantly, completing them yields rewards. Not taking such a beneficial task would be foolish. Lin Morio accepted the task named Conquer 97 Meteor Secret Realm. Upon completion, he would receive a reward of 50 points. Additionally, the task noted that if completed excellently, there would be extra rewards. The task clearly indicated the location of the 97 Meteor Secret Realm, with 97 representing the 97th life star system. Its location was near the 98th life star system, approximately 3 light years away. In kilometers, this translates to 30 trillion kilometers. The Great World is so vast that distances can no longer be expressed in kilometers. Generally, distances between star systems are measured in light years. 1 light year is the distance light travels in 1 year, which is 10 trillion kilometers. It is normal for star systems to be separated by several or even dozens of light years. The 98th star system and the 97th star system are about 3 light years apart. If he were to fly at full speed, it would be questionable whether he could reach it in his lifetime. He thought of the god-slaying fortress that Antares insisted he take. The God-slaying fortress could not only kill enemies but also serve as a means of transportation. Clearly, there were aspects of the God-slaying fortress that he had not yet understood. 3 light years, that's really far, Lin Moria murmured. Gu Qingxuan's voice came from beside him. 3 light years is not that far. You can directly teleport there through the Human Emperor network, and it only costs 1 point. Whether in reality or in the Human Emperor network, teleportation is possible. In reality, teleportation requires a teleportation array. The Human Emperor network is more convenient, allowing teleportation at any time. Both require a fee, with teleportation within a 10 light-year range uniformly costing 1 point. If Lin Moria failed the task, his loss would only be 1 point. Lin Moria realized the significant purchasing power of points. It was evident that Gu Qingxian had spent a considerable amount, 100 points, to allow him to receive the best baptism of the Great World Laws. Gu Qingxian said, "Alright, my guiding task is over. The rest is up to you. I have to go do my next task. We'll meet again if fate allows." Lin Moria sincerely bowed to Gu Qingxian. "Thank you, senior sister. I wish you an early entry into the Divine City." Gu Qingxian accepted graciously. "You're welcome. You should also work hard. With your talent, you have a great chance of entering the Divine City." They had already exchanged contact information in the Human Emperor network and could contact each other at any time. Moreover, the higher Lin Moria's future achievements, the more beneficial it would be for Gu Qingxian. Gu Qingxuan's figure gradually faded and left the Human Emperor network. Lin Moria calmed his mind and continued to study the task system. After accepting a task, the corresponding task panel appeared before him. It clearly listed the tasks he had accepted and were ongoing, the tasks he had completed, and the rewards he had received from the tasks. Everything was clearly categorized. The Human Emperor network provided detailed explanations for each item and highlighted important points to note in the tasks. Each task was a one-time opportunity for each person. Once completed, it could not be done again, preventing the possibility of earning points by repeatedly completing the same task. After studying for a while, Lin Moria had a good understanding of the task system. The rest was practice only by personally experiencing it would he truly understand it. Just like the dungeons in the small world, without personally entering them, one would never know what they were like inside. He also wanted to see what the secret realms in the Great World were like. Lin Moria glanced around. There were many people in the task center, some of whom he recognized as fellow super gods who had registered at the same time as him. They were also accepting tasks. Lin Moria looked at them briefly but did not approach to communicate. With a slight movement of his consciousness, he said, "Teleport to the entrance of the 97 Meteor Secret Realm." 1 point was deducted, and Lin Moria's consciousness instantly crossed the starry sky, flying towards the destination. On the flying boat of the Night Wind God, a faint tea fragrance lingered. The Night Wind God drank alone, his gaze fixed on the starry sky outside, seemingly seeing into the infinite distance. Gu Qingxian returned with a smile. "Master, I'm back." The Night Wind God smiled slightly. It seems that Xiao's performance was quite good. From Gu Qingxuan's expression, it was clear that Lin Moria had achieved quite good results. Otherwise, Gu Qingxian would not be so happy. Gu Qingxian said, "Unexpectedly good. It was worth spending 100 points to rent a training room in the War God Hall for him." The Night Wind God nodded. "Points should be spent where necessary." The training rooms in the War God Hall, influenced by the power of the star array, allow for a more thorough baptism of the Great World Laws, increasing the success rate of talent transfer. In the Night Wind God's mind, people from the small world generally had not transferred talents. An investment of 100 points was not a loss. Gu Qingxian sat in front of the Night Wind God and poured him tea. "Master, can you guess what rating Lin Shidi received?" The Night Wind God chuckled. "Is there a need to guess? The answer is written on your face. It must be at least an extreme lower rating." Gu Qingxian shook her head. "Master, guess again." The Night Wind God was slightly surprised. "Could it be the same as yours?" At that time, Gu Qingxian had received an extreme upper rating, already considered a genius level. Such talent was 1 in a million. Gu Qingxian shook her head again. "Although I don't want to admit it, Lin Shidi is stronger than me." Extreme upper. The Night Wind God's eyes sparkled. If it wasn't extreme upper, then it could only be the pinnacle of extreme upper. Such talent was extremely rare, even among billions of humans in the Vermilion Bird Star region. Gu Qingxian still shook her head. "Lin Shidi is not extreme upper, but legendary." "What?" The Night Wind God was stunned, showing an expression of disbelief. The Night Wind God's expression gradually became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "This child's future is limitless." Gu Qingxian was somewhat puzzled. Is the legendary rating very impressive? It's not just impressive. It means that his potential is so great that it cannot be measured, hence the legendary rating. The Night Wind God's words made Gu Qingxuan's heart tremble. If even the Human Emperor network could not measure his potential, how strong must it be? The Night Wind God instructed, "In the future, maintain a good relationship with Xiao. Do not become enemies." Gu Qingxian smiled. "Don't worry, Master. Lin Shidi is a good person, and we get along well." "That's good." The distance of 3 light-years took 3 seconds in the Human Emperor network, teleporting at a speed of 1 light-year per second, bringing Lin Moria to the entrance of the secret realm. A lot of noise came to his ears. The entrance to the secret realm was very lively. Strong humans from nearby life star systems could all take on this task. As a result, the entrance to the 97 Meteor Secret Realm was almost always crowded. Lin Moria looked from a distance and saw several meteors flying out of the secret realm, disappearing into the dark space. Chapter 893. Chapter 893, 893. Chapter 893, Super God Realm, not even worth being cannon fodder. The 97 Meteor Secret Realm is located in the starry sky of the Great World, appearing like a splendid light. Lynn Moria saw that this light was as high as 10,000 meters, constantly changing in the void, and reflecting the light from the stars, making it very beautiful. Everything in the Great World seems to be very large. The stars are large, the space is large, the world is large, the strength gap is large, and even the entrance to the Secret Realm is large. Lynn Moria knew that the entrance to the Secret Realm seen in the Human Emperor Network was actually identical to the one in reality. Even its location was the same. The Human Emperor Network is a one-to-one replica of the real world. It can be regarded as a virtual reality world. The number 97 represents that the Secret Realm belongs to the 97th Life Star System. Meteor Secret Realm is its name. Within just 10 minutes of Lynn Moria's arrival, he saw 3 meteors flying out of the Secret Realm. The Meteor Secret Realm got its name because of this. Seeing so many people, Lynn Moria felt like he had returned to the dungeon hall. The entrance to the dungeon hall was also always crowded with people, shouting to form teams to clear the dungeon. However, it seems that there is no such thing as forming teams in the Great World. There are indeed small teams, but not like clearing dungeons in the small world. Lynn Moria listened for a while and finally understood why there were so many people here. Many people failed to conquer the Secret Realm but were unwilling to leave. They would try repeatedly. Repeated attempts do not require any fees as long as you want to go in. You can go in at any time. But there are limitations. Everyone has 10 chances. After 10 failures, you can still enter the Secret Realm, and there will be no fees. However, the task has already failed, and even if you pass it, you will not get any rewards. The people here are mostly between Super God Tier 3 and Super God Tier 5. There are no Super God Tier 6 and above, and very few below Super God Tier 3. After all, to take on this task, you must at least reach level 2 permissions. It is almost impossible for a Super God Tier 1 to reach level 2 permissions. When completing a series of tasks and upgrading permissions to level 2, the level is mostly already up. Lynn Moria, who can have level 2 permissions at Super God Tier 1, is definitely an anomaly. However, there were too many people here, and the aura was chaotic, so no one came to check Lynn Moria's level. They were all exchanging their experiences and key points in the Secret Realm. Lynn Moria listened around and found that there was not much reference value. Mainly because he had never been in the Secret Realm and did not know the specific situation inside. Talking on paper is useless. Lynn Moria bypassed the crowd and flew into the Secret Realm. There were many people entering and exiting the Secret Realm, and some noticed Lynn Moria. Hey, the person who just went in is only Super God Tier 1. Impossible, how can a Super God Tier 1 take on this task? I saw it too, it is indeed Super God Tier 1. Yes, level 2 tasks require level 2 permissions. How can a Super God Tier 1 have level 2 permissions? Maybe he levels up slowly, or he didn't level up at all and just upgraded his permissions first. That's also impossible. To upgrade permissions you need to do tasks, and during the process of doing tasks, the level will always improve. That's strange. Everyone was talking non-stop. Originally, they were discussing the situation in the Secret Realm, but now they turned their discussion to Lynn Moria. Lynn Moria having level 2 permissions at Super God Tier 1 aroused everyone's interest. No one doubted the fairness of the Human Emperor Network. There are no shortcuts to upgrading permissions. Even if you have powerful elders behind you, it is the same. After discussing for a long time, they couldn't come to a conclusion. Everyone planned to wait for Lynn Moria to come out and ask him properly. Inside the Secret Realm, it was like entering another world. Here, the ground was covered in a halo of light, and in the sky, meteors were constantly flying by. The meteors would not fall but would fly in the sky, heading towards the distant horizon and disappearing. Lynn Moria saw a hole in the sky, as if the sky had a big hole. That was the place he came in from, the connection point between the Secret Realm and the Great World. If a meteor fell into the hole, it would leave the Secret Realm and disappear into the boundless starry sky of the Great World. Lynn Moria walked alone in the Secret Realm, his thoughts flying. The Secret Realms in the Great World are essentially no different from the dungeon Secret Realms in the small world. Level 2 tasks are faced by people below Super God Tier 6. Super God Realm is very strong compared to ordinary people, but for real strong people, it is just cannon fodder. Probably, the God King is the main force in the Great World. But what is the use of the God King? Even the invincible strong, when encountering that person, can be wiped out with a wave of the hand. No, I was wrong, very wrong. Based on the information he currently had, Lynn Moria analyzed the structure of the Great World bit by bit. In the Great World, below the Super God Realm, they are considered ordinary people. Even a half-step Super God does not qualify for permissions or to enter the Human Emperor Network. Only by reaching the Super God Realm can one be considered a true cultivator. And even then, they are just the bottom layer. As Lynn Moria said, they are not even worth being cannon fodder. Cannon fodder must have combat power. Facing the God King or even the God Sovereign, they can wipe out thousands of Super God Realms with a wave of the hand. What use is such cannon fodder? Lynn Moria thought that in a great war, the God King level is the real main force. But thinking about it again, it didn't seem right. He realized that the great wars in the Great World are not like that. The real strong can destroy stars and shatter galaxies with a wave of the hand. The real key to victory in a war between races is the top combat power. Only the top few can determine the survival of a race. And everything the human race does, all the settings, the permission system, the task system, the Human Emperor Network, even the central divine city and the human divine path that everyone yearns for, all are to cultivate true supreme beings among countless people. Supreme beings are the foundation for a race to stand firm in the great world. The human race once had invincible strong people like Xiao Zhantian, who single-handedly saved the human race from disaster. This is the existence that the human race truly needs. The human race occupies the vast Vermilion Bird Star region and has an infinite population, just to increase the chance of producing invincible strong people. Lin Moria felt that he finally truly understood the real intention of the human race's high level. The idea that many ants can bite an elephant to death only happens when the power difference is not too great. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot bite a dragon to death. And the dragon only needs one breath to kill billions of ants. Become stronger, I must become stronger. Surpass the invincible strong, reach, and even surpass that person. Lin Moria thought in his heart, unconsciously clenching his fists. His goal was no longer the invincible strong, but the old man riding the green ox. Since the battle in the primordial secret realm, the figure of that old man had taken root deeply in his heart. Suddenly, a meteor in the sky stopped. The meteor that was originally flying suddenly stopped and then quickly fell towards Lin Moria. The speed was so fast that it reached Lin Moria's head in an instant. Feeling a strong sense of danger, Lin Moria suddenly raised his head and punched out. Boom! His body trembled, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked, forming a giant pit of 100 meters. Lin Moria was trapped in the pit, and the meteor flew back. Lin Moria was not good at pure power attacks, but that did not mean his power was weak. In fact, at the super god realm, power is not weak. It's just that it can't be compared with those races with divine power. Nor can it be compared with those who possess physical laws. Chapter 894. Chapter 894, 894. Chapter 894, what exactly did I overlook? The meteor was blasted thousands of meters away but quickly flew back, and its momentum was even faster than before. Lin Moria noticed a skeleton god warrior appearing in front of him, who directly struck the meteor with an axe. The meteor was blasted away again, but Lin Moria found that the meteor was not damaged at all. Its sturdiness was somewhat astonishing. This meteor was actually a sphere with a diameter of about 3 meters. It emitted a brilliant stream of light as it flew through the air. After being blasted away by the skeleton god warrior, the meteor circled in the air and flew down again with even greater momentum. The skeleton god warrior struck it again with an axe. The meteor was still completely undamaged, turned in the air, and flew back again. The third time the meteor flew over, it had grown significantly larger, and its power was also stronger than before. Lin Moria squinted his eyes, it really absorbed the attacks. The meteor had absorbed his punch and later absorbed the skeleton god warrior's attack. It then fused with its own power, becoming stronger each time. Absorbing the attacks and counterattacking, it was exactly as Lin Moria had heard outside the secret realm. The meteor's laws flickered, and it was these laws that absorbed the external attacks. As long as the laws couldn't be broken, the meteor would keep getting stronger until it exceeded one's limit. Lin Moria quickly thought of a way to deal with it, which he had already heard from others before entering the secret realm. Now, after verification, what he saw and heard was indeed the same. The first method was to find a way to break the laws. The second method was to reach the meteor's limit, causing it to explode on its own. However, from the conversations he overheard earlier, Lin Moria also learned that the size of the meteor varied, and the strength of the laws differed. To break it, different levels of power were required. The meteor attacked again, and the skeleton god warrior continued to strike. The skeleton god warrior repeatedly blasted the meteor away, and the meteor kept flying back, growing stronger each time, until the skeleton god warrior could no longer blast the meteor away and was instead knocked back by the meteor. The skeleton god warrior's attack power, without the Lich General's enhancement, was at the super god tier 1 level. After several strikes, the meteor's diameter had exceeded 5 meters, and its impact force had surpassed the super god tier 1 level. Lin Moria summoned the Lich General to enhance the skeleton god warrior. The skeleton god warrior's attack power instantly reached the super god tier 2 level. The meteor was blasted away again, but it was still intact, turned in the air, and flew back with even greater power and speed. After several more strikes, the meteor's power reached the super god tier 3 level. Lin Moria summoned the Death Knight, whose power was stronger than the skeleton god warrior. The Death Knight appeared and blasted the meteor away again, but still couldn't damage it. Lin Moria sensed the laws on the meteor, which were not strong but had a very magical effect. In repeated experiments, it continuously absorbed external attacks and converted them into its own power. Let's see where your limit is. With a light touch of his finger, a skeleton god general appeared in the secret realm. The skeleton god general was Lin Moria's strongest summon, even stronger than the Death Knight. After enhancing all its states, its attack power could reach the super god tier 5 level. The skeleton god general raised its longsword, and a sharp sword aura instantly split the meteor in half. The laws on the meteor shattered, and it was split in two. The cut was extremely smooth, so smooth that it could be used as a mirror without polishing. Lin Moria looked at the meteor and found that its material was very ordinary, just basic copper and iron. It was mainly because of the presence of the laws that made the meteor difficult to deal with. A meteor that initially had the power of Super God Tier 1 required the power of Super God Tier 5 to break. The strength spanned 5 levels. If the meteor initially had the power of Super God Tier 3, wouldn't it require the power of Super God Tier 8 to break? This secret realm is placed in the level 2 permissions, and most of the people with level 2 permissions are at the Super God Tier 3 to 5 levels. It definitely wouldn't require such strong power to break, there must be other ways. Lin Moria pondered as he continued to move forward. He felt that brute force was not the best way to break the meteor. This was also the reason why many people failed. The correct method should be to dismantle the laws on the meteor. To dismantle the laws, one must use laws. Use stronger laws to counter the laws on the meteor. The laws on the meteor were actually not strong. As he walked, another meteor fell from the sky, targeting Lin Morio. This time, Lin Morio did not attack but directly released a law. The law of undeath fell on the meteor, instantly erupting with decaying death energy. Before the meteor could absorb the power, the laws on it had already collapsed. So simple. Lin Morio frowned. The simplicity was beyond his expectation. But if it were so simple, how could those at the Super God Tier 3 and 5 levels not pass? There must be something I don't know. Lin Morio gradually walked deeper into the secret realm. This secret realm was very simple, with only one path. He just needed to follow the direction of the meteors in the sky. More and more meteors fell, all of which he easily dealt with using the law of undeath. But Lin Morio also gradually discovered that as he went deeper into the secret realm, the falling meteors became stronger. He began to feel the pressure. The laws on the meteors began to devour the law of undeath. Although they had not yet reached the point of enhancing themselves by devouring the laws, the effect of the law of undeath had significantly weakened. One use of the law of undeath was no longer enough to destroy the laws on the meteors, requiring 2 or 3 uses. Finally, the law of undeath lost its effect. Although the meteors could not absorb the power of the law of undeath, the law of undeath could no longer destroy the laws on the meteors. The two maintained a strange balance. Lin Morio knew how strong his law of undeath was. Although he was only at the Super God Tier 1 level, his mastery of the law of undeath was only at 2%. But just relying on the inherent strength of the law of undeath, his 2% mastery was comparable to the mastery of laws at the Super God Tier 4 level. At the Super God level, each tier increase improves the mastery of laws by 1%. When the mastery of laws reaches 10%, it is the Super God Tier 9 level. Lin Morio was at the Super God Tier 1 level, with a 2% mastery of the law of undeath. The Super God Tier 4 level has a 5% mastery of laws. Lin Morio was very clear that his 2% mastery of the law of undeath could completely rival the 5% or even 6% mastery of elemental laws. This is the difference in the levels of laws. Most elemental laws belong to the 3rd tier of laws, and most super god beings master the 3rd tier of elemental laws. However, the law of undeath, according to Antares, is a 1st tier law, not weaker than the laws of time or space. It is normal for it to be several times stronger than 3rd tier laws. This was confirmed by Antares when they were still in the small world. In the great world, the strength of the law of undeath was further proven during the assessment. Now, the law of undeath and the laws on the meteors were in balance. This indicated that the laws on the meteors were already very strong. If a Super God Tier 5 person only mastered 3rd tier elemental laws, even with a 6% mastery, they could only be on par with the laws on the meteors. This explained why those at the Super God Tier 5 level could not pass the secret realm. More and more meteors began to crash towards Lin Morio, with increasing power. Lin Morio did not counterattack, letting the meteors hit him. His body glowed with white light, and with his strong defense, he ignored the meteors' attacks. He watched the meteors, pondering his inner questions. It shouldn't be like this. If even those at the Super God Tier 5 level can't pass, then those at the Super God Tier 3 level have no chance. There must be something I haven't noticed, which is the key to passing the secret realm. What exactly did I overlook? Chapter 895. Chapter 895, 895. Chapter 895, Finding the Right Method to Pass the Secret Realm. During the time Lin Morio was pondering, more and more meteors fell, crashing onto Lin Morio like cannonballs. However, Lin Morio stood firm like a mountain or the sea, neither dodging nor counterattacking. Each time a meteor struck, it would slightly increase in strength. The laws on the meteors absorbed the force of the impacts, and even if Lin Morio did nothing, their attack power would continue to grow. Counterattacking didn't work, and not counterattacking didn't work either. This was the reason why many super gods failed. Lin Morio observed these meteors, which grew larger in his vision, and the laws on them became clearer. Finally, Lin Morio noticed something. A meteor fell in front of him, and Lin Morio reached out and grabbed it. A massive force transformed into an invisible giant hand, firmly grasping the meteor. The meteor trembled violently, struggling desperately. The laws on the meteor glowed, and with each struggle, it absorbed a bit of power, rapidly increasing its impact force. Lin Morio ignored its struggles and grabbed another meteor. Then he forcibly smashed the two meteors together. Boom! Two meteors with the same laws and similar power collided. The laws did not merge but instead began to absorb each other's power. The two seemingly similar meteors, like lifelong enemies, absorbed each other's power. Within seconds, the laws on both meteors simultaneously shattered. Without the laws, the meteors were just ordinary copper and iron, easily crushed into fragments. So that's how it is. Lin Morio smiled, finally finding the correct method. It was to make the meteors destroy each other. With this method, the meteor's secret realm became completely harmless. As soon as the meteors fell and before they grew stronger, Lin Morio eliminated them. Knowing the method, dozens of skeletons surrounded Lin Morio, acting as catchers. They caught the meteors and then smashed them together. Lin Morio once again became a hands-off manager. He easily walked to the deepest part of the secret realm and saw a giant sphere. The sphere had a diameter of about 100 meters, essentially a supersized meteor. Perhaps because of its size, it flew very slowly. Meteors continuously flew from the sky, landing on it. The laws on it were even stronger, absorbing all the incoming meteors and increasing its power. This is equivalent to a boss in a dungeon. Lin Morio pondered. The entire meteor secret realm was very similar to the dungeons he had experienced before. Ordinary meteors were like small monsters, and the giant meteor in front of him was the boss. He had found a way to deal with the small monsters, but he still didn't know how to deal with the boss. Using the law of undeath directly against it? Clearly, that wouldn't work. Even against the small meteors in the later stages of the secret realm, the 2% mastery of the law of undeath was insufficient. Let alone against this boss-level meteor, the law of undeath would be completely ineffective. What about a strong attack? This idea was immediately dismissed. A strong attack would only enhance the opponent's power. Moreover, the opponent continuously absorbed the laws from the small meteors and was already very strong. It seemed to have noticed Lin Moria's presence, and the giant meteor flew towards him. Its speed was not fast, but it had a strong suction force, firmly locking onto Lin Moria, making it difficult for him to escape. Lin Moria did not flee but stood still, allowing the giant meteor to crash into him. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire secret realm. The giant meteor was blasted away, flying nearly 10,000 meters. The impact force was astonishing, almost reaching the super god tier 8 level. If it were an ordinary strong person, they would be shattered to pieces. Even if they survived, they would be severely injured. The suction force of the giant meteor was not weak, possessing a soul-locking ability. Once targeted, it was hard to escape. Lin Moria knew that many people, even if they reached the deepest part of the secret realm, would be defeated by this giant meteor. His strong defense allowed him to disregard the giant meteor. But the problem was, he couldn't do anything to it either. The giant meteor crashed again. Another explosion shook the entire secret realm, and the giant meteor was blasted away again. Lin Moria suddenly noticed that the giant meteor hadn't grown stronger. From the first moment he saw it until now, it had absorbed at least a dozen small meteors and crashed into him twice, yet it hadn't grown stronger. It has reached its limit. The laws have reached their limit. Lin Moria realized that the power absorption of the laws had a limit. His eyes sparkled as he thought of a possibility. Since it can't be enhanced, let's see if it can be weakened. Fusion spell, Skeleton God General. Accompanied by gusts of eerie wind, the grey-white law of undeath surged out. 100 skeleton god generals infused with the law of undeath appeared. They immediately flew up, grabbing the small meteors in the air. The small meteors trembled violently in the hands of the skeleton god generals, absorbing some power with each tremor, growing stronger. The skeleton god generals held on tightly, letting the meteors absorb enough power. If one skeleton god general couldn't hold on, then 2 or 3 would join in. There were plenty of skeleton god generals, as many as needed. The small meteors in the later stages of the secret realm were much stronger than those at the beginning. Their laws could absorb power equivalent to the super god tier 5 level. In no time, Lin Moria created dozens of small meteors that had grown to their limit. Then the skeleton god generals grabbed the small meteors and smashed them into the giant meteor. Explosions continuously erupted, and the laws on the giant meteor began to cancel and devour each other. After dozens of explosions, the giant meteor was significantly weakened, and its size had shrunk considerably. It's effective. Lin Moria was delighted, knowing he had found the right method. First, let the small meteors grow to their limit, then they could harm the giant meteor. Using small monsters to fight the boss. This secret realm was quite interesting. Once he found the method, it was easy to proceed. Thousands of skeleton god generals emerged, grabbing the small meteors. A game of smashing small meteors into the giant meteor began. In the secret realm, explosions were as brilliant as fireworks. A few minutes later, the giant meteor exploded completely. A prompt sounded. 97 meteor secret realm task completed. You may return to the task center to receive your reward. Note, do not reveal the method to pass the secret realm. Any form of disclosure will be considered a violation of the rules and will be punished by the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moria was slightly stunned, realizing that revealing the method was not allowed. No wonder there were so many people outside who didn't know what to do. Those who had passed the secret realm before never revealed the method. Lin Moria did not leave the secret realm but began to reflect. This secret realm could be taken with level 2 permissions and was considered a beginner's secret realm. The secret realm was entirely virtualized by the Human Emperor Network and posed no real danger. Even if one failed, there would be no significant consequences. Moreover, it could be attempted multiple times. In the secret realm, the initial test was of one's observational skills to see if they could find the right method. In the end, besides finding the method, one also needed enough strength to grow the small meteors to their limit. Only then could they harm the giant meteor and pass the secret realm. If one's strength was insufficient to grow the small meteors to their limit, the damage to the giant meteor would be minimal. In that case, passing the secret realm would be impossible. Chapter 896. Chapter 896, 896. Chapter 896, no need, I have already passed. Lin Moria felt that the existence of the Human Emperor Network had the primary purpose of cultivating the strongest individuals for the human race. Now, having passed the Meteor Secret Realm, he was even more convinced of this point. The Meteor Secret Realm not only tested judgment and wisdom but also strength and control. All aspects had to be balanced to pass the Meteor Secret Realm. After figuring it out, Lin Moria left the Secret Realm and appeared outside. As soon as he came out, he felt countless eyes fixed on him. The Human Emperor Network was almost identical to the real world, with all the sensory experiences present here. Being watched by so many people made Lin Moria uncomfortable, and he wanted to leave quickly. Brother Lin. Someone was faster and had already come up to Lin Moria, greeting him warmly. Lin Moria did not have a hidden name, and everyone present could see his name. The person was very friendly, with a big smile on his face, looking very kind. Brother Lin, don't mind us, we mean no harm. He also did not hide his identity, and Lin Moria could see his basic information. Jean Fong, Super God Tier 5. Lin Moria responded politely, Senior Jean, what can I do for you? Jean Fong smiled, Brother Lin, we are just curious how you managed to have level 2 permissions at Super God Tier 1. Lin Moria hesitated for a moment and did not answer directly. He did not intend to casually reveal his potential evaluation to others. Jean Fong seemed to realize that he had asked an inappropriate question, prying into someone's privacy, which was against the unspoken rules of the human race. He lightly slapped his mouth and apologized, look at my big mouth, I didn't mean it that way. We just wanted to say that you are only at Super God Tier 1, which is not enough to complete the Meteor Secret Realm task. Although you can enter the Secret Realm repeatedly, each person only has 10 chances. After 10 times, the task fails, and you can't get the reward. So, Brother Lin, don't waste any opportunity. You can discuss with us how to pass the Secret Realm. Jean Fong said a lot, and his tone was very sincere. The expressions of the others were also very friendly. Lin Moria could feel the sincerity of the crowd. In the Great World, the human race was very united. In fact, races that were not united found it hard to survive in the Great World. Over countless years, some races had paid the price in blood for their lack of unity. The human race had also experienced similar history, with internal wars breaking out. At that time, the human race was not weak and was considered a strong race. But an internal war caused heavy casualties, especially among the top powerhouses, giving other races an opportunity. During that period, the human race also paid a heavy price and almost disappeared from the Great World. The 4 major star regions were almost destroyed. The enemy's forces had reached the central divine city. If the central divine city had been captured, the human race's divine path would have been cut off, and the human race would have been wiped out from the Great World. It was at that time that Xiao Zhantian emerged, turning the tide. He quelled the internal strife and led the human warriors to drive away the alien races, reclaiming the 4 major star regions. His series of invincible achievements established his identity as the god of war. Since then, the human race had learned from the pain and became extremely united. Personal grudges were allowed, but large-scale internal conflicts were not. Any personal grievances could be resolved in the arena, either in the Human Emperor network or in the real world. But once out of the arena, all grudges had to be settled, and no further disputes were allowed. The human race's high-level officials clearly understood that disunity meant extinction. Lin Moria liked this feeling. It was similar to the situation in the small world. Seeing Lin Moria not speaking, Jean Fong continued to smile, Brother Lin, don't worry, we really mean no harm. You should know that our human race is very united. Discussing together is beneficial. Following Jean Fong's words, others also chimed in, yes, come and discuss with us. This Meteor Secret Realm is a bit tricky. 2 heads are better than 1. With so many of us, we can surely come up with a solution. Lin Moria smiled slightly, no need, I have already passed. Ah, Jean Fong was stunned, looking at Lin Moria with disbelief, impossible. Others also found it hard to believe. How could someone at Super God Tier 1 pass? Many people thought Lin Moria was bragging, and their eyes showed a hint of disdain. In most people's minds, braggarts were not to be trusted. Jean Fong's eyes showed a bit of disappointment. Brother Lin, don't joke. Lin Moria opened his palm, revealing a small meteor. This was the proof of completing the task. Seeing the small meteor, Jean Fong was stunned, his reaction exaggerated. Brother Lin, you really passed. Lin Moria nodded, yes. Unfortunately, due to the rules, I can't tell you how to pass. Everyone saw the small meteor in Lin Moria's palm, and the disdainful looks disappeared instantly. One by one, they lowered their heads, feeling a bit ashamed. Lin Moria was not bragging, he had really passed. Looking at Lin Moria's level, they felt even more embarrassed. A Super God Tier 1 could pass the Secret Realm, but they couldn't. It was a huge loss of face. Super gods valued their reputation and couldn't afford to lose face. Jean Fong, being very sociable and thick-skinned, said, Brother Lin, I know you can't tell us, but can you give us some tips? To be honest, I have already tried 6 times, and my chances are running out. Lin Moria sincerely replied, Senior Jean, your strength is sufficient, but you haven't found the right method. What I can say is to observe carefully. Strength and method are equally important. Discussing here is useless. It's better to go into the Secret Realm and take a good look. That's all I can say. Jean Fong nodded, I understand. Thank you for understanding, Senior Jean. I will go submit my task now. After saying this, Lin Moria activated the teleportation and disappeared. Jean Fong looked at the entrance of the Secret Realm, deep in thought, Lin Moria. Lin Moria. He repeated Lin Moria's name, firmly remembering it. He felt that Lin Moria was very unusual. A Super God Tier 1 with level 2 permissions who could complete the Meteor Secret Realm task was unprecedented. Others also had complex expressions, each with their own thoughts. Some were ashamed, some were convinced, and some were unconvinced. Some people pondered over Lin Moria's last words. Strength and method are equally important. Observe carefully. Some seemed to understand something and flew into the Secret Realm. Jean Fong also had an epiphany and entered the Secret Realm again. In an instant, the number of people outside the Secret Realm decreased by a third. Teleporting back to the task center of Lifestar 98, Lin Moria successfully submitted the task and received 50 points. Originally having 1,100 points, he gained 50 points from completing the task and spent 2 points on teleportation. Now he had 1,148 points, which was all his wealth. Thinking about upgrading his permissions to level 3, which required 10,000 points, Lin Moria felt that he had just taken the first step of a long journey. He checked the tasks again. With level 2 permissions, he could operate within a 20 light-year range. Within this range, there were not many tasks he could accept. After searching for a while, Lin Moria selected another task. Task name, Find Starfire Gold. Reward, 100 points. Target location, Vermilion Bird 000128 Non-Life Star System. Chapter 897. Chapter 897, 897. Chapter 897, 000128 Non-Life Star System. Within a 20 light-year range, besides life star systems, there are also some non-life star systems. Lin Moria's task this time is to explore one of these non-life star systems. Non-life star systems are not devoid of life, they are simply not suitable for human habitation. In fact, the life star systems where humans currently live were all transformed by powerful human beings. Each life star system, besides having life planets, is also equipped with resource planets. This ensures that humans do not lack resources during their cultivation, making their training smoother. The reasons for the formation of non-life star systems are varied. Some are naturally formed, while others are created posthumously. During the great wars of the past, many life star systems were destroyed and turned into ruins, eventually becoming non-life star systems with no value for transformation. In some non-life star systems left over from great wars, many strange things have been born. Human experts have cleared some of them, but some remain. Over time, these non-life star systems have become places for human descendants to complete tasks and undergo training. The task Lin Moria took on this time is a real-world task. Although it is also a level 2 task, the level 2 tasks in the Human Emperor network do not pose any danger, at most resulting in task failure. Therefore, the rewards for level 2 tasks in the Human Emperor network are generally half of those in the real world. Lin Moria's task this time is such a task. Although it is a level 2 task, the reward is 100 points. Despite some dangers, level 2 tasks correspond to those below Super God Tier 6, so the danger is limited. After accepting the task, Lin Moria first checked the information about the Vermilion Bird 000128 non-life star system. In the Human Emperor network, much of the information is free, with only some confidential information requiring a fee. With the corresponding permissions, one can view the relevant information. The Vermilion Bird 000128 non-life star system was once a complete star system inhabited by life forms similar to fire elements. However, during a great war, the star system was destroyed and completely annihilated. The stars within it exploded into fragments, igniting the entire star system. The fire burned for tens of thousands of years before it finally extinguished, but not completely. In the flames, a material called Starfire Gold was born. Starfire Gold contains the power of fire element laws and is a good material for crafting. The task this time is to obtain Starfire Gold, with a requirement of at least 10 pounds. 10 pounds of Starfire Gold is roughly the size of a fist. Starfire Gold is not difficult to find, the challenge lies in the Starfire beasts that accompany it. Each piece of Starfire Gold is accompanied by a Starfire beast, and to obtain the Starfire Gold, one must kill the Starfire beast. The information also specifically mentions that one must be particularly cautious of Starfire in the Vermilion Bird 000128 non-life star system. Starfire is a remnant of the star explosion and has not completely extinguished, still existing in the star system. Starfire can cause immense damage to both the body and soul, so one must be extremely careful. After noting all the requirements, Lin Moria left the Human Emperor network. He found the nearest teleportation array and spent 1 point to teleport to the Vermilion Bird 000128 star system. The teleportation fee is the same in both the real world and the Human Emperor network, 1 point for distances within 10 light-years. Countless streams of light flashed before his eyes, and Lin Moria seemed to see countless stars receding. The speed was extreme, traveling at 1 light-year per second. The pressure from the teleportation was significant, bearable only for those at the Super God level. Lin Moria understood why one must reach the Super God level to obtain level 1 permissions and use the teleportation array. The immense pressure from interstellar teleportation could crush a half-step Super God into pieces. Thus, the Super God level is the true threshold. Teleportation in the real world differs slightly from that in the Human Emperor network, where there is no pressure from the teleportation array. 5 seconds later, the teleportation stopped. Lin Moria stepped out of the teleportation array. Human experts had built a massive teleportation array on the outskirts of the Vermilion Bird 000128 non-life star system. After exiting the teleportation array, Lin Moria had to proceed to the star system's interior on his own. The star system appeared close but was actually very far. Lin Moria spread his undead wings and used his soul power to fly at full speed. After flying for a few minutes, Lin Moria had to stop. The distance between him and the star system had only decreased by a negligible amount. At this rate, it would take him at least 10 days of full-speed flight to reach the star system's interior. Lin Moria recalled an old saying, looking at the mountain, the horse dies from running. Now, he was looking at the stars, about to fly himself to death. Lin Moria stopped and summoned the God-slaying fortress. The God-slaying fortress, now in a tower form, looked identical to the ancient Thunder Tower. Lin Moria entered the ancient Thunder Tower, communicating with its core through his soul, continuously injecting soul power into it. Layers of lightning appeared outside the God-slaying fortress, and in the next second, it disappeared into the starry sky. Lin Moria saw the star system approaching him at an incredible speed, far surpassing his undead wings. No wonder Antares insisted on me taking the God-slaying fortress. I didn't expect it to be so useful for traveling. Lin Moria roughly calculated that the god-slaying fortress's speed was about 100 times faster than his undead wings. At this rate, it would take less than 2 hours to enter the star system. Lin Moria's soul power was continuously consumed, with the talent tree in his soul swaying, its drooping branches gently touching Lin Moria. The immense soul power continuously flowed, replenishing his consumption. Although the consumption rate was fast, the talent tree's replenishment rate was even faster, keeping up completely. With Lin Moria's current soul power, although it was not enough to fully unleash the god-slaying fortress's combat power, it was more than sufficient for traveling. The god-slaying fortress, transformed into a bolt of lightning, flew through the dark starry sky. 2 hours later, the god-slaying fortress entered the Vermilion Bird 000128 non-life star system. The god-slaying fortress stopped, and as soon as Lin Moria stepped out, he felt an intense heat. Such high temperature, at least 10,000 degrees. The star system appeared cold, with no stars. Without sunlight, it should have been extremely cold. However, it was scorching hot, filled with fire elements. In his vision, Lin Moria saw many shattered stars. He could clearly feel the terrifying high temperatures still present inside these broken stars. The dark exterior did not match the blazing interior. After the star exploded, the flames burned in the star system for tens of thousands of years, leaving behind the current broken star system. Lin Moria chose the largest nearby star and flew towards it. The star was shattered, with less than a third remaining, but it was still enormous. Lin Moria felt that it was larger than the small world he once inhabited. It was once a massive star, and such a huge star might contain starfire gold. Lin Moria was not concerned about the starfire beasts accompanying the starfire gold. Super god-level starfire beasts could not harm him. Just as he was about to descend, a soul message came through. "Friend, please wait a moment." Lin Moria saw 3 people flying towards him. They seemed to have been on the other side of the star, so he hadn't seen them before. 2 men and 1 woman, none of them hiding their basic information, all at Super God Tier 4. Chapter 898. Chapter 898, 898. Chapter 898, Life Star System Number 100, the Jiang family of the God King. Due to the existence of the Human Emperor Network, the current world and the Human Emperor Network can communicate to a certain extent. Lin Moria saw the names of the 2 people because they did not hide their information. Jiang Jiyu and Jiang Jiyu. Judging by the names, they should be siblings. Both were at Super God Tier 4, and their appearances were somewhat similar, confirming they were indeed siblings. Although the human race is united, some shady things occasionally happen. Lin Moria did not let his guard down. The 2 stopped about 100 meters away from Lin Moria. Jiang Jiyuan spoke with a soul voice. "Junior brother Lin, are you here to find starfire gold?" Lin Moria nodded slightly. "Senior brother Jiang, is there something you need?" Jiang Jiyuan seemed to be kindly reminding him, "Junior brother Lin, you are only at Super God Tier 1, it will be dangerous to proceed. Whether it's the starfire or the starfire beasts, they could kill you." Lin Moria couldn't discern any malice or goodwill from his tone. However, the other party was polite, and Lin Moria did not want to make enemies. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Jiang, but I have the ability to protect myself." Jiang Jiyuan chuckled, trying to smile. "There is indeed starfire gold below, but there are also starfire beasts. The starfire beast is at Super God Tier 4, but it is stronger than an ordinary Super God Tier 4. My sister and I can only fight it to a draw together. If junior brother Lin could help, we might be able to obtain the starfire gold." Lin Moria's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. "I am only at Super God Tier 1, how can I help?" Jiang Jiyuan smiled. "I have a formation that requires 3 people to activate. The formation can combine our powers, and with the amplification from the formation, we can unleash an attack at Super God Tier 5, which should be enough to kill the starfire beast. Even if we can't kill it, we can severely injure it." Jiang Jiyuan quickly added, "The starfire gold it guards weighs at least 50 pounds. My sister and I are also here to complete a task and only need 10 pounds each." Lin Moria looked at Jiang Jiyuan, seemingly analyzing the truth of his words. Jiang Jiyuan's sister, Jiang Jiyu, although not as beautiful as Gu Qingxian or his own wives, was still a beauty. From the beginning, she had not said a word. Until now, she suddenly spoke. "Stop being so wishy-washy, are you a man or not?" Jiang Jiyu's tone was very sharp, like a spoiled young lady. "Yuer, don't be rude." Jiang Jiyuan scolded Jiang Jiyu. Jiang Jiyu snorted, "What's wrong with what I said? Our Jiang family has a high status, how could we harm him? Look at him, he doesn't trust us at all." Lin Moria said softly, "The Jiang family." He had indeed never heard of them. Jiang Jiyu puffed out her chest proudly. "The Jiang family of the God King in the 100th life star system of the Vermilion Bird Star region. Go ask around, our Jiang family's reputation spans dozens of star systems." Jiang Jiyuan glared at Jiang Jiyu and angrily said, "Yuer, stop talking." Then he quickly bowed to Lin Moria. "Junior brother Lin, I apologize. My sister has a bad temper, please forgive her. If junior brother Lin is unwilling, we won't force you." Lin Moria was not afraid. Given his defensive capabilities, he didn't need to fear even a true god of the 1st or 2nd tier. He was just contemplating some personal issues. Now that Jiang Jiyu had lost her temper, he felt more at ease. Jiang Jiyuan's personality was relatively deep, making it hard to read his true emotions. But Jiang Jiyu clearly had no hidden agenda, and her words were sincere. Lin Moria said, "I was just thinking about something else, I apologize. I accept senior brother Jiang's invitation, and after the task is completed, I only need 10 pounds of starfire gold." Jiang Jiyuan's eyes flashed with joy. "I always keep my word. My sister and I will each take 10 pounds, and the rest will be yours." Junior brother Lin might not know, but besides completing the task, Starfire Gold has other uses. Lin Moria was slightly surprised. Is it used for crafting? Jiang Jiyuan chuckled. Not just that. Let's deal with the Starfire Beast first, and I'll tell you afterward. Jiang Jiyuan kept it a secret, and Lin Moria did not press further. Under Jiang Jiyuan's lead, the three flew into the star. The closer they got to the star, the higher the temperature. Even super gods felt uncomfortable in this environment of over 10,000 degrees. Jiang Jiyu's black hair had a jade hairpin that glowed, isolating the heat. Jiang Jiyuan used his laws to isolate the heat as well. Lin Moria, however, did nothing, seemingly unaffected by the high temperature. Lin Moria could be immune to all fire element damage, and the high temperature only caused slight discomfort, nothing more. Jiang Jiyuan glanced at Lin Moria, slightly surprised. What's wrong? Lin Moria noticed Jiang Jiyuan's gaze. Jiang Jiyuan shook his head. Junior brother Lin is extraordinary. Lin Moria asked curiously, why do you say that? Super God Tier 1, with level 2 permissions. Jiang Jiyuan's words were brief. Lin Moria remembered that Jean Foam had said something similar. It seemed that being at Super God Tier 1 with level 2 permissions was quite unusual, but there was nothing he could do. Upgrading required an understanding of the laws, and he was still some distance from Super God Tier 2. If nothing unexpected happened, it would take some time to advance. Lin Moria smiled and did not answer. Jiang Jiyuan did not press further. However, Jiang Jiyu frowned. How did you do it? Lin Moria did not answer, and Jiang Jiyuan scolded again. Don't pry into others' privacy. Jiang Jiyu snorted. I was just asking, what's the big deal? To become a super god, one must be of a certain age. Lin Moria estimated that Jiang Jiyu was at least over 100 years old, yet her personality was like that of a teenager. When he was 18, he was much more mature than her. Jiang Jiyuan apologized. I'm sorry, my sister has been spoiled by our family. She has been training at home since birth and has little contact with the outside world. Lin Moria smiled, indicating he understood. Such a personality, if not corrected, might offend some people in the future. But Lin Moria did not say this out loud. After all, she was not his sister, so it was none of his business. Under Jiang Jiyuan's lead, the three quickly found the location of the Starfire Gold. It was a broken valley. From outside the valley, faint firelight could be seen. At the same time, Lin Moria sensed a strong fire element law. Jiang Jiyuan said, the Starfire Gold is inside, along with the Starfire Beast. When we go in, I will activate the formation plate. The formation plate forms a triangle, and we just need to stand at the three corners. The formation will automatically combine our powers. Once the formation is activated, it can unleash an attack at Super God Tier 5. Jiang Jiyuan took out a palm-sized jade plate. The jade plate had a complex formation inscribed on it, which was the formation plate he mentioned. Lin Moria was seeing a formation plate for the first time and was curious. Jiang Jiyu snorted, country bumpkin, have you never seen a formation plate? If you continue like this, I won't take you out next time. Jiang Jiyuan scolded, scaring Jiang Jiyu into silence. Jiang Jiyuan apologized again to Lin Moria. Lin Moria looked deeply at Jiang Jiyu. This is the last time. His voice carried a hint of coldness. Although he had not yet developed a killing intent, if this continued, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Jiang Jiyu wanted to retort but was silenced by Jiang Jiyuan's glare. She pouted and snorted angrily. Chapter 899. Chapter 899, 899. Chapter 899, the Jiang family's three talents sword formation. As they entered the valley and turned a corner, Lin Moria saw the Starfire Beast. The Starfire Beast looked like a lion engulfed in flames. Its body was strangely transparent, somewhat like clear crystal. It was covered in light spots, resembling unextinguished sparks. The Starfire Gold was right behind it, a piece of metal growing out of the ground. The part exposed above the ground alone weighed over 30 pounds. The amount underground was unknown. Jiang Jiyuan was not exaggerating, there was enough for 3 people. Seeing Jiang Jiyuan and his sister, the Starfire Beast immediately became alert. Its entire body emitted a bright light, followed by the rise of bright flames. At that moment, the Starfire Beast turned into a flaming lion. It roared at Jiang Jiyuan, assuming a battle stance. It was clear that Jiang Jiyuan and his sister had fought it before, and the Starfire Beast held a grudge against them. Jiang Jiyuan extended his palm and activated the formation plate. Junior brother Lin, get ready. The formation plate activated, instantly enlarging to form a large formation. The formation had 3 empty positions, just enough for 3 people. As previously discussed, the 3 of them stood in their respective positions. Soul power was injected into the formation, and the entire formation was activated, operating with a roaring sound. The formation gathered the power of the 3 and then enhanced it through a method Lin Moria did not understand. A sharp sword appeared in the center of the formation, emitting a chilling aura, indeed reaching the power of Super God Tier 5. 2 Super God Tier 4s and 1 Super God Tier 1, using part of their soul power to activate the formation, could unleash an attack at Super God Tier 5. Formations are magical, always capable of achieving incredible feats. Jiang Jiyuan pointed at the Starfire Beast 100 meters away and shouted, slash. The sharp sword flew out with a swish, transforming in mid-air, and a sword aura hundreds of meters long slashed out. The ground cracked, and the Starfire Beast screamed in the sword aura. The sound of its soul echoed back and forth in the starry sky. Lin Moria watched as the Starfire Beast was severely injured by the sword aura, its body almost cut in half. This slash did not kill it, only severely injured it. The Starfire Beast, engulfed in flames, charged at the 3 of them. In the flames, the wounds on the Starfire Beast's body were rapidly healing. Jiang Jiyuan's hand gesture changed again, and the sword aura returned, second slash. The second sword aura was even stronger than the first. The Starfire beast, with a hint of fear in its eyes, quickly changed direction and rolled to the side. The sword aura almost grazed the Starfire beast, slashing into the ground, creating a bottomless crack. Flames erupted from the crack, like a volcanic eruption. The core of the star had not cooled, and the temperature was still scorching. Although the Starfire beast dodged, it did not completely avoid the attack. Its newly healed body was once again severely injured. Despite the severe injuries, it did not retreat. Instead, it became even more ferocious. It roared and inhaled deeply. The flames erupting from the ground were sucked into its belly, and its wounds healed rapidly, its aura growing stronger. Jiang Jiyuan did not stop. His expression was solemn as he changed his hand gesture again, third slash. The third sword aura was even stronger, comparable to the combined power of the first two slashes, and faster. This time, the Starfire beast could not dodge and was directly engulfed by the sword aura. Lin Moria watched as it was slashed into nothingness by the sword aura. From start to finish, the Starfire beast never reached the three of them. The short distance of 100 meters became an insurmountable chasm. The sharp sword returned, and Jiang Jiyuan retracted the formation, letting out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to unleash a fourth slash. His aura was somewhat unstable. As the leader of the formation, the three slashes had consumed a lot of his power. If he had to unleash a fourth slash, he would have been exhausted. Jiang Jiyu was slightly better off but still somewhat drained, not at her peak. Only Lin Moria remained unaffected. Although the formation had consumed a lot of his soul power, the talent tree had replenished it instantly. Jiang Jiyuan looked at Lin Moria, who still appeared calm, and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Lin Moria smiled slightly. The formation is impressive. Jiang Jiyu snorted. Of course, the Jiang family's formation is effective. Otherwise, why would this three-talent sword formation require three people to use? How could it be? Shut up. Jiang Jiyuan interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. His tone was even harsher than before. From stop talking to shut up, the difference in wording carried a completely different meaning. Jiang Jiyu snorted and turned her head angrily. Jiang Jiyuan turned to Lin Moria, junior brother Lin, the Starfire beast has been dealt with. We can now collect the Starfire gold. As agreed, my sister and I will each take 10 pounds, and the rest is yours. Lin Moria glanced at Jiang Jiyu. Does your sister have any objections? Jiang Jiyuan quickly replied, I make the decisions on this matter. Lin Moria smiled and nodded, walking towards the Starfire gold. Jiang Jiyuan watched Lin Moria's back and finally relaxed. For a moment, he had felt an extreme sense of danger from Lin Moria. This level of danger far exceeded that of the Starfire beast, making him feel a chill down his spine. He believed that if Lin Moria had decided to act, both he and his sister would have died there. Jiang Jiyu wanted to say something, but Jiang Jiyuan's sharp gaze silenced her. The three of them approached the Starfire gold, which looked like a piece of red-hot iron, emitting intense heat. Lin Moria looked at the Starfire gold but did not immediately take it. Instead, he asked, Senior brother Jiang, can you now tell me the other uses of Starfire gold? Jiang Jiyuan did not hide anything. Starfire gold has 5 uses. First, it can be used to complete this task. Second, it can be used for crafting. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can sell it for points or exchange it for other materials. Third, Starfire gold contains fire element laws, which can be used to comprehend fire element laws. Fourth, if you don't comprehend the laws yourself, you can extract the laws from the Starfire gold and add them to corresponding fire element spells, greatly enhancing their power. Fifth, and this is something many people don't know, Starfire gold can temper the soul world, improving its quality. Lin Moria was aware of the first 3 uses. The fourth use, although new to him, made sense. Everyone can master many spells, and there are many types of spells, possibly belonging to different elements. Generally, one can only comprehend 1 or 2 laws, making it difficult to enhance all spell attributes. For example, if one comprehends physical laws but has fire element spells, the law's enhancement effect on the spells would be minimal. However, if one extracts the fire element laws from the Starfire gold and adds them to the spell's power would be greatly enhanced. This fourth use opened up a new line of thinking for Lin Moria. Not only Starfire gold but many other materials could be used in this way. As for the fifth use, tempering the soul world with the fire from the Starfire gold, it sounded reasonable, but its effectiveness was unknown. Lin Moria asked, what grade of soul can it temper? Jiang Jiyuan replied, 2nd grade, it can improve the quality of a 2nd grade soul to a certain extent. Lin Moria was slightly disappointed it was only for 2nd grade souls. His soul was already at the peak of the 3rd grade, making this function of the Starfire gold useless to him. However, considering that Starfire gold was only a super god level material, its effects were already commendable. Chapter 900. Chapter 900, 900. Chapter 900, Betraying Friends for Survival, not the style of the Jiang family. The three began to take the Starfire gold. According to the prior agreement, Jiang Jiyuan and Jiang Jiyu, the siblings, each took 10 pounds. Jiang Jiyu was obviously dissatisfied. In her view, Lin Moyo had not contributed much effort, so why should he take the lion's share? But Jiang Jiyuan kept signaling her to stay quiet, and Jiang Jiyu eventually held back. Lin Moyo was not polite either. After dividing the Starfire gold with the Jiang siblings, he began to take his share. He gripped the Starfire gold with one hand and started to pull it out from the ground. With a slight effort, the Starfire gold did not budge. Lin Moyo felt a bit of joy in his heart. This indicated that there was still a lot of Starfire gold hidden underground. The ground here had been baked by stellar flames for thousands of years, filled with fire elements and laws, making it impossible for souls to sense the situation below the surface. The exact amount of starfire gold underground could only be judged by oneself. Lin Moyo increased his strength, but the starfire gold still did not move. Physical strength was not his forte. As a first-tier super god, without using the gathering strength spell, his pure physical strength was not outstanding. Seeing Lin Moyo unable to pull out the starfire gold, Jiang Jiyu showed a look of disdain and thought even less of him. Then a gust of cold wind blew, making Jiang Jiyu shiver. How can there be a cold wind? This place was filled with fire elements, with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. Yet, there was a cold wind, and it was not an ordinary cold wind. It felt eerie and chilling. Jiang Jiyuan also felt the cold wind and became alert. Then they saw a few skeletons appear beside Lin Moyo. The skeletons emitted a ghastly white light, with a soul fire flickering in their skulls, looking extremely creepy. The cold wind was brought by these skeletons. Jiang Jiyu was startled and let out a scream. Jiang Jiyuan also became vigilant. Lin Moyo patted the body of the skeleton god warrior. This is my summoned creature. Only then did Jiang Jiyuan breathe a sigh of relief. So it's junior brother Lin's summoned creature. Summoning spells are quite rare. Lin Moyo asked curiously, are summoning spells rare? Jiang Jiyuan thought for a moment. It's not that they are rare, but they are relatively uncommon in our Vermilion Bird Star region. It is said that there are some summoners in the Black Tortoise Star region. Lin Moyo nodded, realizing that each star region had its differences. After the skeleton god warrior appeared, it began to replace Lin Moyo in pulling out the starfire gold. In terms of pure strength, the skeleton god warrior far surpassed Lin Moyo. With the combined efforts of several skeletons, the starfire gold was finally pulled out. The part of the starfire gold buried underground was quite large, at least 1,000 pounds. The ground suddenly shook, cracking open a large fissure. Scorching red flames burst out from the fissure, instantly engulfing the skeleton god warrior. In the blazing flames, a blue light appeared. Jiang Jiyuan's face changed dramatically. Retreat quickly, it's starfire. Starfire was the most terrifying substance in the 000128 non-life star system. It was not alive, but it could track soul auras. Once someone appeared around it, it would chase them, burning both flesh and soul. Compared to starfire beasts, this blue starfire was even more terrifying. The blue starfire immediately locked onto the skeleton god warrior. Although the skeleton god warrior had no life aura, it had a soul. It instinctively flew over and attached itself to the skeleton god warrior. This skeleton is done for, Jiang Jiyu murmured. She could tell that the skeleton god warrior, being a first-tier super god, was doomed once it was attached by the starfire. The skeleton god warrior, already surrounded by red flames, now had a layer of blue flames on top. Its white body, first covered in blue flames, then red flames, looked even more eerie and terrifying than before. It did not scream, nor did its movements change, continuing to pull out the starfire gold. The skeleton god warrior let the flames burn it, forcibly pulling out the piece of starfire gold. The starfire gold was large, with only a small part exposed above ground. The part buried underground weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds. Lin Moyo had a substantial harvest this time. Jiang Jiyuan looked at Lin Moyo and the skeleton god warrior, his eyes gleaming. The skeleton god warrior had been engulfed by starfire, yet now the starfire had extinguished, and the skeleton god warrior was unscathed. This showed how strong the skeleton god warrior's defense was. Lin Moyo became even more extraordinary in his eyes. With a smile on his face, he said, Junior brother Lin, you have made a great harvest this time. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, just luck. Jiang Jiyuan asked, is junior brother Lin going to submit the task next? Lin Moyo replied honestly, I want to look around here a bit more, maybe I can find something else. As he spoke, Lin Moyo put away the starfire gold. The price of starfire gold was not low. Every 10 pounds could be sold for 1 point. He had harvested at least 400 to 500 pounds this time, which could be exchanged for dozens of points. A task reward was only 100 points, so finding this much starfire gold was a big profit. Jiang Jiyuan nodded, if that's the case, then we. Before he could finish, the ground shook violently, and beast roars followed. 3 starfire beasts leaped out from the ground fissure, their bodies covered in flames, staring at them intently. Trouble! Jiang Jiyuan exclaimed. These starfire beasts had the strength of a 4th-tier super god, the same as the one they had just killed. It had taken the 3 of them using the 3 talents sword formation to kill just one. Now there were 3. They were unbeatable. Jiang Jiyuan's first reaction was to take his sister and retreat, shouting, Junior brother Lin, retreat quickly. Lin Moyo did not move, showing no intention of retreating. For a moment, Jiang Jiyuan was at a loss, unable to decide whether to leave or stay. Jiang Jiyu was already terrified, her hands and feet cold. If they were surrounded by these 3 starfire beasts, they would surely die. She whispered in Jiang Jiyuan's ear, brother, these starfire beasts seem to be targeting him. Let's take this chance to escape. She meant to use Lin Moyo as bait and escape themselves. Jiang Jiyuan immediately rejected her idea. No, betraying friends for survival is not the style of the Jiang family. Then he gritted his teeth, if it comes to it, we'll have to use that. Jiang Jiyu's face changed dramatically, brother, you can't. Lin Moyo observed their behavior, satisfied with Jiang Jiyuan's response. With a smile, he said, senior brother Jiang, don't worry. Another gust of cold wind blew, and a skeleton general and a lich general appeared beside Lin Moyo. Several lights flashed, and the lich general cast buffs on the skeleton general. The skeleton general, glowing with grey-white light, charged at the starfire beasts. The skeleton general, tall and imposing, wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, looking like a knight. It moved like lightning, instantly reaching the starfire beasts and slashing down with its sword. The sword moved so fast that there was no visible sword energy, and the starfire beast's head was sliced off like tofu. The skeleton general's sword strikes were swift and deadly, decapitating the 3 starfire beasts in a few moves. With the combat power of a 5th-tier super god, the skeleton general easily dealt with the 4th-tier starfire beasts. Jiang Jiyuan was stunned, unable to believe how easily it was done. Junior brother Lin, is this also your summoned creature? Lin Moya nodded, yes. Jiang Jiyuan sighed, no wonder junior brother Lin, as a 1st-tier super god, dared to come here alone. You have such powerful summoned creatures. If junior brother Lin has time in the future, you are welcome to visit my Jiang family. I will personally welcome you. Lin Moya smiled, I will come if I have the chance. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.